Bang.
I told you to call me, to shout my name. If you don't listen here, I'll make you regret it. With a casual push from the man, there was a loud bang as the girl's head hit the wall. Then, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing the girl fall to the ground, trembling, Wang asked nervously, "Big brother, she might be dead?" Wang frowned, reached out to check her breath, and then said, "Bad luck. Big brother, such a beautiful girl just died like this. How are we going to explain to that person?" The girl apparently offended someone. The person who paid wanted to sell her into the mountains to be someone's wife. It's so cruel. Stop talking nonsense. If they ask, just say the job is done. Now, immediately throw her into the mountains. Hurry up. If it dies, so be it. She's died before, after all. Wang "Okay, I'll go now." When Jiang Li opened her eyes, everything was pitch black. She moved her body and realized she was still alive. She thought, falling from such a high cliff and surviving must mean she's lucky. But when she touched her clothes, she froze.
Huh?
Why are my clothes so rough? And when did my chest get so big? No, when did my hair turn into braids?
Ugh.
Why does my head hurt so much? She reached back and touched her head, only to find it covered in blood. Then a rush of memories flooded her mind. She clutched her aching head until she finished all the memories.
Teska Reborn.
And I'm just a village girl. And the original owner's death was so tragic. Who did she offend? Human trafficking?
Good.
It's been a long time since I've seen blood. Today, I'll take revenge for the original owner. However, touching her suddenly developed curves felt strange. She wasn't used to it. After all, she had been a girl her whole life and needed time to get used to her new body. She looked down at the lotus flower on her chest, still there, then took some medicine from her space to quickly bandage herself. Afterward, she remembered her past and went to settle accounts with a few troublemakers. The night breeze was very cool. In this deep mountain forest, any ordinary girl would be frightened by such a scene. Jiang Li stretched her muscles and smiled mischievously. No one knew that at this moment, Xinzi had changed. The gentle girl she once was gone forever. Little Li, don't worry. I will avenge you. In the next life, don't be a soft girl who gets bullied. As soon as she finished speaking, her chest suddenly ached, but the pain quickly disappeared completely. She knew this was the obsession of the original owner. From now on, she would live in her place. In a dilapidated mud house, Wang dismissed his younger brother and took out a good pack of things to start smoking. Life is hard everywhere now, but people like them are not short of money. Every time he moved a batch of goods, he could relax for a long time. Today, if he hadn't been too rough, a beautiful girl wouldn't have died so easily. Luckily, someone paid him early to do the job, or it would have been all for nothing. As he was feeling euphoric, he saw a girl standing in front of the heated bed. She looked familiar. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, because his room usually didn't allow outsiders, especially women. I died so tragically. Give me my life back. Jiang Li made herself look scarier than a ghost. She didn't believe she couldn't scare this scoundrel to death. Wang saw the woman floating before him and immediately peed himself in fear. He backed away in terror. I didn't kill you. Don't look for me. Ha ha ha. You threw me into the deep mountain, and the wild wolves tore me apart. I died so tragically. Wang. Oh, don't come near me. Seeing the man who had wet himself, Jiang Li rolled her eyes in disgust. Her voice was cold and a little ethereal. Who told you to tie me up? If you don't tell, I'll take you two with me. The road to the bridge of helplessness is hard to walk, so you can help me cross it. Wang, seeing the ghost's face still bleeding, turned pale with fear. If anyone said there were no ghosts in the world again, he would kill them. Lady Ghost, we only take money to do our work. I have never seen the face of the person who pays us. I only know that the pair is a woman with a Beijing accent. That's all I know. Please let me go. I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Li frowned, wondering how a village girl could offend someone from the capital city. She searched through all the memories of the original owner, but found nothing. The only people from Beijing she had contact with were the educated youths from the village. Could it be one of them? Wang Gang saw that the ghost girl wasn't speaking and continued, "Please, let me go. I have money, lots of it. I'll give it all to you. Just let me go. I promise I won't do it again." Her thoughts snapped back. Jiang Li looked at the man in front of her. Without wasting words, she raised her hand and threw a small stone at him. With a loud bang, Wang Gang hit his head on the wall and instantly fainted. Seeing that he was completely unconscious, Jiang Li finally removed the mask from her face. Ugh, it's so hot. Summer cosplay is really not suitable. She put away her props and looked around the room. Seeing Wang Gang was just drinking a potion, her eyes turned cold. Such a good person, but he chooses to act like a beast. Since I've met him, I'll do justice myself. When Jiang Li left the room, about 10 minutes had passed. Under the bright moon, she thought about her family back home. She wondered if her family had fallen apart during her long absence. Well, what a sweet burden. After changing her clothes and delivering the report to the police station, she stepped out into the moonlight, walking slowly back to the village. As she walked, she reviewed her memories of the original owner. The original owner, Jiang Li, shared the same name as her. She lived in Sanha village. The Li family had an elderly lady who was the head of the household. Next was her uncle's family, with 3 sons. Then was her own family, 4 siblings, with her being the youngest. She had older brothers. Next was her third uncle's family, with 2 sons. Her only aunt was married to the director of the local textile factory and had 2 sons. She was considered one of the best matches in the village. The Li family valued daughters over sons. Jiang Li was the only girl in her generation. She was cherished so much that they were afraid to hurt her or let her go. Of course, the most mysterious person in her family was her biological mother. No one knew her background. All they knew was that she was educated and beautiful. Her father had been lucky enough to marry her. Since Jiang Li went missing, the Jiang family has been searching everywhere day and night. They haven't slept well, worried sick about her. The old lady was so anxious she nearly fainted and passed away. Jiang Li's mother, Jiang Xuemei, cried until her eyes swelled. Jiang Qinghua, if anything happens to Li, I don't want to live anymore. My poor girl. How could she just disappear? Jiang Qinghua looked older today, his eyes red from crying. He comforted her, saying, "Don't think too much. Our daughter will come back. Li is so smart, she won't get into trouble." At that moment, the 6th uncle, Jiang Jingzhe, came in and said, "I just got back from the youth camp. Someone said Li went into the mountains this morning. I checked around but didn't find anything. Should we send more people to look? It's getting dark. What if my little sister encounters wolves?" Jiang Qinghua shook his head and replied, "Li grew up in the mountains. She wouldn't get lost. She even knows where the traps are. I'm worried she might have been taken by people." Second uncle, Li is so pretty. If she was taken by kidnappers, what should we do? We should report to the police, Jiang Jingzhe said anxiously. Jiang Qinghua looked at his wife. "I'll go to the police station now by bicycle. You all keep looking nearby. Don't cry anymore, wife. Your eyes will get blind if you keep crying. Just wait for my news, okay?" Jiang Xuemei stood up, voice hoarse. "Hurry up, or you might not find her at all." Okay, I'll go now. Jingzhe, take care of grandma and your second aunt." Jiang Jingzhe nodded. "I will." Second uncle, "The roads are dangerous tonight. Be careful." Jiang Qinghua replied, "Got it." Because it was dark and the road was uneven, Jiang Li's feet hurt from walking. The wind blew loudly through the trees on both sides, making her nervous. If she weren't brave, she might have been scared out of her wits. Just as she was about to reach the village entrance, she heard someone riding a bike toward her. When she got closer, she saw it was her biological father, her real father. Jiang Qinghua also saw Jiang Li in the middle of the road. He jumped off his bike and hurried over, hugging her tightly. "Where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? We were all worried sick. Are you hurt? Feeling the warmth of her father's embrace, Jiang Li was stunned for a moment. If she hadn't been prepared, she almost kicked the person away just now. After all, in her past life, she was an orphan and didn't like others touching her body. Seeing her silent for a long time, Jiang Qinghua thought she was frightened and asked again, "Say something. Are you scared? Tell Dad who bullied you." Jiang Li snapped out of her thoughts and saw her father's anxious face. She then spoke, "Sorry, I didn't mean to not come home. Someone paid to have a trafficker take me. I took the chance when they weren't paying attention and escaped. Sorry for making you worry." Hearing that his daughter was tricked, Jiang Qinghua was angry and asked, "Do you know who it was?" "Dad will get revenge for you. Anyone who harms his only daughter, Jiang Qinghua wouldn't let them go. Dad, let's go home first. I think tomorrow the villagers will be talking. I also feel that the person who paid might be a young woman from the youth station. We can find out who later, okay? I lost a lot of blood. I'm thirsty and tired. I just want to rest." Because her body wasn't exercised often and she lost too much blood, if her mental strength wasn't strong enough, she might have fainted halfway. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "Dad will take you to the hospital to check," he said worriedly. Jiang Li shook her head. "No need to go to the hospital. I've already applied medicine. Dad, let's go home. Mom and Grandma will be worried sick. We can talk about everything when we get back." She tried to speak in Jiang Li's tone and Jiang Qinghua's words, fearing that a sudden change in her voice might make her family think she was upset or disturbed. Okay, let's go home. Dad will carry you back."
Get on.
Under the night sky, looking at the antique-style bicycle, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, under Jiang Qinghua's gaze, she slowly sat on it. Seeing his daughter seated, Jiang Qinghua quickly pedaled home. Because the roads were dirt and it had rained earlier, Jiang Li was jolted so hard that her hurt. Fortunately, no one was outside at night. Otherwise, with her grimace, she would definitely be the headline in the village tomorrow. Jiang Jingzhe and Jiang Jingchen sat in the yard. Hearing the bicycle, they quickly got up and opened the gate to look outside. Seeing that second uncle was back so soon, Jiang Jingzhe asked with curiosity, "Second uncle, why are you back so quickly?" Jiang Qinghua rode up to his house and immediately said, "Lily is back. Quickly help her inside and check where she is hurt. I will find the family doctor to examine her." The two brothers, hearing that their little sister was back, looked behind them. Seeing that her clothes were torn, they didn't hesitate and carried her down. Jiang Li was feeling dizzy and confused. When she was suddenly picked up, she was startled. Just as she was about to move, the other person asked, "Little sister, tell sixth brother where it hurts. Sixth brother will buy medicine for you." Although medicine was hard to find now, it was still possible to get it if they tried. Anyway, her sister couldn't be hurt, or the old lady at home would definitely go straight to see the old master. After searching through the memories of the original owner, Jiang Li learned that it was her eldest uncle's sixth son. She weakly said, "Make me a cup of red sugar water.
I feel very dizzy right now."
Hearing her words, Jiang Jingchen, her eldest brother, immediately said, "Jingzhe, take your sister to her room. I will go find Grandma and ask for some red sugar."
Jingzhe replied, "Okay."
Jiang Xuemei had been listening to the noise outside. When she learned her daughter was back, she put on her cloth shoes and came out. Seeing her sixth son carrying her daughter, she asked worriedly, "Lily, what happened? Are you hurt?" Jiang Li held her head and, hearing her mother, weakly replied, "I'm fine.
Just need some rest. Don't worry about me."
After saying that, her eyes closed and she fainted. "Oh no, Lily fainted. Quickly take her to my room," Jiang Xuemei exclaimed. Jiang Xingzi was also startled when he saw his sister faint. Only after placing her on the heated Kong bed and holding a kerosene lamp did Jiang Xuemei notice how much blood was on her daughter. Even Jiang Xingzi, after seeing it, was so frightened that his hands trembled. "Second aunt, why is there so much blood on Lily? Should we take her to the hospital?" Jiang Xingzi's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Xuemei put down the kerosene lamp and looked at her nephew. "Go outside and wait first. I will change her into clean clothes and check her condition. Jiang Li nodded.
Okay.
I will wait outside. Uncle has already gone to find a doctor. Don't worry, second aunt. Jiang Xuemei's eyes reddened. Go quickly. Once I change her clothes, you can come in. After her nephew left, Jiang Xuemei finally shed tears. Looking at her daughter covered in blood, she almost broke down. Sweetheart, who hurt you? Please don't scare Mom. Mom can't lose you, she muttered to herself while changing her daughter's dirty clothes. Fortunately, after changing, only a wound was found on the back of her head. She then called out to the door, Jingja, bring in a basin of warm water quickly. Her daughter's hair was full of blood clots, and it was unclear how long she had been injured. Jiang Jingja, who was crouching at the door, heard his second aunt's words and immediately stood up, replying, okay. The old lady woke up, worried about her granddaughter. She put on cloth shoes and left the room. Seeing someone burning fire in the kitchen, she went over and asked, Lulu, what are you doing? Jiang Jingja saw his grandmother had gotten up and turned around, saying, Little Seven is back, but she's injured. Second aunt asked me to get some warm water. I'm boiling water now. When the old lady heard her granddaughter was back and injured, she didn't hesitate and headed straight to her second son's room. Jiang Xuemei, hearing the door knock, asked, Who is it? The old lady replied, It's me. Open the door. Why is it still locked? Hearing it was her mother-in-law, Jiang Xuemei opened the door and said, I was just changing Li's clothes. Mom, you should rest a bit longer. The old lady said, I can't sleep.
Imburia about Lily.
I heard from Lao Lu that she's injured. Is she okay? Jiang Xuemei looked at her daughter on the Kong bed, her voice trembling as she said, when she returned, she was awake. She fainted after we got home. I checked her just now. She only has a wound on the back of her head. It might have been caused by someone hitting her or pushing her down. As for what exactly happened, we'll have to wait until Li wakes up to find out. The old lady went to the fire Kong and saw her pale granddaughter's face. She then said, later, we'll kill a hen from the backyard to make some soup for Li. We'll cook it in 2 parts. She's clearly lost a lot of blood and needs to recover. My poor granddaughter, I feel so sorry for her. It's such a terrible thing. As she spoke, she gently touched her granddaughter's small face. The family only had this one granddaughter. She had been obedient, sensible, and a good student since she was young, much better than those unruly boys. Back when the old man was still alive, he would carry her around everywhere. If anything happened to her, she said she wouldn't have the face to see her grandfather again after she died. At this moment, Zhang Qinghua entered with the team's doctor. Seeing his mother and wife there, he hurriedly said, You must check on my daughter immediately. Dr. Zhang was pulled and dragged into their house by Jiang Qinghua. He was still catching his breath and looked somewhat flustered. But knowing that the other's older brother was the team leader, he didn't dare complain too much. He walked to the firebed, gently lifted Jiang Li's eyelids, checked her pulse, and then looked at the wound on the back of her head. Then he spoke. She lost a lot of blood, but luckily her wound was already bandaged before. I heard she was awake when she was brought back, so it's probably not serious. Later, you should give her more food to help restore her blood. If you have money, buy some malt extract and red sugar. I checked her wound, and it shouldn't get infected. But tonight, be careful. If she doesn't have a fever, she should wake up by morning. If she has a fever, that's harder to say. I'll prepare some anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine for you, so you won't have to disturb me late at night. After hearing Dr. Zhang's words, the people in the room also relaxed, thinking there was no danger to her life. The old lady took the medicine and said to her second son, Take Dr. Zhang home. Pay him the fee. Tonight, you two stay with Li. Call me if anything happens. She was old and tired after a long day, and she simply couldn't keep going. Fortunately, her granddaughter was fine, and she felt relieved. Jiang Qinghua looked at his wife. Jiang Chunmei then took out 5 yuan from her pocket. Here, is this enough? Dr. Zhang took out 3 yuan. That's enough. There aren't many pills. Remember, if she has a fever, wipe her with white alcohol. I'll leave now. Jiang Shuemei said, "Thank you for coming all this way." After Jiang Qinghua saw the others off, Jiang Jingzhe came in carrying a pot of hot water. "Second aunt, is Xiao Qi okay?" Jiang Shuemei replied, "Yes, she's fine. As long as she doesn't have a fever tonight, she'll wake up by morning. You've all had a long day, so go back and rest. Also, tell your father and mother that Li Li is back so they don't worry." Jiang Jingzhe nodded. "Got it. I think my parents will be back soon with some people. Since everything is fine here, I'll head back now." Jiang Shuemei waved her hand. "Go ahead." After everyone left, Jiang Chunmei started to tidy her daughter's hair. Jiang Qinghua came back and helped his wife lift their daughter's head. "Our daughter was tricked today," he said. "She told me those kidnappers were hired by someone. How could our girl, so obedient, offend anyone?" Hearing her husband's words, Jiang Shuemei's eyes flashed with a fierce look. But she quickly reined it in. "When Li Li wakes up, we will ask her about her situation. Our daughter has been missing for a day, and tomorrow the gossiping women in the village will surely talk about it. I think once she feels better, you should take her to stay at Chu Si's place for a while. Our two older sons are twins, both joined the army in the same year. Although now they are captains and their families can't accompany them, renting a nearby house is still possible." Jiang Qinghua thought for a moment. "I think it's better to wait until Li Li wakes up and ask her what she wants. Our daughter isn't so fragile. If someone dares to gossip, I will deal with their family." Jiang Shuemei was speechless. "Can you stop thinking about fighting all the time? How did I end up with such a rough man? Hee, I was just joking. With me here, no one can bully you and our daughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a real man." Jiang Shuemei rolled her eyes. "You're so tough. Hurry and get a towel. Tonight, I'll sleep with our daughter. You can sleep in her room. If you need anything, I'll call you." The fire bed in the room was small, and it was fine for 2 adults and a child, but 3 adults would be too crowded. Jiang Qinghua smiled. "I'll do as you say." Jiang Li, who was in a coma, kept having a dream. In the dream, she saw her past life and the memories of the original owner. Sometimes she couldn't tell which was really her. Looking at her past, she felt relieved to leave that place. She wondered if the man would be happy and celebrate with fireworks when he found out she was dead. She had fought her whole life, but in the end, she was the first to go. Just thinking about it made her laugh. Then, the scene shifted, and she watched the original owners pass like a movie. She couldn't help but feel that the original owner was really lucky. If it had been her, she probably would have given up long ago. After all, she was an orphan in her previous life. Jiang Shuemei hardly slept that night. She kept checking Jiang Li's temperature every now and then. Fortunately, it was only a slight fever, and after giving her medicine, she felt better. When the next morning's sunlight filled the land, the backyard rooster was crowing loudly everywhere. Jiang Li immediately frowned. Why was it so noisy? So annoying! She impatiently turned over and pulled the blanket over her head, trying to go back to sleep. When Jiang Shuemei finished breakfast and saw her daughter with her head covered, she paused for a moment. "Lily, are you awake?" she asked softly. Seeing that her daughter did not respond, she reached out to remove the blanket from her head. "It's hot in the summer, and you're covering your head. You shouldn't mind the heat. When you wake up, get up and eat." Jiang Li listened to her mother's constant chatter by her ear, opened her eyes, and after a moment of confusion, remembered that she had been reborn. She sighed and said, "Dear Mom, I have a headache. Can I sleep a little longer? Also, the rooster in the backyard is so annoying, so loud." She now wished she could cook the rooster and eat it. Seeing her daughter still complaining about her headache, Jiang Shuemei asked worriedly, "Do you want me to call the doctor to check on you? You've been sleeping all night. How can you not eat? Grandma asked me to kill a hen for you. Didn't you say you were craving meat? If you don't eat it soon, your little nephews will eat it all." Hearing that her grandma had killed a hen for her, Jiang Li remembered her previous craving for meat. It's summer 1972. Back then, even if you had money, it wasn't easy to buy meat. Now, because she was injured and needed meat, her grandma had killed a hen for her, showing her care. Mom, after killing the hen, who will lay eggs? Why not kill the rooster? Jiang Snowmaid chuckled. Roosters don't produce eggs, and without hens, the meat wouldn't be available for your birthday. If you don't get up soon and finish eating, we need to talk about what happened yesterday. She had thought about it all night and felt that something was not right. She was not a woman who had seen nothing in her life. If it weren't for her father's status back then, she wouldn't have ended up here.
Sai. Mom, I'm fine.
No need to call a doctor. Where's my dad? Jiang Snowmay smiled. Your dad went up the mountain early to chop firewood. He said he was trying his luck to see if he could catch some small animals. You lost so much blood yesterday. One chicken isn't enough to help you recover. I also wrote to your brothers, asking them to find ways to buy some nourishing supplements for you. After breakfast, I'll have your dad send them over. She hadn't taken a single cent of her son's allowance over the years. Now that her daughter was injured, her brothers should help out. Otherwise, it would be better if they weren't born. Jiang Li dressed quickly, but as soon as she stood up, her vision went black and she almost fainted. She supported herself against the wall, holding her head. Mom, I feel dizzy. Can I have some sweet water first? Her body was too weak. Now that her soul had changed, she couldn't be so fragile. Jiang Snowmay saw her daughter's discomfort and was startled. Lily, are you okay? Sit down quickly. Jiang Libail looked pale and weakly said, I'm fine. Just severe anemia. Resting for a while will help. Mom, don't worry. You scared me to death. Sit here and don't move. I'll go make some sweetened water for you. Drink it first. Watching her mother turn and leave, Jiang Li felt warm inside and thought, is this what motherly love feels like? Jiang Qinggua's wife, Wang Sufan, learned last night that Xiao Qi had returned and was injured. Since it was late and she didn't want to disturb the child's rest, she came over last night. This morning, she brought a basket of eggs to the second son's house. The Jiang family is different from most others. Usually, when parents are alive, children don't split up. But when old Master Jiang was alive, as soon as the children married, they divided the property directly, ignoring others' advice. Back then, many people watched the families split with interest. However, after the split, the Jiang family didn't decline. In fact, life got better and better. Old Master Jiang used his connections to smooth the way for his grandchildren. Because of this, the relationships among the sisters-in-law have been good over the years. Plus, with a girl like Jiang Li in the family, the men spoil her terribly. Even when times were hardest, she was never hungry. Yesterday, after hearing Jiang Li was missing, Jiang Qinggua, the eldest uncle, led people to search the mountains before coming back. Fortunately, the child returned, and everyone could finally relax. Jiang Xuemai saw her sister-in-law arrive and smiled, saying, Sister-in-law, why are you here so early? Have you not eaten? Stay and eat with us before going back. I've already prepared everything. Wang Sufan smiled and asked, I'm here to see Xiao Qi. Has she woken up? Is she okay? She looked around and quietly added, I heard Jiang Li was injured and bled a lot. I'm worried someone might gossip today. Jiang Xuemai snorted coldly. I want to see who dares to talk about my daughter. I, Jiang Xuemai, am not someone to mess with. Sister-in-law, don't worry about this. Qinghua will handle it. Go check on Jiang Li. Seeing her sister-in-law was confident, Wang Sufan continued smiling and said, All right, if you need anything, just ask your older brother. Jingchen and Jingzhe are at home. They can run errands too. Don't find it troublesome, okay? This sister-in-law was the favorite daughter-in-law of her father-in-law. After all, he was a cultured anti-Japanese fighter, which is why the children have such nice names. Moreover, her personality is bold and generous, unlike the cautious and stingy third family. Jiang Li lay on the Kong bed, listening to the sounds outside while checking her space. If she hadn't personally experienced crossing over and rebirth, she wouldn't believe that her space could still upgrade. Especially when she saw the familiar shopping mall, she almost thought she was seeing things. Just as she was happily lost in her thoughts, Wang Sufan came in and asked, Xiao Qi, are you feeling better? Does your head still hurt? Last night, sixth brother told me you were injured, and I was worried sick. Seeing the worry written all over her aunt's face, Jiang Li smiled and replied, "I'm fine now, Auntie. Sorry to worry you all. I will be more careful in the future." Wang Sufin noticed the bandage on Jiang Li's forehead and continued asking, "Does your head still hurt? How did the kidnappers get into the village?" Not wanting to make her aunt worry, Jiang Li made up a story. "Maybe I was just unlucky and happened to encounter something. Luckily, no children were lost in the village. After you go back, tell my uncle to be careful with strangers in the village. If children are lost, it will be very hard to find them again." Last night, she didn't kill the others because she didn't want her hands to be stained with too much blood. She wasn't sure if the police had caught the kidnappers or rescued the women and children. If her body hadn't been so weak last night, and if the police had enough evidence, she would have rescued everyone herself. Thinking of this, Jiang Li said, "Auntie, let sixth brother go to the commune to ask if they caught the kidnappers last night. I also reported it to the police when I escaped." Wang Sufin was surprised. "You even reported to the police?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, there are others there too. I can't just watch them be trafficked. I wonder how the police are handling it." If her body wasn't still weak, she would want to go to the commune herself to check the situation. Wang Sufin replied, "All right, I'll send sixth brother to the commune on his bicycle to find out. I'll also buy some nutritional supplements for you on the way back. Rest well. We'll come see you later." Jiang Li smiled. "Thank you, Auntie." The Jiang family was very kind. Her brothers and younger brothers all loved her very much, but her third aunt sometimes spoke in a sarcastic way. If she was considered bad, she hadn't done anything truly evil. She was just a bit petty and liked to argue. Fortunately, her aunt and mother were different from her, and they had gotten along well over the years. After sending off Auntie, Jiang Li continued to check her space. This space has existed since her previous life's birth, like a natural gift. The mark is a lotus-shaped birthmark on her chest. She thought it would disappear after rebirth, but it turns out the original owner also had a lotus birthmark, though she didn't have a special ability. She only gained it after coming to this world. Maybe she and the original owner are connected. Neither chose this body, but she ended up with it. When she looked again at the shopping mall inside her space, she confirmed it was actually owned by her rival. Wow, is this a blessing from heaven? They actually gave her the rival's mall. I wonder if her rival will be furious when she finds out. She casually thought about grabbing a piece of chocolate, but then she saw the shelves instantly restock. Seeing this, Jiang Li smiled even more happily. Who would have thought this mall could be used endlessly? Amazing! Now I don't have to worry about starving myself. Looking at the 5-story mall, it had everything she needed. Plus, she had planted some high-quality herbs and fruits before. This rebirth was really a great deal. After eating a piece of chocolate, Jiang Li burped, tasting chocolate. She quickly washed her mouth, knowing her clever mother might notice if she wasn't careful. Since she just arrived in this world, her space is her life-saving card. She doesn't want anyone to find out unless absolutely necessary. As for her parents, she needs to observe for a while before deciding whether to tell them. Living under the same roof, she thought if her parents knew, they might help cover for her in some situations. She didn't want to keep making up stories or excuses every time she took something. She was used to it, but she felt like she was becoming a woman full of lies. When Jiang Xuemai brought breakfast and placed it on the bed, Jiang Li looked carefully at her mother's face. Seeing her daughter staring, Jiang Xuemai chuckled and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look old?" She then touched her face. Jiang Li smiled and said, "My mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Only my dad was lucky enough to marry you. Look at my brothers. They all look just like you. If you had my dad's square face, we'd probably be crying all the time." The original owner's 3 older brothers and Jiang Li herself all inherited their mother's good looks and charm. If only my mother's genes were a bit stronger, they would look more like their father's square face. Jiang Xuemei heard her daughter say this and smiled, saying, "Don't let your dad hear that, or he might get upset." Although her husband isn't the most handsome man, he is brave and responsible. That's why she chose to marry him back then. I was just saying that casually. My dad loves me very much, so I will definitely be a good daughter and show him respect. By the way, about yesterday, I overheard someone say that a woman with a Beijing accent was the one who ordered them to catch me. How could I have an enemy from Beijing when I've never left our county? Plus, I don't have anyone I like, so it probably isn't a love-related murder. I've thought about it all morning, but can't figure it out. The only clue might be someone from our village who knows something. Although the main character doesn't have a romantic interest, her good looks attract many suitors. In her memory, she sometimes borrowed books from the young workers in the village. Maybe that's related? Jiang Li looked at her daughter eating breakfast and analyzing, saying, "Your guess might be right. Maybe someone from the young workers' camp. Didn't they just bring 5 people from Beijing? 2 of those girls don't seem simple. When your dad comes back, I'll ask him to check. Anyone who has been part of the team will leave some clues. Also, don't go out recently. Wait until we catch the person responsible. I don't want you to take risks." Jiang Li sighed. "Mom, I have a final exam coming up. I can't just skip it, right? Once I finish this last test, I can find a job. You can't keep me from going out." Jiang Li glared playfully. "You little girl, your older brother can go with you to the exam. That should be fine, right?" Jiang Li chuckled. "Thanks, Mom." After breakfast, she changed her bandage and took her medicine, then closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Jiang Li closed the door carefully and left, her expression darkening. When Jiang Qinghua returned, he saw his wife's expression and was a bit startled. After so many years, he had never seen her look like that. He walked over and asked worriedly, "Honey, are you okay?" Jiang Qinghua heard this and frowned, saying, "I just observed the youth station on the mountain. I didn't find anything unusual. I'll ask around the village later. It's unlikely that no one knows when this person left the village. By the way, today luck was on our side. I caught 2 rabbits and a wild chicken in the trap. They're all for my daughter to eat." Jiang Li looked at the game in the man's hand and finally smiled, saying, "Send 1 rabbit to the older brothers. Jingchen's wife still needs to breastfeed, so let's give her some nourishment." Jiang Qinghua chuckled. "We listen to my wife." On the commune side, because last night they caught a group of human traffickers, everyone was very excited. Those who had lost children cried with joy when they learned their kids had been rescued. At the police station, Shin Shuwen looked at the note in his hand and asked his colleague, "Who do you think left this note?" "Doing a good deed and not leaving a name." The colleague smiled and said, "Someone died over there, and it was a very tragic death. It was probably the person who left the note. He didn't come forward because he's afraid we'll trouble him. I don't know what grudges or enemies he has, but he was so ruthless. Even our forensic team said his methods were impressive." Shin Shuwen smiled slightly. "I'm curious about who this person is. Someone so skilled should be working with us, right?" The colleague chuckled. "You're overthinking. This person doesn't seem to be a good person. Otherwise, who would attack so violently? I think you should stop dreaming." Shin Shuwen replied, "Maybe not." Jiang Jingzhe toured around the commune. After learning that last night they had indeed caught a group of human traffickers and rescued many people, he then took some malted milk to the brigade riding out. Before leaving, he called Jiang Hao, the older brother of Lao Wu Jiang Li. Since something so big happened at home, it was good for the older brother to know. When Jiang Hao learned about it, he took a day off that same day and hurried home. At the 3 Rivers Brigade Youth Station, a pretty woman learned that Jiang Li had returned last night. Her face twisted as she tore apart an entire Chinese language book. She felt heartache thinking about how much money she had spent without solving the problem. Grinding her teeth and fuming, she muttered angrily, "All useless. Jiang Li, I won't let you go. You got lucky this time, but we'll see about that." Since Xue Qing had been reborn, she was determined that the man she liked would never marry that woman again. Even if she doesn't succeed this time, she will not allow Jiang Li to get what she wants. Just thinking about how Jiang Li lived a glamorous life in her past, while she was just a rat in the sewer, makes her hate her so much that she wants to kill her right now. If Jiang Li hadn't ruined her good fortune back then, she wouldn't have ended up like this. So this time, Jiang Li must die. Otherwise, she won't be satisfied. Jiang Li, who was sleeping, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose, turned over, and muttered, "Could I be catching a cold?" But she only woke briefly before falling back asleep. The summer weather is very hot, especially at noon when the sun can burn people alive. The old lady came back from the fields to prepare lunch. Seeing her granddaughter still not up, she knocked on the door and said, "Lily, the sunlight outside is so nice. Come out and enjoy the sun." Hearing the knock, Jiang Li turned over and scratched her messy hair. "Grandma, I'll go out in a little while." The old lady replied, "Okay, I'll go cook first." When the old lady left, Jiang Li opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling beam. Even she didn't understand why sleeping on a heated brick bed felt so comfortable that she didn't want to wake up. In her previous life, she rarely had the chance to sleep in late due to storms and wind. Now, with a different identity, she had become lazy. She stretched lazily and got up from the bed. When she opened the door, warm sunlight shone on her, making her squint. She walked to the shady part of the yard and looked around at her home. She remembered her grandfather was a very capable man. After the reform, he retired from the army and brought his family back. According to her grandfather, this place was his hometown, and he wanted to die here after 100 years.
He was quite successful back then.
After returning, he built a house with blue bricks and tiles. Many people admired his wealth at that time. Later, after dividing the family, her eldest uncle also built a blue brick house, while her third uncle and his family lived in a house bought in town. Of course, the money for building and buying the houses came from her grandfather. Their family lived in the old house, supposedly because they didn't want to part with her as his granddaughter. Later, her family had several brothers, and the house was renovated once, with a few small bedrooms added. The original owner had her own room. Their house was at the foot of the mountain, with only 3 neighboring households nearby. 2 were outsiders, and the third was her eldest uncle's family. In earlier years, wolves had come down from the mountain, so the yard was built with stones and was very high. Thinking of her childhood memories, full of happiness and joy, she couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia again. Although things are a bit poorer here, my family is all together in a neat and orderly way. This is something she has never experienced before. Jiang Shuimei and Jiang Qinghua carried Hose back home. When they saw their daughter sitting in the yard lost in thought, they called out, "Lily, what are you doing?" Jiang Lily heard her mother's voice and turned around with a smile. "I was thinking about something." "Are you back?" Jiang Shuimei smiled and put down her tools, asking, "Are you feeling better? Are you still dizzy?" Jiang Lily shook her head. "No, I'm not dizzy anymore. I'm fine now." Jiang Qinghua brought a basin of cool water and affectionately told his wife, "Honey, wash your face and hands first. It's so hot today. I think my girl's face looks much better now."
Don't worry.
Jiang Lily heard this and asked with a smile, "Dad, am I second in your heart after Mom?" Her parents' sweet talk made her feel a bit overwhelmed. The affection was just too much. Jiang Qinghua wasn't afraid of his daughter teasing him and replied, "Your mom is #1 in my heart. You are grandma's, and you can only be third." Jiang Lily was speechless. "Am I really that important? Dad, you don't love me anymore?"
Oh.
"I'm so sad." Seeing her daughter being playful, Jiang Shuimei playfully chided, "Stop joking. Have you looked in the mirror? Your hair is all messy like a chicken coop. Hurry up and tidy yourself. If someone comes over and sees you like this, they'll laugh their heads off." Jiang Lily reached up and touched her head, saying, I'll go fix my hair right now." She was so embarrassed. How could she forget to comb her hair? Just as they were about to eat lunch, 6th brother Jiang Jingzhe and 5th brother Jiang Haoyu arrived one after the other. The former came to deliver news to Jiang Lily, while the latter came back to see his sister. Jiang Shuimei saw her youngest son return at this time and knew it was Jiang Jingzhe who had informed her. "Mom, I heard something happened to my sister." "What exactly happened?" Jiang Haoyu asked first. After speaking, he looked at Jiang Lily, who had bandages wrapped around her head, and felt very distressed. Jiang Lily looked at her 5th brother walking over. She thought that the original's brothers were really handsome, more handsome than each other. If they weren't her real brothers, she might have pulled them into her bed. She then smiled sweetly. "Fifth brother, I'm fine now. Aren't you at work? Coming back at this time won't affect your job, right?" Her fifth brother was currently working as a buyer at the county supply and marketing cooperative, a position he got through connections when their grandfather was alive. Jiang Haoyu found a small stool and sat beside his younger sister, smiling as he said, "It's okay. I took a day off to rest. Anyway, I've finished the recent tasks, so it's not a big deal." Jiang Li replied, "That's good. Lunch is about to start. Come and eat together." Jiang Jingzhe, hearing this, also sat down casually with a small stool on the other side of Jiang Li, saying, "Little sister, I went around the commune today. Last night, the police really caught a group of human traffickers. I'm not sure if it's the same one you mentioned. I also heard that a leader was killed, and it was pretty brutal. Do you know what happened?" Jiang Li looked down, scooping food onto her plate as she said casually, "I don't know. Last night I knocked out a man and ran away. Maybe someone else did it. The original owner wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Even if she admitted to doing it, her family probably wouldn't believe her." At this moment, Jiang Qinghua spoke. "Sixth brother, what are you talking about? Don't you know how brave your sister is? She can knock someone out only because she's very courageous. Don't say such things out loud." Jiang Jingzhe awkwardly smiled. "I was just asking casually." "Second uncle, don't be angry." Hearing this, Jiang Haoyu also expressed some frustration with his parents, saying, "Your sister went through something so serious. Why didn't you call me? Luckily she's back. If she had been sold, how would you explain it to us? It's only my second and third brothers who aren't home. If they knew how much trouble their sister was in, they would have come back that very night. Our little Chi is so pretty. Luckily, she only hurt the back of her head. If her face had been hurt, how would she marry in the future?" Jiang Li. That comment hit close to home, brother. Jiang Qinghua saw his son complaining and frowned, saying, "Eat your food. Isn't everything okay now?" "It's okay now. Otherwise, you'd have to give me another sister." Hearing his son's words, Zhang Xuemei also chuckled with annoyance. "Have your own children if you want. You're all grown up, just wasting your days. How can you say such things?" The Jiang family's third branch had 8 boys in total, but only one was married so far. In the countryside, boys usually start dating around 18 or 19. Soldiers, of course, didn't have time for that. But their 5th son, who was already 20, hadn't found anyone he liked. They didn't even know what kind of girl he was looking for, which was quite frustrating. Seeing that his parents were about to get angry, Jiang Li pushed her 5th brother and said, "Eat your meal. Don't say so much. Are you going to keep talking, or will you get into trouble? Our brothers grew up with sticks, and when we were kids, our family was always noisy and chaotic." Seeing my sister give her a look, Jiang Haoyu quickly shut his mouth. "All the boys in this family are good-for-nothings. If he keeps talking nonsense, Mom's feather duster will probably be used again." After we finished lunch quietly, Jiang Haoyu asked his little sister, "What really happened yesterday? When did strangers come to the village? Didn't my uncles notice any outsiders in the village?" Jiang Li, seeing her older brother so curious, explained helplessly, "I overheard those people say I was kidnapped on purpose for money. Yesterday, I was fine when I went up the mountain, but on the way down, a man used a cloth to make me faint. When I woke up, I was at a human trafficker's hideout. If you weren't smart, you might have been sold deep into the mountains by now." Jiang Haoyu was shocked that his sister was targeted. His face looked very serious. His sister had never suffered much hardship since she was young, and she never did farm work at home. Now that she had gone through such a big ordeal, the person behind it must be caught. Otherwise, her safety wouldn't be guaranteed. "Do you have any suspects in mind?" Jiang Li looked up. "What do you want to do? What do you think? If anyone dares to hurt you, they must pay the price," Jiang Haoyu said fiercely. Hearing her brother's words, Jiang Li felt warm inside. "Brother, Dad will handle this. You can go back to work tomorrow and rest assured. I haven't gone out recently, so don't worry." Her brother finally got a job, and if she caused him trouble, she would feel guilty. Especially now, jobs are hard to find, and even if she wanted to spend money, she couldn't buy one. With Grandpa gone, it wouldn't be easy to find a new job. She didn't think she was invincible just because of her past life. So she absolutely couldn't affect her brother's work. Little sister, I only have you. You must take good care of yourself, or I'll be very sad, you know? Jiang Li was speechless. All right, stop messing around. Everyone knows who's who. Since you're back, take a walk around and listen to what others are saying about me. Mom didn't let her go out, and she didn't know how the village gossip had changed by now. Jiang Haoyu smiled affectionately. Okay, I'm going to visit some childhood friends. Just wait at home for my news, okay? After sending away Brother Wu, Jiang Li squinted her eyes. During the day, her parents kept a close watch on her, but at night, they couldn't control her anymore. The person responsible for harming the original owner, she could only find her own way to settle the score. No matter who they were or what background they had, she wouldn't let them go. Jiang Haoyu left the house and didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went straight to find his childhood friend Gao Ming. Everyone in the village knew about his sister's disappearance, and only by talking to Gao Ming could he learn the details. Gao Ming was working in the field, looking down, when he saw his brother returning. He grinned and said, "Brother Yu, when did you come back?" Jiang Haoyu walked over and patted his brother's shoulder. "I came back at noon. Something happened at home." Hearing this, Gao Ming understood what he was about to do and quickly said, "Wait a moment, I'll ask for time off." Gao Ming took half a day off, and he and Jiang Haoyu went to the small woods behind the mountain. But on the way past the place where the educated youths were working, Jiang Haoyu kept feeling like a malicious gaze was watching him. When he looked back, he saw nothing, so he thought he might be imagining things. However, after walking a bit further, he remembered what his sister had said about enemies. Could that gaze have been from the people they were looking for? Gao Ming saw his brother frowning and asked, "What's wrong? Did Xiao Qi really get into trouble?" Jiang Haoyu shook his head. "It's nothing. When my sister came back last night, she had a bump on the back of her head, but everything else was fine. The village doctor checked her last night, didn't he?" Gao Ming snorted coldly. He did, but the old women in the village didn't believe it. They kept saying Xiao Qi was harmed by someone. "I almost got into a fight with them this morning. Your uncle also lost his temper this morning, which made those gossiping women shut up." But what exactly happened to Xiao Qi? Why did she disappear for a whole day without reason? He had gone up the mountain yesterday to look for her, but found nothing. Hearing his brother's words, Jiang Haoyu realized that someone in the village was really causing trouble. If his sister found out, she would be heartbroken. Fortunately, his parents didn't let her go out. "I called you here to ask if there's anything unusual about the educated youths who recently came to the village. This noon, I asked Li, and she said she overheard a woman with a Kyoto accent hiring people to kidnap her." "You say Li only went to the county to study. How could she offend someone from Kyoto?" So we kept thinking, and the most likely suspects are those people at the Knowledge Youth Station. When we just left the ground and passed by those youths, I sensed an unfriendly look. At first, I thought I was overthinking, but now that I analyze it, that person must be one of the youths who didn't run away. My grandfather passed away 2 years ago. Even if someone from above is causing trouble, they wouldn't target only my younger sister. So, it's probably not revenge. Moreover, my grandfather was very popular back then. It doesn't seem like old grudges from the previous generation. Brother, you don't say. These new arrivals are really from Kyoto, and both of the girls who came are not well regarded. Forget about the previous ones. They weren't from Kyoto. Only this recent group is. And these people arrived not long before Xiao Qi had an incident, so it's probably one of those 2 new women. Jiang Haoyu narrowed his eyes. Good, they just went to the countryside and started causing trouble. I want to see what kind of grudge this woman has against Li, to be so ruthless. If my sister had been a little more naive this time, she probably wouldn't have come back at all. Our family has loved this girl for nearly 18 years. Even our own family wouldn't want her to suffer, yet outsiders dared to move against her. If the 3 soldier brothers found out, his legs might be in danger. When the brothers left, they repeatedly told her to take good care of her sister. But in the end, she almost lost her. Gao Ming, you're like this. Gao Ming listened and asked suspiciously, "Is this okay? What if we scare the snake, and it bites?" Jiang Li sneered. "That's exactly what we want. Foxes always show their tails eventually." Gao Ming's mouth twitched. "Fine, I'll listen to you. I was planning to find Shirt 2 and the others tonight for some drinks. With more people, it's easier to do things." Jiang Li patted his brother's shoulder. "Thanks. Once we catch them, I'll treat you all to a meal at the state-run restaurant." Gao Ming smiled. "Who's who? Just watch yourself." Jiang Li smiled back. "Let's go see if we can catch some wild game to bring back." After a rare day off, once they entered the mountains, they couldn't go back empty-handed, or else they'd be laughed at. Their family's boys have been raised by their grandfather since childhood. If he hadn't failed his physical exam back then, he would have joined the army with his brothers long ago. Thinking back to his physical exam, he still feels a bit upset. Who would have thought he'd end up like this? After finishing work in the afternoon, Jiang Qinggua's family took some cured meat and went to the old house. The elderly lady saw her eldest son's family arrive and smiled, saying, "Why are you all here today?" Jiang Qinggua took the water bucket from his mother and said, "We're here to see Li. Big brother, go get some water for Grandma." Jiang Jingchen took the bucket and said, "Grandma, rest assured I'll do it." The old lady smiled and replied, "Good, come sit with us. Li probably hasn't woken up yet. She lost a lot of blood last night. When I washed clothes this morning, the back of her shirt was all blood-stained. Without at least 10 days or half a month of rest, she won't fully recover." Jiang Qinggua lit his pipe while replying, "As long as she's okay, that's what matters. You don't need to worry about the gossip in the village. Once Li gets better, those busybodies will shut up. We live honestly and do what's right. If those young men nearby refuse to marry Li because of this, then they're not worth marrying." The old lady snorted coldly. "Li is beautiful and smart. If anyone wants to marry her, I wouldn't refuse. Today, your second brother told me that once Li heals a bit, she can stay at the army officer's second house for a while. Even if she can't join the army, she can rent a place there to relax and then come back. Ideally, if possible, she should find a military officer to marry. Honestly, I haven't seen a single young man within a few miles who's worth considering. Most are either ugly or from poor families that even mice wouldn't visit. I wouldn't want my granddaughter to marry someone like that." Jiang Qinggua exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and said, "That's good. Li is pretty and always ranks first in her studies. If she could take the college entrance exam, she'd probably be our family's top scorer. Since her graduation exams are coming up, she should leave after they're over." Although the village gossipers no longer openly talk about it, they surely wouldn't be honest behind the scenes. Li hasn't gone out yet and hasn't heard any of the rude talk. If she did, it would surely hurt her. When Jiang Li woke up and heard the voices outside, she got up, put on her shoes, and went out. Seeing her uncle's family had arrived, she was about to speak when a small, chubby child ran over and hugged her leg tightly. "Auntie, hug." Looking at the chubby little kid, Jiang Li knew he was the eldest son of her older brother's family, Big Fat. Before she could reach out, the child's mother, Li Dongmei, called out, "Big Fat, your aunt is sick. Don't let her hold you. Be good." The little sister-in-law was the family's little treasure. If she got hurt again, they couldn't bear it. Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm much better now. It's okay." After saying that, she picked up the chubby boy. Then she took out 2 large white rabbit candies from her pocket and said, "Here, Auntie gives you some candy." When the chubby boy saw the candy, his eyes lit up, and he happily said, "Thank you, Auntie. You're the best. I like you." Li Chunmei saw her younger sister giving her son such expensive candies and said, "Little sister, if you're hurt, keep the candy for yourself. Giving it to that little brat is a waste." Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't eat much, and these 2 pieces are for little fatty. Sister-in-law, you keep them." The 2 children shouldn't be treated unfairly, even though the younger is only a year old. Li Chunmei sighed. "You really spoil them, don't you?" Jiang Qinggua saw that Li was still wrapped in bandages and asked, "Does your head still hurt?" Jiang Li walked over holding the child and said, It doesn't hurt anymore. The wound has scabbed over. Wang Sufeng noticed that Jiang Li seemed to have lost some weight recently and comforted her. Don't think too much. Rest well at home and recover. Tomorrow your sixth brother can go fishing for you. This season has the most fish. But this year there are quite a few big red worms. We spent the whole summer catching them, but no one wants to eat them, not even pigs. Jiang Li asked curiously, what big red worms? Are they red claw shrimp? Wang Sufeng smiled and said, yes, that's them. They aren't usually this many, but this year, for some reason, they are very numerous. If we weren't catching them diligently, we wouldn't know how much grain they might ruin. Plus, this year's heavy rains have caused small fish and shrimp to be more common in the river. If you're not injured, your sixth brother can take you to play. Hearing this, Jiang Li's eyes brightened when she confirmed they were indeed small lobsters. She said happily, Annie, red claw shrimp are very tasty. I tried them once when I was studying in the county. If we didn't think they were good, it was because of how they were cooked. I've been studying at school before, and if I had known there were so many at home, I would have come back earlier to tell you. In her memories, the family did have small lobsters, but not many each year, just enough for the children to catch and play with. Can they really be eaten? Wang Sufeng asked. Jiang Li nodded, yes, if there are so many, bring some back. I'll cook them for you to try. Jiang Jingja said after hearing this, I'll go catch some for you right now.
There are plenty of them.
If they really taste good, that would be great. Otherwise, I'd be exhausted every day catching them for nothing. Jiang Li smiled and asked, it's getting late. Are you sure you want to go now? Jiang Jingja said, it's only a few o'clock now. Brother Wu hasn't come back yet. I'll go find him, and tonight we can taste little sister's cooking. Although Jiang Li's family spoiled her, she still learned all the important skills. So, the original owner knew how to cook, but didn't do it often. When Jiang Qinghua and his wife returned and saw the older brother's family, they smiled and said, we just caught a rabbit this morning and haven't eaten it yet. Brother, you all can eat here tonight. I'll go kill the rabbit. As for the wild chicken, I won't give it to you. I want to save it to make chicken soup for Li Li. Jiang Qinghua smiled and said, no need to kill it. Let's save it for Li Li to strengthen her health. As long as we are full, that's enough. Jiang Qinghua waved his hand. It's okay. I'll go to the mountain again tomorrow morning. Maybe there will be more. I've set a lot of traps. I was thinking that if I catch enough this year, I'll marinate the meat and keep it for winter. Jiang Qinghua put away his pipe and said, all right, tomorrow morning, let Jingchen go with you to check. Jingzha is also a restless one. If possible, dig a few more traps and leave the bones as bait at night. Their Sanha village relies on the mountains for food. Over the years, as long as it's not a large animal, whoever catches it keeps it. Of course, if they catch a lot of wild chickens or rabbits, they have to share some. Otherwise, with so many people watching, someone would likely complain. At this moment, Jiang Li asked, Uncle, do you know whose family is puppies? I want to raise one to watch the house. In her past life, she was busy and never raised a small animal she liked. Now that she's back, she really wants to raise one. She has space and isn't worried about the cost. When her family heard Jiang Li wanted to raise a dog, the first to object was Jiang Xuemai. What kind of dog are you raising? That thing eats a lot. It's a waste of food. You won't even be at home often, so what's the point? Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Li pouted and responded with an "oh," saying nothing more. But the old lady saw her granddaughter unhappy and said, if Li Li wants to raise one, let her. It's not like she's raising a whole pack. One dog doesn't eat that much. Why are you so strict, Mom? Li Li, don't listen to your mom. Grandma agrees. But once you raise a dog, you have to take good care of it. Animals are intelligent. We can't keep one and then neglect it, understand? Hearing Grandma's words, Jiang Li looked up at her mother and then at Grandma. If my mom doesn't like it, then forget it. I can choose not to raise one. At worst, I'll just live alone and raise it later. Jiang Xuemei saw her daughter looking like that and sighed. Take care of her. Your grandma has agreed, but you must look after yourself. I won't help you serve her. Jiang Li heard her mother agree and looked up at the eldest uncle. Uncle, do you know anyone who can help? Jiang Qinghua smiled. Actually, I do know a family that raises wolf dogs. I heard they used to breed with wild wolves in the mountains. But I'm not sure if they still have puppies now. I'll ask Uncle tomorrow. Jiang Li smiled sweetly. Thank you, Uncle. I knew you cared the most about me. Jiang Shuemei rolled her eyes. Always flattering you. Jiang Li chuckled. I love my mom, dad, and grandma the most. Jiang Haoyu came back and saw everyone talking happily. He asked, what are you all so excited about? Seeing his fifth brother return, Jiang Li asked sweetly, Fifth brother, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Jiang Haoyu raised his hand and smiled. I went to find some meat for our little sister. Pretty good, right? Today, he and Gao Ming had good luck catching a lot of wild game. After coming down the mountain, they split everything equally. He was carrying 3 rabbits, 2 wild chickens, a string of sparrows, and a basket of bird eggs. Jiang Qinghua saw his 6th son bring back so much game and asked, did anyone see you coming back? Jiang Haoyu shook his head. No, I took a detour after splitting up with Gao Ming. He wasn't stupid. With so much game, if the women saw it, they'd start complaining again. Some women might even try to set him up with someone. He'd better avoid that. Jiang Shuemei took the game from her son and said, did you see 6th brother? He said he was looking for you. Jiang Haoyu replied, yes, I saw him. I wanted to bring the game back first, and then find him. By the way, he said my little sister can cook red claw shrimp. When did she learn that? Hearing his 5th brother's question, Jiang Li casually said, I went to a classmate's house once and learned how to cook it. Why don't you believe me, 5th brother? Jiang Haoyu raised an eyebrow. I trust what my sister says. I was just asking casually. Why do you look like that? Jiang Shuemei saw the two arguing and said, all right, go find 6th brother quickly. He's waiting for you. Jiang Haoyu nodded. Okay, I'll go now. At this moment, Jiang Jingzhe, who was catching crayfish by the river, suddenly saw someone bathing nearby and was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, upon closer look, he saw it was a man, and he relaxed. Wow, that scared me to death. If it had been a woman, I would have lost my innocence. Jiang Haoyu came over, hearing his brother mumbling, and asked, what are you talking about? Jiang Jingzhe, hearing his older brother's voice, replied, someone's bathing over there. At first, I thought it was a girl and it startled me. It's not even dark yet and they're bathing. Don't they worry about being seen? Men are usually thick-skinned and not shy, but this was a bit too much. Jiang Haoyu looked up and saw it was a troublemaker from the village. He snorted coldly. These guys hope to be seen by girls so they can impress someone. Jiang Jingzhe, hearing this, said, shameless. How come these kinds of people haven't been beaten up yet? A few years ago, there was an incident where a young worker was bullied to death in the village. Later, the team leader moved the workers' living area closer to the village to prevent troublemakers from sneaking into people's houses at night. Fortunately, nothing serious has happened since, or they wouldn't have a chance to stay in the main team. Now, these troublemakers are mixing around, but at least they aren't being stupid anymore. Alright, enough about them. You've already caught a bucket. How many do you want to catch? Jiang Jingzhe replied, our family has many people, so at least 2 buckets. These shrimps are all shells outside, and I don't know how my little sister will eat them. How will she eat them? You'll see once they're cooked. When the 2 of them carried 2 buckets of red-clawed crayfish back to the village, the women nearby curiously asked, young man from the Jiang family, what are you catching these for? Even pigs won't eat them. Jiang Haoyu raised his eyes and, without blinking, said, catching them for my sister to play with. Later, if anyone's unhappy, we'll throw some at their house. Hearing this, the women and older women's faces twitched in surprise. Jiang family kid, your little 7th sister hasn't gone out all day. Could something have happened? Jiang Haoyu replied, my little sister bumped her head. The doctor checked last night and said it's nothing serious, just blood loss. If you're curious, you can come visit us. One of the women smiled and said, good, as long as she's okay. No one knows who spread the rumor that your sister was taken to the small woods, which is why she came back so late. Hearing this, Jiang Haoyu and Jiang Jingzhe instantly looked grim. Especially Jiang Jingzhe, who cursed, Who the dares to say such things about my sister? If I find out who said it, I'll tear their family apart. I tell you all, my little sister is very innocent. You don't need to talk nonsense. If someone starts gossiping about her and she gets criticized, don't blame me for burning your house in the middle of the night. Oh, look at you, kid. We're just asking questions. Don't scare us with threats or violence. Jiang Li snorted coldly. Fifth brother, let's go. Tomorrow, we'll call the brothers and ask who is spreading rumors about military families. What crime is that? Hearing this, the women nearby remembered that the Jiang family had 3 soldiers, so they realized they were indeed talking about military families. Someone then said, Jiang family kid, don't be angry. We won't gossip anymore. Please don't be mad. After saying that, most of the women quickly left. Jiang Haoyu watched the others still watching the scene and, ignoring them, pulled his brother and headed home. Talking to these uneducated people is just a waste of time. They only gossip about others' small affairs, have shallow eyes, and are foolish without realizing it. Jiang Li looked grim. Fifth brother, don't tell little sister about this. It might make her unhappy. Jiang Haoyu nodded, I understand. Jiang Li was playing with Big Fat in the yard. When he saw the brothers returning, he stood up and asked, Did you catch them? Jiang Haoyu smiled. Yes, we caught them. Are 2 buckets enough? Jiang Li nodded. Yes, enough. 1 spicy, 1 not spicy. Let's eat dinner first, then pack these for snacks. Although they caught a lot, the meat inside the shells was only enough for a small treat. The 2 of them poured all the red claw into an empty water tank in the yard. Jiang Li was worried they might crawl out, so he covered the tank with a lid. When it was time to eat, the siblings moved the table outside into the yard. Since it was the hottest part of summer, they usually ate outside. They surrounded the area with mugwort, and there were no mosquitoes. A big bowl of rabbit meat was placed on the table, and Big Fat shouted while holding his bowl, Meat, let's eat meat. Jiang Li smiled gently. Little guy, wait until Auntie serves you. They hadn't interacted much with children before, but now they found entertaining kids quite fun. Fortunately, the Jiang children were well-behaved. Otherwise, if they were naughty, Jiang Li might not be so patient. Once both families were seated, Jiang Qinghua took out half a bottle of white wine and said, Big brother, let's have a drink. Jiang Qinghua smiled and replied, All right, just a little today. Jiang Shui carried a plate of sliced cucumbers and placed it in front of the 2 of them. Here, a snack to go with the drinks. Jiang Qinghua chuckled. Thanks, wife. Jiang Shui glared at him. Behave. Drink less. Jiang Haoyu saw there was white wine and shamelessly said, Dad, pour me a glass too. I'll pay you back with 2 bottles later. This time, he was in such a hurry that he didn't buy anything else, or it wouldn't be so awkward. Seeing his son also craving alcohol, Jiang Qinghua smiled and scolded, You rascal, just drink at home. Don't drink when you're out. If you get too drunk and someone tricks you, you'll have nowhere to cry. Jiang Haoyu replied, Don't worry. I hardly drink when I work outside. I'm not stupid. He knew his own drinking limit and understood that if drinking caused trouble, he wouldn't be able to face himself. Especially now, during this special time, he didn't dare to be too reckless. After pouring a glass for his son, Jiang Qinghua also poured glasses for his 2 older nephews. Jiang Jingchen was okay, but Jiang Jingzhi took a sip and made a funny face. Jiang Li saw that her 6th brother couldn't drink and said, 6th brother, if you can't drink, just don't try. You look so awkward. Jiang Jingzhi, disliked by his sister, pouted and said, Men shouldn't say they can't. I'll get used to it. Jiang Li saw how proud her 6th brother was and was speechless, just pulling a face. She thought, if you can't drink, just don't. It's really embarrassing to care so much about face. After a warm dinner, the eldest uncle's family all got up and went home. After Jiang Haoyu and the others left, he pulled his little sister to her room and said, Little sister, this afternoon when I went to the field, I felt a strange gaze. Do you think that person might be the one bothering you? Jiang Li was surprised to hear this. The place you passed by today was where the educated youths were working? Jiang Haoyu nodded. Yes, when Gao Ming and I were leaving, we just happened to pass by where the educated youths were working. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but then I realized something was wrong. But you said this person attacked you, and also had bad intentions toward me. Could it be that our family has offended someone? After hearing her fifth brother's words, Jiang Li also felt confused. She couldn't understand it herself now. She had previously thought that the original owner often went to the educated youth's area and might have offended someone there. But now, hearing her fifth brother say that person also had bad intentions toward him made things more intriguing. Jiang Qinghua helped his wife clean up the kitchen and then came to Jiang Li's door to ask, "Is my daughter resting yet?" Jiang Li heard his father's voice, looked at her older brother, and said, "Not yet."
Come in.
After receiving her permission, Jiang Qinghua opened her room door. He saw that his younger son was also there. "Why are you here with your sister? What are you two talking about?" Jiang Haoyu replied, "I found something unusual in the fields today. I came to analyze it with my sister." "How are things on your side, Dad?" Hearing about the situation, Jiang Qinghua also closed the door and asked, "Tell me, what did you find?" Jiang Haoyu repeated what he had just told his sister to their father, who then frowned. "This person is hostile towards you too. Why didn't I feel such eyes when I was in the fields? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Also, back then only your grandfather came back from Kyoto. We haven't been there, don't know anyone, and certainly haven't offended anyone. Besides, if there really was an enemy, they wouldn't send a girl here, right?" Hearing her older brother and father's conversation, Jiang Li asked again, "Do you know the names of the new young workers?" They shook their heads. "Not really." Jiang Li was speechless. "Little sister, you often go to borrow books, right? Don't you know their names?" Jiang Li searched through her memories of the original owner and thought for a moment before saying, "I only know the names of the old young worker and the person who lent me books. I never asked about the others." The original owner was quite shy, and going to the youth station to borrow books took a lot of courage. Also, she didn't have any particular feelings towards those young workers, probably because she was young and didn't understand love or hate. "Dad, I think we should wait and see. If this person attacked me once, they might do it again. With such bad intentions, they won't just sit and wait for too long. It's not worth guessing all the time. We should just wait and see what happens. What do you think?" Hearing this, Jiang Qinghua and Jiang Haoyu thought for a while. Then Jiang Qinghua said, "All right, I'll listen to you. But during this time, you can't go out alone, understand? If you really need to go out, take Brother Lu with you. Your mom and I are worried." Jiang Li replied, "Okay, I understand." The father and sons then had a brief chat before leaving Jiang Li's room to rest. Jiang Shuemei saw her husband return and asked, "What did you guys talk about?" Jiang Qinghua took off his shoes and replied without looking up, "What can we say? It was definitely about Li." After hearing this, Jiang Shuemei asked, "Did you find any clues?" "Yes, we are sure the girl from the youth commune is involved. But we have no proof yet. We have to wait for her to make another move. If killing people wasn't illegal, he would have already grabbed a kitchen knife and taken care of her. Now, not only is she a girl from the youth commune who can't be harmed casually, but he also can't let his family get involved. That's why Jiang Qinghua has been very anxious these days." Jiang Shuemei poured a basin of foot-washing water on the ground and said, "Wash your dirty feet before you get on the bed. It stinks. As for Li, since we have a target, we just have to wait patiently. I don't believe she can do everything perfectly. A young girl, no matter how capable, can't be that powerful, especially since she already has people watching the youth commune. Any small movement will bring someone to send her messages. My daughter, Jiang Shuemei, is not someone to be easily bullied." Jiang Li lay on the warm Kong bed. For this summer night, it was unusually hot. If she weren't a northerner in her past life, this Kong bed might have made her sweat. Because she slept a lot during the day, now lying on the bed, she kept turning and couldn't fall asleep. Until late at night, when everything was quiet, she got up, dressed in black, and left the yard. She looked at the starry sky, felt the cool night breeze, and followed her memory to walk toward the youth commune. She had never seen such an old village before. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't believe that the houses from this era could be so dilapidated. Quickly reaching the youth commune, she jumped over the wall with a running start. Most of the fences at this time were just wooden fences, so from outside, you could see into the yard. Only a few houses were built with stones. Jiang Li followed her memory to the female youth's residence. After checking around and finding nothing unusual, she blew some sleeping powder into the room. Looking at the cigarette in her hand, Jiang Li didn't expect that her stock from her past life could still be useful here. After counting a few steps at the door, she used a dagger to pry open the latch and entered. But as soon as she stepped inside, the smell in the room hit her, making her cover her nose. She muttered softly, "Why are these women so messy? I've really seen it all now." She skipped over the sleeping spot of the old educated youth and went directly to the two new educated youths sleeping nearby. She looked around and felt that neither of them looked like good people. But to avoid waking others, she only searched through their luggage. Surprisingly, she found some clues. Seeing an item that didn't belong to this era, she finally understood why the hostility was so strange. It turned out she wasn't the only one who had traveled through time. There was also a reborn person here. She didn't know what the previous life of this woman and the original family was like, but given the strong hostility, the original owner must have blocked her way. Otherwise, such a big enemy wouldn't make sense. After finding the clues, Jiang Li put everything back in place. She checked carefully and found nothing wrong before leaving the youth camp. Of course, she also added a little something when she left. She couldn't act openly, but she had to recover some of her interest first. On her way back, she didn't expect someone to be outside at this time. Her eyesight was good, and she saw that the person was a woman walking hurriedly. Curious, she unconsciously followed her into the mountains. The woman was holding something in her arms and was walking quickly into the mountains, unaware she was being followed. Jiang Li saw that the woman was in a hurry and thought she was brave to go deep into the mountains, especially since wolves often appeared in the back hills. Even men rarely dared to go into the mountains at this time. Seeing her hurried movements, Jiang Li wondered if she had encountered a spy. In this era, spies were quite common. Foreigners often disliked China's rise and frequently caused trouble and sabotage. Even during this 10-year special period, foreigners tried to interfere. Fortunately, after those 4 people stepped down, the foreigners' plans failed. As the woman went deeper into the mountain, Jiang Li dared not make any noise. Fortunately, the wind was strong tonight, rustling the leaves, making it harder to be noticed. When the woman reached a secluded spot and disappeared from Jiang Li's view, she finally noticed a cave. The woman entered the cave, and inside, a man was waiting. She took out something and handed it to him, saying, "This is what I recently found. That's all I have. If you think it's not enough, I can't do anything more." The man took the package handed over by Widow Li, opened it, and saw that it contained old items. They were in good condition, though a bit fewer than expected. "Nice stuff," he said, then took out 50 yuan and handed it to her. "This is for now. Keep it safe. If you find more later, get some for me. I need a lot." Widow Li took the money and frowned. "Good things are getting rarer lately. I can't always go out to find them. Next time, wait for my call before coming." The man nodded.
All right.
"By the way, do you have any good items in your village? Soda wants a few pretty girls to send upstairs." Hearing this, Widow Li replied directly, "No. Our village is full of rough-looking folks. If you want pretty girls, you should go to the county town. The girls there are fair and tender. As for the countryside, forget it. Most of the women are busy with farm work and have rough hands." Although she wasn't a good person, she wouldn't push the village girls into danger. If it weren't for her children to raise, she wouldn't have gotten involved with such people. Selling old items already made her uneasy, and if she also involved in human trafficking, she was afraid she would suffer in the depths of for her sins. Seeing her stance, the man didn't insist further. He stood up and said, "Since the goods are delivered, I'll be going now."
Widow Li nudda.
"All right, I'll see you off." The man said, "No need.
Just go down the mountain directly. Farewell."
After the man left, Widow Li finally dared to breathe deeply. She touched the money in her pocket, thinking that once her son got married, she would stop doing this. Every day was filled with fear, worried that if she were caught, her son and daughter would be dragged down with her. Jiang Li listened to their conversation. When she saw the man was about to leave, she followed without hesitation. She hated the Japanese people the most. Now that she had the chance, she couldn't let it slip away. As for Widow Li, she couldn't run far. She decided to tell her uncle later. Wang Jun moved through the woods, feeling as if someone was watching him. But every time he looked back, there was nothing there. Jiang Li saw how cautious he was and didn't dare to breathe loudly. When he reached his destination and left a mark, Jiang Li turned around and left. Because she was nervous on the way, she arrived home with several scratches on her body. Her clothes were torn in a few places. Seeing it was already past 2 a.m., she quickly treated her wounds and then went to sleep. Jiang Haoyu only took a day off, so he got up around 4 a.m. I casually ate a quick breakfast, saw my sister was still sleeping, and left without saying hello. This is at the rural youth station. In the morning, while everyone was washing up, Xueqing kept feeling itchy all over her body. For some reason, her right eyelid kept twitching intensely since she woke up. Zhang Xiaoya noticed her pale face and asked, "Xueqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xueqing shook her head. "No, hurry up and wash up and eat." Seeing that she didn't say anything further, Zhang Xiaoya was a bit annoyed inside. She thought, if you didn't have money, I wouldn't bother to flatter you. She wasn't particularly pretty, but men always fell for her tricks. Every time she saw the man she liked staring at her, she wished she could ruin her face. Because Xueqing was lost to her thoughts, she didn't notice Zhang Xiaoya's expression. She had already failed once, so she knew she had to plan carefully before trying again. In 2 months, that man would arrive. Before he came, she had to make sure Jiang Li disappeared forever. If she couldn't have it, she would destroy it, even if it meant going together. Jiang Li woke up and sneezed loudly. Jiang Xuemai, hearing this, asked worriedly, "Are you getting a cold?" "No. Maybe someone's cursing me," Jiang Li replied. Jiang Xuemai held her daughter's blanket and said, "Today's a good day. I'll hang your blanket outside to dry. And you should deal with those bugs your brothers caught last night." Hearing this, Jiang Li remembered that everyone had been drinking and got drunk last night, so she had forgotten about it. "After breakfast, I'll tidy up. I also plan to cook for them at noon," she said. It's a pity that her 5th brother wouldn't be able to enjoy such delicious food when he went back to work. Jiang Qinghua filled a water jar and was chopping firewood in the yard. Seeing his daughter wake up so early, he gently asked, "Daughter, how are you today? Feeling better?"
Jiang Li smiled faintly.
"Much better. The wound is scabbing nicely. In a couple of days, I can wash my hair." Since she traveled here, she hadn't washed her hair, only wiped herself with a towel. Fortunately, she wasn't someone who sweated much, so as long as she didn't exercise heavily, she didn't produce much sweat. The old lady brought out a steamed bun and saw her granddaughter's face looked much rosier than yesterday, so she smiled and said, "I've heated up some chicken soup for you. Drink more later." Jiang Li smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandma." Actually, her body was already fine. The original owner hadn't lacked nutrition, but she wasn't very active, so she was a bit weak. However, feeling the love from her family, she still wanted to enjoy it because she lacked love in her past life. Carrot. After breakfast, Jiang Li didn't rush to leave. Instead, she found a brush and sat in the yard, cleaning the red claw. Since everyone at home was at work, she was the only one free. Watching the lively red claw after a night, she cleaned them while removing their veins. Once all were cleaned, she soaked them in salt water. At this moment, deep in the forest, a group of men dressed in green was running after a group of people. The leader's face was very serious. "Team leader Hua, these people are too clever. What should we do?" Hua Beiyu answered coldly, "We have to catch them, even if it takes us over 10 days to find them. If they escape again, we might as well go back and write a report." "But, Team leader Hua, your wound," Hua Beiyu replied coldly, "it's not serious.
Keep chasing."
Today, even if he died here, he had to catch these people. If they really send out important secrets, it wouldn't be just about writing a report. He had been on many missions and never failed before, so this time, he was determined to succeed. Jiang Li spent the morning cleaning the house and washing clothes. It was almost noon. She remembered from the original owner's memories and started a fire with dry wood. She wasn't good at using large pots for cooking rice, so she mixed some flour and cornmeal to make steamed buns. Her buns were different from the old ladies. They had added some milk powder and sugar. The morning buns were too hard to eat, especially for someone with poor teeth. Seeing the 2 iron pots at home, she steamed the buns while also simmering a big stew. These days, everyone didn't have much oil, so she was careful not to use it all up cooking 2 dishes. When making the crayfish, she used seasonings stored in her space, as otherwise, they wouldn't taste good. As the aroma of the crayfish filled the yard, everyone could smell it, and even she couldn't help but salivate. When the workers returned from work and reached the yard gate, they were immediately drawn in by the smell. Jiang Qinghua sniffed and said, "What delicious food has our daughter made to smell so good? This flavor is even better than what you find in state-run restaurants." Jiang Xiumai pushed open the big gate and said, "I think the smell is made by that insect." Jiang Qinghua heard this and put down his tools, heading to the kitchen. Jiang Li saw them return and smiled, saying, "The food is ready. Mom and Dad just set the table. I'm going to deliver some to Uncle's family first. I'll be back soon." Seeing the 2 small basins her daughter carried, full of bright red food, it was clear they looked very tasty. "Go ahead, we'll wait for you to come back and eat." Since her daughter worked hard all afternoon, the family naturally waited for the hero of the day to return before eating. Jiang Li smiled and then carried the freshly cooked red shrimp to the neighbor's house. Meanwhile, the people in the main house, discussing the smell, were about to eat when they saw Jiang Li at the door shouting, "Sixth brother, help me open the door." Jiang Jingzhi saw his little sister and quickly opened the big door, asking, "What's wrong, little sister?" Jiang Li raised her hand. "Here, I brought you some delicious food. Last night, you all drank so much that you forgot about this. I spent the whole morning cleaning and preparing it. So while it's still fresh, I cooked it at noon." Jiang Jingzhi sniffed and said, "That's the smell. We were just saying how good it smells, and now we know it's this thing." Jiang Qinghua, seeing them chatting at the door, asked, "What are you 2 doing standing outside? Why not come in and talk?"
Jiang Li smiled, coming.
When the 2 small basins of little lobsters were placed on the table, the family finally realized this thing was actually edible. Especially Jiang Jingzhen, who looked at it and asked, "How do you eat this?" Jiang Li explained, "Let me show you. Watch closely." Under everyone's watch, Jiang Li peeled one and said, "See? You can eat here but not here. I made 2 kinds. This one is spicy and this one isn't. If you like, I can make more later. But this is just a snack or a side dish with drinks. It's not enough to fill you up, probably not even 5 jin." After learning, Jiang Jingzhi reached out and peeled one for himself. When he took a bite, his eyes lit up brightly.
"Wow.
This is so delicious. If I'd known it was this good, I wouldn't have fed all those to the chickens." Jiang Li smiled. "All right, since you've learned, I'll go home to eat."
Take your time."
Jiang Qinghua kindly said, "Thanks to our little Lili. Hurry back and eat." "Okay, Uncle, I'll go now." Just as I reached the door, I heard Jiang Jingzhi say, "Little sister, after work this afternoon, I'll go catch some more. This amount isn't enough to eat." Hearing this, Jiang Li quickly said, "Then call me to go with you after work. I've been bored at home all day." Jiang Jingzhi chuckled, "Sure." Seeing that the older brother agreed, Jiang Li turned to leave. The elderly lady at home sat on a stool, looking at the bright red crayfish on the table, and asked with some doubt, "Can we really eat this?" They had tried before, and if it hadn't tasted so bad, they wouldn't have chopped it up to feed the chickens and ducks. Jiang Qinghua heard his mother's words and replied without much thought, "If Lily says it's edible, then it is. My daughter is a cultured person, and it smells so good, definitely delicious." Jiang Snowmei, hearing her husband's words, responded with some annoyance, "You believe whatever your daughter says. If one day she says the dog by the road is tasty, would you go smell it?" Jiang Qinghua shook his head wildly. "No, I've smelled dog before, and it's disgusting." "Snowmei, The elderly lady. Can this big fool not recognize her? It's so embarrassing. When Jiang Li returned and saw them staring at the crayfish, she asked, "Why aren't you eating? The food will get cold later." Jiang Qinghua saw his daughter come back and replied, "We won't eat it. Besides, it's so hot today, we can't eat hot food." Jiang Li sat down with a smile and said, "Watch how I eat, and you can eat the same. I guarantee it's so good you'll want to have it again next time. Although it doesn't look very nice, this food is truly delicious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sold everywhere during summer in later generations. Even someone like me, who doesn't usually like it, has to eat a few bites every year to be satisfied." After Jiang Li finished her demonstration, the elderly lady and others finally started eating. As a spicy, salty, and fragrant flavor exploded in their mouths, Jiang Qinghua exclaimed, "This is so delicious." Even Jiang Snowmei, after tasting the garlic-flavored dish, looked utterly surprised. "I didn't expect this to taste so good in my daughter's hands. If others knew, wouldn't there be none left on the farm?" Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, the elderly lady said, "That's because only Lily's cooking skills are this good. With her skills, she could make money in the past. What a pity." Jiang Li smiled and said, "This food is really tasty, but it does have some waste parts. Luckily, there's plenty in summer. If we ate this all year, our family would definitely go broke. Also, Brother Six said he would take me to the river this afternoon. I was thinking if we find some loaches, I could catch a few to stew. They're also very tasty." Nowadays, every family finds it hard to eat some meat. Although she's not a big eater, she still doesn't want to neglect her own stomach. People say you can eat from the mountains if you have the skill, and with her abilities, she wouldn't let herself go hungry. Plus, the food here is all natural and very delicious. Seeing her daughter eat with a mouthful of oil, Jiang Xuemei was curious and asked, "How much oil do you have here? You haven't used up all the oil at home, have you?" Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Li made up a story. "No, if I ate it all, you'd scold me to death. Also, I think there isn't much oil left at home. The day after tomorrow, I'll go to the county to take an exam, and I'll ask my classmate to help me get some pork fat." Seeing that her daughter had changed a lot since returning, Jiang Xuemei smiled and said, "If you have a way, get more. Your uncle's family doesn't have much either."
Jiang Li replied, "Okay."
While they were talking, Jiang Qinghua was busy eating shells on the table. Seeing this, Jiang Xuemei scolded with a smile, "Can you eat slower? We haven't eaten much yet." Jiang Qinghua chuckled, "I just couldn't stop because it was so tasty." Jiang Li's eyes curved into a smile. Seeing how much her father liked it, she said, "We'll go catch more tonight. This isn't meant to be a meal, and Dad has to work this afternoon. Let's eat some staple food. I also improved the recipe for steamed cornbread today.
Try it and see how it is."
The old lady chewed on her steamed cornbread and smiled. "Did you add sugar? It's a bit sweet." Jiang Li chuckled, "Grandma, you're so clever. I not only added sugar, but also some milk powder. Since you work so hard every day, how can you not eat well?" Hearing her daughter add such precious ingredients, Jiang Xuemei laughed and scolded, "You're the only one who knows how to eat. We don't have much sugar left at home, so be careful. And the milk powder is for your health. Don't add it anymore in the future." When Jiang Li heard this, she felt a bit unhappy. "Mom and Dad, I'm still young and don't need to eat so well. Look at how much you've aged. Once I find a job, I'll make sure to keep you both healthy and chubby. And I'll be filial to you.
Just be happy about it."
The elderly lady looked at her granddaughter and scolded her daughter-in-law gently. "It's good that the child is obedient. If you keep discouraging her enthusiasm, she might start taking everything for herself in the future, and you probably won't be happy then." Jiang Xuemei thought about it and agreed, especially when she remembered the mischievous children in the village. Compared to them, her daughter was truly obedient. Next door, the family in the main house, with more people, quickly finished 2 pots of crayfish. Even the broth was soaked with and bread, and nothing was wasted. After eating, they all let out loud burps of satisfaction.
"Wow.
This is so delicious. My little sister's cooking could even outshine Uncle Sam's." Previously, Uncle San was known for cooking the best in the family, but now, after tasting this, his skills seemed just average. Jiang Li picked at his teeth and said, "The taste is really good, but I can see they used a lot of oil. Later this afternoon, when you go catch fish, try to catch a bit less. No one can handle this much oil." Even Jiang Jingchen's wife, Li Dongmei, spoke up, "With so much oil and juice, my little sister really knows how to indulge." Wang Sufan said, "This kid is honest. But she's about to graduate, and we still don't know what she'll do for work. If the old man had a few more years to live, they wouldn't have to worry so much. They only have this one daughter, and if she isn't settled well, the older folks in the family would be ashamed to face the old man in 100 years. Jiang Qingguo took out his pipe and said, "A few days from now, we're going to visit the second brother's place. I'll see if the second and third brothers have any ideas." Although he was a team leader outside this village, he was considered useless. Little Seven was a good student and shouldn't come back to farm. At this moment, Jiang Jingzhe said, "Later, I'll go with Lily to visit the army. If possible, I'll try to find a job there." Their family's brothers, even the worst, only had a middle school education. Those who did well in school went on to high school. He wasn't as smart as his sister, but he was strong. Lily was so pretty, he had to watch over her. If some pig tried to her, the whole family would be heartbroken. Jiang Li didn't realize there was a stumbling block on her happy path until she found out later, and she couldn't help but laugh and cry. After lunch, everyone took a short rest before heading back to work. Jiang Li, with nothing to do, found a foreign language book in her space and started reading. The original owner was a good student, and she thought with her skills, she couldn't just lie around now that she was here. Even if she wanted to, the village women probably wouldn't agree. These days, if a girl in a family can't find a husband, she becomes the joke of the village. She spent the afternoon idly, until Jiang Jingzhe came to call her. Only then did she get up, carry 2 buckets, and head out. The young people in the village who were used to collecting pig feed saw her stepping out, and they were surprised. They thought, everyone is talking about her now, so why is she still daring to go out? Jiang Li and sixth brother chatted and laughed, not noticing the strange looks from others. And even if they did notice, they didn't care. After all, she wasn't the original owner. She didn't mind the gossip at all. If she had a thick skin, no one could bother her. Jiang Jingzhe, almost at the riverbank, said, "Little sister, if anyone talks nonsense later, don't listen to them, understand?" Jiang Li smiled and replied, "Sixth brother, don't worry about me.
I'm Fine.
Let them say what they want. I don't care." She wasn't sensitive or fragile. If someone dared to say something to her face, she wouldn't be polite. Jiang Jingzhe smiled affectionately. "My sister is really smart. Those people are uneducated and narrow-minded, only seeing their small world. With our dad here, no matter how much they try, they won't make any waves. So rest well. The day after tomorrow, sixth brother will take you to the exam." Jiang Li saw how cautious her sixth brother was and smiled back, saying, "Got it." Jiang Jingzhe smiled knowingly, thinking that his sister had endured so much and still remained strong. Truly, those who had studied were different. If it were anyone else, they'd be crying and begging to stay at home. They reached the riverbank. Jiang Jingzhe first looked around to see if anyone was bathing. Seeing no one, he started working. Jiang Li looked at the clear water, saw many fish inside, and broke some branches from nearby trees. "Sixth brother, do you want to eat fish tonight?" Jiang Jingzhe turned around. "Little sister, catching fish is hard. Let's catch some red claw crayfish and loaches instead." The boys often bathed by the river and had tried catching fish before, but they couldn't catch a single one. The fish seemed almost magical, as if they had become wise. Jiang Li chuckled, "Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Today I'll show you my skills." This outdoor survival skill was her specialty. If she couldn't catch anything, she might as well start over. Then Jiang Jingzhe saw his sister take off her shoes and walk into the river. "Little sister, be careful. The water is deep inside." "Don't worry, I can swim. Relax." Jiang Li stands in the shallow part of the river, holding a stick. After standing still for a while, a big fish swims over. She waits for the right moment. When the fish is about to reach her feet, She lifts the stick and quickly stabs it down. Splashes of water fly everywhere. When she lifts the stick, she sees the big fish still struggling on it. Jiang Li hears the noise and looks up to see his little sister catching a big fish. Her mouth is wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Wow, little sister, when did you get so good at this? Jiang Li smiles brightly and calls to her older brother. We'll have fish for dinner tonight. Just as she finishes speaking, she suddenly turns her head to look into the woods. Huibeyu is hiding behind a big tree. Seeing how alert this girl is, he's a bit surprised. Luckily, he reacts quickly or he might have been exposed. Little sister, what are you looking at? Is someone coming? Jiang Li stares across the river for a while, but sees nothing. She wonders if she was imagining things. Jiang Li, seeing his sister ignoring him, calls out again, Lily, Lily. Jiang Li turns around. Stop calling, I heard you. Bring the water bucket. Oh, coming. Huibeyu followed a fleeing suspect here. He saw everything when Jiang Li caught the fish. He never expected there would be such a skilled person in this small mountain village. Fishing like that is a real skill. Only someone with practice can do it well. Because the other person was so cautious, he thought this girl was not simple. But when he saw her bright smile just now, he felt a strange feeling he couldn't quite explain. Luckily, that feeling came and went quickly. After Jiang Li and her brother filled all 4 buckets with water, they left the riverbank. The sun had already set. On their way back, they unexpectedly ran into someone they disliked. Sure enough, Jiang Li saw the village troublemaker coming to take a bath again. Before he could lead his sister away, the other person approached and mocked. Hey, isn't this Jiang Xiaoqi from our village? Why are you out today? Jiang Li looked at the approaching group and tried to remember who they were. Jiang Li, worried they might cause trouble, put down the buckets and protected Jiang Li behind him, saying, You fools, if you know what's good for you, get lost now. Or don't blame me for being rude. Ugh, no need to be so tense. We're just passing by, just asking a question. Although they were a bit rough, they knew not to mess with the Jiang family. After all, they weren't often taught lessons by the Jiang brothers when they were young. Get lost, dare to talk back, watch out or I'll break your legs. Gooden pouted, Fine, if you don't want to say anything, we're leaving now. After they left, Jiang Li finally turned to his younger sister and asked, Are you okay? Don't listen to their teasing.
Jiang Li smiled, I'm fine.
Let's go home. The original owner was so well protected by her family that she was a bit unaccustomed to it. It seems some things can only be gradually accepted by the family over time. When they got home, everyone was already back. Jiang Shuemai was surprised to see they had caught so many things. Did you two catch all of this? Jiang Li proudly said, Of course. But you should have seen how cool my sister looked when she was fishing today. What? Lily caught the fish? Jiang Shuemai asked in disbelief. Yes, Lily is really amazing. Seeing her older brother brag so much, Jiang Li helplessly said, Tonight we'll eat fish. Big brother, you should invite uncle and the others to join us. I'll cook. As for the red claw, we'll eat them tomorrow. They're hard to clean. Jiang Li nodded. Okay, I'll go call everyone now. After her nephew left, Jiang Shuemai secretly asked her daughter, When did you become so capable? Did something happen to you? Jiang Li. Mom, I've been smart since I was little. I have more skills than you think. You'll see when the time comes. Anyway, it's getting late. I'm going to start cooking. Grandma saw her granddaughter come into the kitchen and asked, Dinner is ready. What dishes are you making? Since tasting her granddaughter's cooking, Grandma became curious. Seeing her granddaughter preparing to cook again, she looked forward to it. Grandma, I caught a lot of fish, but they all died. Could you get me some chili? I'll make spicy fish tonight. We also have bean sprouts at home. Grandma listened and said, All right, I'll go now. Seeing her grandma rushing around, Jiang Li smiled helplessly. Truly, having an elder is like having a treasure. She quickly cleaned the fish and secretly took some seasonings from her space. When Grandma came back, she started the fire and heated the oil. Seeing her granddaughter pouring in a lot of oil, Grandma felt a bit worried.
Lily,
is there too much oil? Jiang Li paused with her spatula, then smiled. Grandma, don't worry. I'll make more for you another day. If we use too little oil, the dish won't taste good. Anyway, this money is earned, not saved.
Don't worry about it, Grandma.
The old lady patted her thigh and said, Oh, you naughty girl. You always scold Grandma. Jiang Li chuckled. Aren't you craving some good food? If you really can't stand it, just don't look. Out of sight, out of mind. Naughty girl, I give up on you. Tomorrow, I won't let you cook anymore. We can't afford to eat like this every day. Although her granddaughter's cooking was delicious, it was also quite tiring. As the sizzling sound continued, the old lady had to keep quiet. Jiang Li did whatever she pleased, since no one could stop her from enjoying her meal. Because Jiang Li used seasonings from her previous life, the kitchen quickly filled with the strong aroma of food. The old lady sat by the stove, smelling the delicious scent, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Jiang Qinghua's family carried out a freshly baked bun, and as soon as they entered the yard, they were overwhelmed by the powerful smell. Jiang Jingzhe hurried to the kitchen. He sniffed deeply and asked little sister, How does this fish smell so good? Seeing her older brother leaning at the door, Jiang Li smiled and replied, Look who's cooking. Of course, my food is delicious. Hee, I'll go set the table now. Li Dongmei handed the little chubby to the child's father and said, I'll check the kitchen to see if I can help. Jiang Jingchen took his son and said, Go ahead. Just as dinner was about to be served, Jiang Li's third uncle and his family unexpectedly returned. Jiang Qinghua and Jiang Qinghua saw their brother back and paused for a moment. Third brother, why are you back so early? Jiang Qingjun, carrying meat and fruit he bought, with a big belly and a silly smile, said, Big brother, second brother, we're taking a day off tomorrow. We came back to see Mom and all of you. By the way, who's cooking tonight? The smell is so good. Jiang Qinghua replied, It's Li in the kitchen. I don't know who she learned her cooking from, but her dishes are so bold. Since you're back now, you're lucky to get to taste it. Hearing that their sister was cooking, Jiang Jingwen and Jiang Jingrui, who hadn't seen her in a long time, eagerly headed toward the kitchen. They missed their sister so much. As for Zhou Hongyi, the third uncle's wife, she was surprised to hear Li was cooking and asked, Is Li's cooking really that good? After all, her husband was a chef at a state-run restaurant. Could anyone be better than him? Wang Sufan saw Zhou Hongyi didn't believe her and said, You'll see after we eat. Zhou Hongyi heard her sister-in-law's words and awkwardly smiled, not saying anything more. Although she usually acted tough outside, she really didn't dare offend these two sisters-in-law. Jiang Jingwen went to the kitchen and saw his sister cooking, exclaiming, Sister, you're really cooking? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Li turned around and, after thinking for a moment, recognized that this was the eldest son of the third uncle's family, the eighth in line. Jingwen, when did you come back? Jiang Jingwen smiled. We just arrived home. Since tomorrow is a day off, we can spend it with you. Are you happy? Jiang Ruerwei asked sister, Didn't you see me? Jiang Li smiled, happy, both of you are back. Tomorrow we'll go out together. The children of the Jiang family were well-educated and didn't have any spoiled kids she disliked. Of course, all this was thanks to their grandfather, a wise old man, who sadly passed away too early after a lifetime of worrying. Since you're here, bring out the bowls, chopsticks, and main dishes. My dishes will be ready soon. We'll chat later. Jiang Jingwen agreed, okay. Jiang Ruerwei also said, I'll help too. Jiang Li looked at the rice and dishes in the pot, thinking that with for more people back, she quickly took out a head of cabbage and started chopping. Most of the men were at home, so if she cooked less, there wouldn't be enough to eat. The grandmother came back from the backyard with some scallions, saw her granddaughter adding more vegetables and smiled, saying, We still have potatoes. If it's not enough, just stir-fry some shredded potatoes. Jiang Li didn't look up and replied, I know. Soon, the two round tables in the yard were set up, and the boiled fish was served first. Jiang Qingjun looked at the boiled fish his niece made and was very surprised. Wow, this tastes amazing. Li, are you trying to outdo Uncle Sam? Jiang Qinghua, hearing what the third brother said, proudly said, Li has been smart since she was young. She'll definitely be better than all of us in the future. But third brother, you probably don't have this dish at your restaurant, right? Jiang Li shook his head. No, we don't. Mainly because this dish uses a lot of oil, and the fish is hard to clean. I can't wait to eat. When will we start? I can't wait to try it. Zhou Hongyi looked at the boiled fish on the table and had to admit, the dish really looked appetizing. Meanwhile, beside the water tank, sixth brother, can we really eat this? You're not joking with us again, are you? Jiang Jingzhe knew his two younger brothers didn't believe him. He stubbornly held a red claw shrimp and said, look at this tail. The meat is right here. And if you can't eat it, don't think I'm wasting my time catching so many for no reason. My little sister said we'll eat it tomorrow noon. I've already eaten some, so if you don't believe me, don't eat it. There wasn't much of this thing, and since the brothers just came back, they probably wouldn't get much anyway. Jiang Jingrui saw that his older brother wasn't lying. Smelling the aroma in the yard, he thought this food should be edible. At that moment, someone announced dinner is ready, and everyone quickly sat at the table. Seeing everyone so eager, Jiang Li chuckled and asked, do you want some white wine? Jiang Qingjun grinned and said, I bought some back. Li worked hard all evening.
Sit down and eat.
Jiang Li replied, okay, everyone start eating. The food will taste better when it's warm. After everyone waited for the old lady to pick up the first piece of fish, they all started eating. The moment they put the fish in their mouths, they were amazed. Even Jiang Qinghua, the chef, was impressed by the flavor.
Wow.
Is this fish? How can it taste so good? Jiang Jingwen exclaimed. It was probably the best fish he had ever eaten in his life. Even Zhou Hongyi, who is usually busy, had to admit that his niece's cooking was truly exceptional. Without comparison, there was no harm in saying so. Seeing everyone liked it, Jiang Li smiled and said, if you like it, eat more. There will be more delicious food tomorrow. Jiang Qingjun took a sip of white wine and said shyly, Li, can you teach me how to cook this dish? Jiang Li replied, sure, but everyone's taste might be a little different. She had used some seasonings from later times, but that was just because she was too lazy to make her own sauces. So she wasn't worried about teaching her uncle. It was just a bit troublesome. Good. Li is really a good girl. When I visit your house later, I'll make you something delicious too. Jiang Li said, thank you, uncle. As everyone kept serving food, 2 large pots of boiled fish quickly disappeared. Even the side dishes inside were not spared. Jiang Jingwen and Jiang Jingrui ate until their bellies were round. Ugh, I'm so full. I won't be able to sleep tonight, Jiang Jingzhe said. Seeing this, he put down his chopsticks and said, if you can't sleep, just come with me to catch some red claw shrimp later. There aren't enough in the tank with so many people. Hearing that, the brothers agreed happily, thinking they could also take a bath by the river afterward. After dinner, Jiang Li went to talk privately with her eldest uncle. Uncle Jiang Qinghua listened carefully and asked in disbelief, is what you said true? Jiang Li nodded seriously, yes, I accidentally found out. Luckily, this person still has a bottom line and isn't involved in human trafficking. Otherwise, our village girls would be in danger. She was probably the main target. After all, she was the most beautiful girl in the village. Don't tell anyone about this. I'll ask your brothers what to do later. Since the other party was linked to enemies, he didn't dare handle it lightly. If they found out, the other side might run away or even retaliate against the whole village. He couldn't bear that consequence. Seeing her uncle look nervous, Jiang Li reassured him, Uncle, Widow Li is just a small figure. You don't need to worry. Uncle Jiang nodded, yes, I won't worry. I'll handle it properly. Recently, strange things had been happening. People traffickers had appeared in the village, and now even spies. No one knew what was going on. That night, after harvesting all the mature plants from her space, Jiang Li finally slept peacefully. But she was still half awake when her 2 younger brothers' voices woke her up. Jingrui, speak softly. Sister is still sleeping. Jingrui excitedly said, the sun is almost up. Why isn't sister getting up yet? Jingwen groaned, can you shut up? What's wrong with a girl sleeping in? Why is this brother so chatty? Jiang Li was really exhausted by this little troublemaker. What are you two talking about? Suddenly, Jiang Li's voice sounded. Her brothers turned around and saw her standing at the door. Because she had just woken up, her hair was messy, and she had a little eye discharge. Sis, you're finally awake. We promised to go out and play. How could you lie to us? Seeing Jiang Li's expression, Jiang Li looked at the sun and said, It's only this early. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, it's already late. The rooster in the backyard has been crowing several times. Look at you. Hurry up and wash your face. Jiang Li sighed. All right, I'll go change first. She was already tired of her clingy brothers, who asked her to take on the love and family ties of the original owner. Meanwhile, Ho Beiyu returned to the army late at night after catching the fugitive. By the time he finished handling the matter, his eyes were bloodshot. The leader, seeing his tired look, kindly said, Go home and rest early. I'll give you a day off tomorrow. Ho Beiyu replied, Okay, thank you, leader. At the Hu family home, an elegant old lady was planting vegetables in the yard. When she heard the door open, she stood up and looked back. Seeing her grandson returning, she smiled happily and said, Why are you back so early? Isn't the team busy now? Hu Beiyu heard his grandmother and replied, Just finished my work. Is there anything to eat at home?
I'm starving.
After several days of being busy outside, he hadn't eaten well. Either the food was bad or just plain terrible. Grandma will make you a bowl of noodles. You should take a shower and change your clothes first. Hu Beiyu nodded. Okay, I'll go upstairs first. The old lady, Ouyang Qing, was once from a wealthy and influential family. She and her husband had fought on the battlefield, but her husband passed away early. Fortunately, her son was capable, and now the Hu family had firmly established itself in the capital. However, thinking about her grandson, who was 22 and still single, made her anxious and a bit annoyed. When the noodles were ready, Hu Beiyu sat down after coming downstairs. The old lady asked, Recently, I've been matchmaking for you with a few girls. Since you're back, why not go meet them tomorrow? The whole estate is full of people your age who are already married. Hu Beiyu paused with his chopsticks and then said helplessly, Grandma, please don't interfere. I will find a wife for you. As for those girls you looked at, forget it. Not to criticize, but they're either overly emotional or troublemakers. If we marry one of them, our house might be in chaos. And the women in the estate, do they really like me? If it weren't for my dad's status, do you think they'd treat us well? Ouyang Qing, hearing her grandson's words, snorted coldly. If my grandson likes their girls, that's their luck. Besides, you're no worse than your father. Don't make it seem like everyone is just after money. Also, the girl from the Liu family next door has been visiting me lately. Do you think she's interested in you? Hu Beiyu asked Liu Jiao. The old lady nodded. Yes, that little girl. The Liu family only has her. She's usually spoiled. Hu Beiyu sneered when he heard this. Grandma, don't cause trouble for me. That Liu Jiao looks gentle and fragile, but she's got a dark heart. One time, I was out running an errand and passing through an alley. Guess what I saw? The elderly lady asked curiously, What did you see? That Liu Jiao was bullying a little beggar with 2 little followers and even made someone kneel and beg them. You didn't see her vicious face, so don't just look at the surface. Her heart is dark. After hearing his grandson's words, the old lady was very surprised. Are you telling the truth? Hu Beiyu finished his noodles and said, Why would I lie? I wouldn't go out of my way to ruin a girl's reputation. Everyone in the big courtyard is good at pretending. You're old, so be careful not to be fooled. While they were talking, someone outside called, Grandma Hua, are you at home? Hearing the voice, the two exchanged a quick glance. Hu Beiyu quickly finished his noodles and said, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Just tell them I'm not home. You handle it yourself. Seeing her grandson push her out like that, the old lady was angry and scolded. You little brat. I owe you a lot. Hurry up and get lost. After tidying up the dining area, the old lady went out smiling and said, Oh, is Jiao here?
Come in quickly.
Lu Jiao carried a bag of apples, smiling as she walked in. Grandma, I've been looking for a job recently. I just came back to see you. And these apples are my special gift for you.
Keep them and enjoy slowly.
Ouyang Qing had a good impression of this girl at first, but after hearing her grandson's words, her feelings changed completely. Jiao, you haven't started working yet and don't have a salary. Take these apples back to your parents to eat. My teeth aren't good, and I can't eat many. Be good. Lu Jiao smiled. Grandma, I bought these just for you. Please enjoy them at your own pace. By the way, I heard that second brother Hua has come back. Is he not at home? The old lady heard this and immediately thought she was after her grandson. Without hesitation, she replied, he came back but left again. He said he had something to take care of. You're already grown up, so don't always come to our house. If others don't know better, they might think you're dating our grandson. That wouldn't be good for you. Lu Jiao felt something strange when she heard the old lady's words, but she couldn't quite understand what she meant at first. After saying a few more words, she left the Hua family. The old lady smiled as she saw her off, then immediately returned to her usual expressionless face, muttering to herself, young girls these days are really impressive. She almost slipped up. If she really married in, not only would our grandson be unhappy, but the Hua family would be in chaos. That was close. Pade, Ohandekatang Jiang family. After playing all day with her brother and brothers, Jiang Li had a huge harvest. Tonight, she was busy cooking crayfish, spicy rabbit meat, and braised fish for dinner. Jiang Qingjun was also busy in the kitchen, trying to learn cooking skills from his niece. Lily, after this meal, the oil in the jar will be gone. What will you do tomorrow? If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe his niece was so ruthless. She used oil as if it was free. Jiang Li poured a jar of white wine over the crayfish, smiling as she replied, it's okay. I have exams at school tomorrow. After that, I'll bring back pig fat. Our family won't go hungry. So, uncle, you can rest assured. Hearing that his niece could buy pig fat, Jiang Qingjun was curious. Where did you get it? Is it safe? Jiang Li, don't worry, it's very safe. Uncle, do you want some? Jiang Qingjun waved his hand. No, I don't need it. Our restaurant has a channel. Just buy what you need. I was just asking if it's safe. Jiang Li, I only do things I'm confident about. Don't worry. Jiang Qingjun, by the way, I heard some gossip in the village today. What happened to you before? Did something go wrong? Jiang Li snorted coldly. Don't listen to what those people say. They're just jealous of others' success. If it weren't for my eldest uncle, they'd be even more arrogant. The original owner had an incident earlier, but because of timing, the family didn't notify Uncle Zhang's family. Since the family didn't say anything, she didn't want Uncle Zhang to worry. Jiang Qingjun, all right, as long as you're okay. If anyone bullies you, just tell Uncle, and I'll take care of it. Jiang Li smiled. Thank you, Uncle. Just after finishing training, Jiang Chusi, who had returned to the military camp, was walking down to the dormitory when he met a soldier delivering a letter. Thinking that I haven't received a letter from home in a long time, I casually asked Xiao Lu, do you have any mail for me? Xiao Lu saw it was Commander Jiang and smiled as he replied, yes, one letter. It's from your hometown. Give it to me. Xiao Lu handed the letter to Jiang Chusi. Since you've received it, I'll go now. Jiang Chusi waved his hand. Go ahead, and thank you for your hard work. After Xiao Lu left, he eagerly opened the envelope. He quickly read the letter, and then shook with anger. Good, they even dared to hurt my sister. They're really getting too bold. He put away the letter and turned to go to the neighboring dormitory. He and his brother hadn't taken a vacation in 2 years. Since something happened at home, they decided to go back together. He couldn't rest assured with such a big problem at home left unresolved. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiancheng, who was doing laundry, was found by his second brother, who was furious as he scolded him. Hearing about his sister suffering so much, Jiang Jiancheng was also very angry. Second brother, when can we ask for leave to go back? Jiang Chusi replied, I'll ask for leave first thing tomorrow morning. I'll try for half a month. If that's not possible, then at least a week. It takes 2 days to travel there and back, so we won't have much time to do anything. Jianqing nodded. All right, I trust you. So, the next morning, both of them submitted their leave requests. Initially, the higher-ups hesitated to approve, but after Jiang Qixi received a call from his uncle, it was clear he had to go back. Leader, our village has discovered enemy agents. Do I need to ask for leave, or can I go back now? The leader chuckled when he heard Jiang Qixi's words. I was planning to give you a few more days off, but since there's a mission and it's a place you're familiar with, take a team and go back. But if you don't complete the mission, be prepared to write a report. Jiang Qixi saluted properly, his voice deep and firm. I promise to complete the mission. Go ahead. Leave early. Because of an urgent mission, only Jiang Qixi could go back this time. He took some time to buy a lot of snacks and new clothes for his sister in town, then carried the package and told his second brother, this big package is for my sister. The smaller one is for my parents and grandma. Take it back for me, and don't lose it. And here's 50 yuan. You can give it to my sister as her pocket money. Jiang Qixi saw her younger brother's funny expression and said with a smile, don't be sad. If you can't go back this time, just wait until the new year to return. Be careful on your missions. You've been earning military merit steadily. As long as you don't mess up, you'll soon be promoted to deputy battalion commander. Jiang Jianqing replied, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He and his second brother both joined the army. Now, his older brother is already a battalion commander, while he is still a company commander. Fortunately, he has done well on his missions over the years, so he believes he will be promoted soon. When that happens, his allowance will increase, and he can save more money for his sister's dowry. As time passed quickly, it was soon the day of Jiang Li's graduation exam. Since the third uncle's family still had to go back to work, it was still early in the morning, and everyone was up. Jiang Snowmei handed her daughter 30 yuan and some receipts, saying, don't hold back on spending. Buy whatever you like. We have money. Also, when you go to the county town, don't wander around too much. If you run into human traffickers again, my heart might not be able to handle it. Jiang Li listened to her mother's advice and smiled, replying, Mom, I still have money. Just give me the receipts. I'll be careful. The family often gave her pocket money, and the original owner had quite a savings, so she was indirectly a little wealthy now. Take it, and remember to buy some oil when you come back. Otherwise, there won't be any oil for cooking. Jiang Li grinned. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task. After Jiang Qinghua and his wife watched their third son's family and daughter leave, they turned back to the house. On the way, Jiang Jingrui chirped like a little bird, chatting nonstop. Jiang Li rubbed her ear and asked, Xiao Jiu, can you rest for a while? Aren't you tired? Jiang Jingrui chuckled, not tired. And I'm happy just thinking about summer vacation starting soon. Although their family lived in the county town, it wasn't as fun as the countryside. So he was eager for summer vacation to come so he could go back to the countryside and have fun. Jiang Qingjun saw his little son's behavior and sighed. This kid doesn't know who he's following. His mouth never stops. Luckily, his studies are okay. Otherwise, I'd think maybe we adopted the wrong child. Jiang Li chuckled, Uncle, don't worry. Xiao Jiu definitely looks like our family. His appearance is just like Grandpa's. Jiang Qingjun nodded, exactly. If he didn't look at least a little like us, I'd be worried. After all, these days, there are still people who steal children. A few of them chatted and laughed together until the minibus reached the county, and only then did Jiang Li finally feel alive again. The smell inside the bus at this season is really hard to describe. Third uncle, you all should go ahead and get busy. I'll go straight to school. I finished my exam this morning, and I'll be back in the afternoon.
You don't need to worry about me.
Jiang Qingjun nodded. All right, stay safe. After Jiang Jingwen and Jiang Jingrui said goodbye to Jiang Li, they went home to get their school bags and prepare to go to school. Recalling the memories of the original owner, Jiang Li quickly found her school. Just as she was about to enter the school gate, her good friend Cheng Wenwen hugged her neck. Lily, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Have you had breakfast? Caught off guard by this sudden hug, Jiang Li almost instinctively fought back, but luckily she reacted quickly. especially when she saw who it was. She knew this was one of the original owner's few friends. I ate breakfast when I left home this morning. Why didn't you go in? Chung Wenwen giggled. I was just waiting for you to come. Here, this is a special rice ball my mom made just for you and Bing Bing. It's really tasty. It's still warm, so hurry up and eat it. Seeing her sister friend hand over the lunchbox, which was full of meat aroma, Jiang Li didn't hesitate and took one, putting it straight into her mouth. Delicious. Auntie's cooking is as good as ever. Chung Wenwen smiled. If you like it, eat more. By the way, how is your review going? Jiang Li replied calmly, it's okay. Graduating smoothly shouldn't be a problem. But after graduation, have you sorted out your job? Remember, it's 1972 now. Besides being an only child, children without jobs in the city are required to go to the countryside. Her cute little sister doesn't want to be sent to the countryside and suffer. Lily, I haven't found a job yet. What should I do? I really hope I don't have to go farming in the countryside. I can't even tell weeds from seedlings. If I go there, I'll just be a burden. Although they live in the county town and their parents have jobs, their parents spent a lot of money buying a job for their brother 2 years ago. Now, trying to buy another job, whether they can get it or not, just thinking about the cost gives her a headache. Seeing her sister's worried face, Jiang Li comforted her. Don't worry too much. After graduation, there's still some time to relax. If it really doesn't work out, you can volunteer to go to our village in the countryside. If nothing else, you can work 3 shifts a day cutting pig grass. You can still do that. Furthermore, my eldest uncle is the team leader. If I really need to go to the countryside, having someone to watch over me is better than having no one. After hearing this, Chung Wenwen said, forget it, I won't think about it for now. But I heard that the textile factory is planning to hire 2 temporary workers and 1 publicity staff member. Do you think we should go take the exam? Jiang Li remembered that her own paternal uncle was the factory director when she heard the factory was hiring. Here's the plan. I'll go to my uncle's house at noon to ask about the situation. If it's a public exam, you should go.
Huh?
Aren't you going? Jiang Li smiled and said, I have other plans. I'll give you this opportunity. Whether you succeed depends on you. Good sister, if I get it, I'll treat you to a big meal. Jiang Li replied, deal. Let's go. The 2 arrived at the classroom, where Jiang Li saw her other good friend and desk mate, Lu Bing, had already cleaned her desk. Bing Bing, you're so kind. You've cleaned the desk for me. Lu Bing snorted. It's because I was born to work hard. Oh, our Bing Bing is the best. Look, I brought rice balls, and there's enough for you too, Chung Wenwen said affectionately. All right, since you're so considerate, I forgive you. Jiang Li felt this warm atmosphere, something she had never experienced before. It's a pity she couldn't go to university, then she could experience college life. When the bell rang, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with the exam papers. Today is the graduation exam, which lasts 2 days, this morning and tomorrow morning. Arrange your desks now and put any unnecessary items at the front. Anyone caught cheating will be expelled. As the teacher finished speaking, everyone quickly started to act. Since there weren't many students at this time, only about 30 in their class, they spread out without feeling crowded. Jiang Li made a cheering gesture to Chung Wenwen and Lu Bing. The teacher then handed out the exam papers. Looking at the questions on the paper, Jiang Li first glanced over them and then started writing quickly. Her previous studies were excellent, and she had a photographic memory from reviewing her textbooks for 2 days, so she could answer all the questions today. Thus, the morning passed quickly and quietly. When the exam was over, Jiang Li stretched lazily, thinking that the questions were very easy, almost like free points. If she wasn't worried about finishing early and affecting her friends, she would have already left the classroom. Chung Wenwen packed up her stationery and came over, saying, let's go. I'm craving the braised pork from the state-run restaurant. Jiang Li Guang smiled gently. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Bing also smiled. Let's go. Today I have some pocket money, so I'll buy you both some soda. Oh, why are you so generous today? Tell us where you got your money, Chung Wenwen teased. Lu Bing blushed. My new sister-in-law gave it to me. What? Your older brother got married? When did that happen? Chung Wenwen asked in surprise. It was just a few days ago. My sister-in-law is very nice, and even the wedding house was bought by her family. Do you think my brother is a bit of a burden now? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Having a child and sharing your brother's last name doesn't make him a burden, and you have a younger brother too, right? So don't worry, your family will have someone to inherit everything. Hearing Jiang Li, Cheng Wenwen chuckled softly. Lili, your words are so sharp, I can't stop laughing. Lu Bing looked speechless. Are you two still good friends? Making fun of me like this? Although my sister-in-law's family is rich, they are very kind. Even if my brother became a burden, I would support him. Our family isn't as well off as theirs. Nowadays, having money and power gives an advantage. Besides, it seems her thoughts are a bit over the top. After all, her sister-in-law's family has a son, so there's no way they would change their child's last name. All right, let's go eat quickly. If we're late, there won't be any braised pork. After lunch, Jiang Li took some gifts and went to her aunt's house. Jiang Hongying's family of 4 was eating when they heard a knock. Their youngest son, Qin Yi, went to open the door. Wow, sister, why are you here? Come in quickly.
Jiang Li Smila Tsufli.
I had an exam today. After eating with my classmates, I came to see you. Did you have an exam today too? Qin Yi awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't do as well as my sister, but I managed okay. Seeing her niece brought so many things, Jiang Hongying teased affectionately. You came just to visit? Why bring so much? Do you still have some pocket money? I have money, Jiang Li replied with a smile. Aunt, uncle, and cousin, long time no see. How have you all been lately? Qin Jianjun smiled kindly. We're all fine. Since you came, stay and have some more. Jiang Li shook her head. No, I've already eaten too much. Just look at my belly. Qin Han, noticing that his cousin seemed thinner lately, asked with concern, You've lost weight recently. Are you not eating well? Lost weight?
I think I look fine.
By the way, my older uncle-in-law, I came today to ask my classmate about something. Is it convenient for you? Jiang Li asked. Qin Jianjun put down his chopsticks and smiled.
What is it?
Tell me. I heard a rumor that your textile factory is hiring recently, right? Qin Jianjun nodded. Yes, a few openings, but mostly only insiders know about it. Are you planning to take the test? Jiang Li waved her hand. Not me, I have other plans. It's my good friend who wants to apply. I wonder if anyone here would get a special spot without going through the normal process. Qin Jianjun frowned slightly. That matter is arranged by the deputy factory manager. I can't say for sure. But if your friend is very good at studying, I can help check the exam results this time. Would that trouble you? Jiang Li asked worriedly. Qin Jianjun said no trouble at all. The exam is in 3 days at 8 a.m. Just tell your friend not to be late. By the way, your classmate Ma Shan has graduated. Would you really not like to work here with your uncle? Jiang Li shook her head. No, I have other plans. Listening to their conversation, Qin Yi asked Jiang Li's sister, What kind of job are you looking for? Give me a hint. If possible, I want to work with you. Jiang Li looked at her cousin and teased, Can you translate? Qin Yi was surprised. Translate? Yes, translate. I want to translate some books at home to earn extra money. Of course, I could also try submitting to a newspaper. Anyway, I can't sit at a desk all day. I get restless.
Qin Yi looked confused.
That's strange. When did you learn other languages? I didn't know. The school didn't teach that either. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. I taught myself. Last time, things were so tense. I didn't tell anyone, not even my family. They don't know I've been learning other languages secretly. She's used to being free and doesn't like dealing with strangers. If she had to compete with people every day, she's afraid it would wear her out. Jiang Hongying overheard and quietly asked, You're secretly learning these things? Won't people find out? Did you hide everything well?
Viang Li susuret her. Don't worry, Aunt.
Our home is very clean. Everything I've learned is kept in the bathroom. Jiang Hongying said, You don't have to be so detailed.
Jiang Li shuklat.
All right, since everything's settled, I'll go back first. The bus leaves in half an hour. I'll visit you again when I'm on vacation. Remember to eat the fruit I bought. It won't taste good if it sits too long. Qin Yi asked, Are you leaving now? Jiang Li, I have something to do tonight. When you go back for summer vacation, come visit me in the countryside. Qingyi. All right, I'll see you off. After saying goodbye to aunt and uncle, Qingyi accompanied Jiang Li downstairs. Jiang Jianjun waited until everyone left, then smiled and said to Jiang Hongying, "Did you notice? Li Li's personality seems to have changed." Jiang Hongying nodded and said, "She has changed quite a bit. I wonder if something happened to her. She used to be very quiet every time she came, and she didn't like shopping either. Maybe she's just grown up." Among their relatives, Jiang Li was the only girl, so everyone usually spoiled her. Her personality used to be a bit unpleasant, but everything else was fine. Now, after seeing her again, she seems much more mature and better at talking. It looks like she needs to come home more often. After Jiang Li left, she took some household items out of her space. Noticing that her family had lost weight from working hard recently, she took out a 20-pound piece of pork belly along with some pig fat. People nowadays like fatty, oily meat, and she planned to share some with her uncle's family. She also picked out 2 batches of plain gray fabric, thinking of making clothes for her family. However, when she got back into the small bus, she still couldn't stand the smell. Even with a mask on, it was terribly unpleasant. Especially a grandfather sitting ahead, picking his toes. So disgusting. Plus, some people brought piglets, chickens, ducks, and geese, making the ride almost unbearable for Jiang Li. She was about to until the bus reached the commune. Wow, the outside air is so much better, she sighed. Just as she was feeling this way, Jiang Qinghua rode up on his bicycle. Lily, I'm glad I came just in time. Are you tired? Seeing her father arrive, Jiang Li was surprised and asked, "Why are you here? Isn't work busy at home?" Jiang Qinghua smiled and said, "No matter how busy, nothing's more important than my daughter." "And why did you buy so much stuff?" Seeing her carrying 2 big bags, it was clear she spent a lot of money. In the past, she was slow to understand things, but now she's grown up a bit, so she must be spending money wisely. "Dad, I didn't spend it recklessly. Since you're here, put everything on the cart." "All right, I'll do it." Because someone was there to help, they quickly arrived home. Seeing no one at home, Jiang Li took the things off the car and said to her father, "You go to your work. I'll tidy up here." "Okay, take your time. I'll go to the fields now." Jiang Qinghua parked her bike, then carried her tools and went outside. Jiang Li took out and put away the things she brought back, then started chopping meat. Although she had eaten braised pork at noon, the flavor still felt a bit off. Maybe because she had limited seasonings. In the afternoon, the village's loudspeaker announced, so Jiang Li took the food off the stove. When her family returned home, they were immediately drawn in by the delicious smell. Neighbor Aunt Zhang smelled it too and smiled, saying, "Your house has been full of meat aroma lately. Are you guys getting rich?" Jiang Snowmei coldly replied, "The fish caught from the river and the meat my 3rd brother brought back. Do you have a problem with that?" Aunt Zhang awkwardly waved her hand, saying, "No, it's just that the smell is so strong. People might think you have a chef at home. Not having one is better. Recently, Lily has been cooking, so the food smells so good. Even a simple plate of shredded potatoes can make someone drool. Don't spread rumors that make it seem like we're just enjoying ourselves. These days, claiming to enjoy life isn't something to take lightly. If someone spread false rumors, our family would definitely get into trouble." Aunt Zhang chuckled. "I'll pretend I didn't ask.
I'll take my leave now."
The old lady entered the yard and saw the rice table set with a mix of millet and rice. After washing her hands, she went to the kitchen. Seeing her family return, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Grandma, the braised pork will be ready soon. You don't need to worry." When the old lady heard her granddaughter was making braised pork, she smiled and scolded, "You little spendthrift, eating so well during the New Year or festivals." "Grandma, what are you talking about? Who said only holidays can have good food? You all work so hard every day. It's okay to eat something nice once in a while to boost your health. Don't worry, once I earn enough money, I promise you'll eat meat every day." The old lady rolled her eyes. "You're just sweet talking. These days, everyone looks the same. If we keep our family healthy and chubby, people might think your eldest uncle is embezzling. Don't worry. If anyone causes trouble, I'll tear down their house." The old lady laughed. "What kind of bandit are you? Tearing down someone's house?" Jiang Li chuckled. "Isn't it because good people get bullied? Good people don't get paid back, and trouble lasts forever. So, I've decided I won't be a good person anymore. That naughty girl, you're not allowed to learn bad habits. Let those people say whatever they want. Our family isn't afraid of them. Also, how did your exam go today?" Jiang Li proudly replied, "Who do you think I am? I must bring home the top score." The old lady sighed and said, "I wonder when you'll be able to return to university. It's such a pity that you don't go to college with such good grades." Jiang Li comforted her, "Grandma, the world is connected, and there's no rule saying only college can lead to a good future. Lily, I was thinking if there are spots available at the agricultural, industrial, and military university later, you could go? No matter what, I am still a college student." When Jiang Li heard about that university, she shook her head and said, "I won't go. That place is just for people who want to eat and wait to die. Only the rich or powerful go there. Less than 2% are truly there to learn. So, I'd rather stay home and earn money than waste my time there. Besides, there are so many spoiled kids there. I look so good. Aren't you worried I might get kidnapped?" The old lady was shocked and looked incredulous. "You're not joking, Grandma? College is like that now?"
Yes.
Some families pay to get their kids in just to avoid sending them to the countryside. So, what's the point of me going to such a university? As long as I have study materials, I can learn at home. So, don't worry about my studies." She had learned so much in her past life, but she hadn't had the chance to show her skills here yet. Once she understood the rules here, she could really shine. Young people who don't work hard now will have a hard life later, eating plain food. She didn't want that for herself, even with her special abilities. As the braised pork finished cooking, Jiang Li first took a big bowl to the neighbor before coming back to eat. While eating her daughter's braised pork, Jiang Snowmay smiled and said, "Li, with your cooking skills, I wonder which unlucky guy you'll end up with in the future." Jiang Qinghua said, "Humph, Li has so many brothers. If her future husband isn't good enough, I won't let my daughter get married. I can support her myself." Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, "Dad, Mom, I'll be 18 next month. Aren't you rushing things a bit?" Jiang Snowmay replied, "You're not a kid anymore. Most families start matchmaking at 16. If there weren't good guys around, do you think you'd be going on dates? By the way, your second brother called today. He's already on his way home and should arrive tomorrow. If you find any good ingredients after your exam, bring some back." Hearing that her legendary second brother was coming back, Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. "My second brother is really coming back?" Jiang Xuemei nodded and said, "Yes, he has a task, so he's just coming back to check. Don't forget that." Jiang Li nodded and replied, "I understand." After the graduation exam finished the next morning, Jiang Li first told Cheng Wenwen about the textile factory exam schedule. Then she went to the local supply and marketing cooperative. Although her space has everything, some things from this era can't be compared to later times. Especially Maodai, just thinking about it makes her salivate. No one knows that in her past life, she was a person who enjoyed drinking. "Hello, do you have Maodai?" The clerk, seeing she was a young girl with a friendly expression, said, "Yes, 8 yuan per bottle plus a wine ticket." When Jiang Li heard about the wine ticket, she quickly looked through her belongings. Luckily, her brother had sent some tickets earlier. She took out the only 2 wine tickets she had and said, "I'll take 2 bottles. Do you also want the bulk wine without tickets?" The clerk, seeing her generous offer, smiled and said, "Bulk white wine doesn't need a ticket, but you need a wine barrel. Did you bring one?" Jiang Li was surprised. "I didn't bring one. Do you sell them here?" The clerk replied, "Yes, 1 barrel costs 50 cents. Would you like one?" Jiang Li nodded, "Yes, I'll take one, and please fill it up for me." "Thank you." The clerk said, "You're welcome," serving the people. After buying the white wine, Jiang Li also bought some local snacks unique to this era. Seeing her spend so much without hesitation, the clerk whispered as she paid, We also have some defective products without tickets in the back. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Li, without hesitation, nodded and said, yes. Her family needed many things, and even she wanted to exchange some daily items. She felt uncomfortable using some of the original owner's belongings. Even though the person was still the same, following the clerk to the backyard, she first bought some essentials, then looked at other items. Young comrade, there are quite a few defective fabrics here. Do you want some? Listen, these fabrics might not look good because of the dyeing, but the quality is fine. If you think they're not suitable for making clothes, they can still be used for bedsheets and pillowcases. Hearing the clerk's words, Jiang Li thought that the dyeing imperfections are considered flaws now, but in later generations, they might be seen as art. She then said, give me 2 pieces. I'll use them to make bedsheets at home. All right, I will pack it for you now. Come find me any time in the future. My surname is Wang, and everyone calls me Sister Wang. Jiang Li said softly, okay, Sister Wang. I'll come to see you again later. When they left the supply store, it was almost time for the return bus. She struggled to carry 2 burlap sacks, and because of the hot weather, she was already sweating heavily when she arrived at the destination. On the bus, Xiaozhang was talking to Jiang Li when he suddenly saw a beautiful girl and his eyes lit up. Wow, look at that girl. She's so pretty. Jiang Li was annoyed by the noise and headache. Can you shut up and say less? No, look, the bus is leaving now. Jiang Li frowned and impatiently looked over, and she was stunned instantly. Hey, what is the big boss doing? Jiang Li ignored her guard and walked over to Jiang Li, asking, little sister, what are you doing here? Hearing someone speak, Jiang Li looked up and saw a handsome young man staring at her intently. It took her a moment to realize he was her own second brother. Second brother, you're back? Yes, didn't I call the family earlier? And these things, did you buy them? Jiang Li said affectionately. Yes, I bought them all. Since second brother is back, help me carry them, I'm exhausted. Her brothers were very caring towards her, so she didn't mind asking for help. Xiaozhang was surprised, his mouth wide open in shock.
Wow.
Wow, is this your sister, boss? Jiang Li impatiently replied, yes, my biological sister Jiang Li. Li, this is my brother Zhang Jing'an. Jiang Li politely said hello. Zhang Jing'an chuckled, hello, sis. Come sit over here. I'm your brother's good friend, so just call me Brother Zhang. Jiang Li snorted coldly, you wish. She's my sister. Go cool off somewhere else. Oh, come on, boss. Don't be so stingy. She's my sister too. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and thought to herself that this man was really talkative and annoying. Jiang Li helped his sister put down her things, then pulled her to sit beside him. Li, I have some water here. Drink a bit. You're sweating so much. Jiang Li didn't refuse and took her second brother's military water bottle, taking a big sip. Second brother, why didn't third brother come back with you? Jiang Li shook her head. It's okay now. The wound has scabbed over. She is not the original owner. When she met her soldier brother, she didn't know what to say, afraid that if she said too much, her second brother would notice something unusual. So, it's better to say less. Instead, Jiang Li gently patted his younger sister's head and said, your third brother bought you many gifts. When we get home, I'll give them to you. Jiang Li replied softly, okay, thank you, brother. As the minivan started moving, Jiang Li silently put on her mask. However, the smell was too strong, and, before reaching the destination, she started feeling a bit nauseous. Jiang Li kept an eye on his sister's condition. Seeing her look unwell, he asked worriedly, little sister, are you okay? Why do you look so pale? Jiang Li covered her mouth. I feel a bit carsick. It will pass soon. Hearing this, Jiang Li rummaged in his pocket, took out 2 pieces of fruit candy, and handed them over. Eat some candy to settle your stomach. We'll be there soon. Jiang Li looked at the candies and didn't refuse. She peeled one and put it in her mouth, then she put the other into Jiang Li's mouth. Second brother, you should eat some too. It's so sweet. Seeing how considerate his sister was, Jiang Li affectionately said, I don't like sweet things, so you don't need to give me any in the future. Keep them for yourself. No, who doesn't like candy? You're just too stingy. Second brother, you should take good care of yourself so others will treat you well, you know? Jiang Li smiled. Okay, we'll listen to our Lily. Zhang Jing'an was surprised to see how gentle the eldest was. After all, Jiang Li was famous in the army for being cold and distant, especially toward female colleagues. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that their boss could be so tender and gentle. It's true, they are not worthy. When the minivan arrived at the commune, the three of them got off. Jiang Li bought 3 popsicles. Here, cool down. It's so hot today. The two took the popsicles without hesitation, both sweating all over from the heat. Lily, after your exam, how about coming to play at my place for a few days? Jiang Li thought for a moment. That's fine, but I need to wait until I get my diploma. By the way, second brother, did you find a second sister-in-law for me? Jiang Li, hearing this, sighed helplessly. Your big brother isn't in a rush to find a wife. But do you like anyone? Jiang Li shook her head. No, and I'm not in a hurry. When Jiang Qinghua rode his bicycle over, he saw his daughter and son eating ice cream by the roadside.
Lily, Xiao.
Hearing his father's voice, Jiang Li sighed. Dad, I told you not to come pick me up.
You're so hot. Your face is red.
Jiang Qinghua got out of the car, smiling, and said, I was just worried you couldn't carry your shopping. If I knew you and your second brother would meet, I wouldn't have come. Jiang Li looked at his father, who looked much older, and said with care, Dad, you've worked hard all these years. Jiang Qinghua looked at his strong, handsome son, and smiled warmly. It's not hard. As long as you all are well, we're happy. By the way, this is my brother Zhang Jing'an. Jing'an, this is my dad. Zhang Jing'an stood straight and saluted properly. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Qinghua laughed. Good, good, no need to be nervous. When you come here, just feel like you're at home.
Don't be shy.
Zhang Jing'an responded. Yes. Dad, I bought you an ice cream. Let's walk and chat. If we don't leave soon, we'll get too sunburned. Jiang Li held up her ice cream. Seeing his daughter also bought him one, Jiang Qinghua affectionately said, Dad is a rough guy. In the future, don't buy any more. Just keep it for yourself to eat. Since they only had one bicycle, the 4 of them had to put their luggage on it and walk back. Fortunately, their village wasn't far from the commune. After about an hour's walk, they reached home. Jiang Li, because she didn't exercise often, was exhausted from the walk. As soon as she entered the house, she poured herself a glass of cold water and drank it eagerly. Little sister, take it slow, don't choke. Jiang Li waved her hand, indicating she was fine. After finishing her drink, she said, This summer is so hot, I feel like I'm going to be roasted alive. She really wanted to turn on a fan to cool down. She was dying. Jiang Li saw her face was flushed and smiled. Is it really that hot? I think it's okay. But I brought a ticket for an electric fan this time. Do you want it? Jiang Li's eyes lit up, but then she remembered her wallet was empty and said sadly, I don't have money to buy it. You keep it for your wife. Seeing her pitiful expression, Jiang Li laughed. Brother will give you money to buy it. Also, your third brother gave you 50 yuan as pocket money. I'll give it to you now. When Jiang Li heard more money was coming in, her eyes curved into a smile. Third brother loves me the most. How about second brother? Doesn't he love you anymore? I'm so sad, Jiang Li said, covering his chest as if he were about to cry. He looked like a good actor. Oh, I also like second brother the most. Second brother, tonight I will cook dinner myself to welcome you. Look, third brother can't even eat with us. Thinking about that, maybe I've won a round? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
Little sister can cook now? I'm quite looking forward to it. All right, you chat with brother Zhang first. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare ingredients. In 2 hours, Mom and Dad will come home from work. Of course, if you're bored, you can go help in the field. Finish early and come back to eat. Jiang Li smiled. Okay, I'll go help in the field. It's a bit tiring for little sister at home. Jiang Li waved her hand.
Go quickly.
Jiang Li really missed Grandma and Mom. He left with Zhang Jing'an. At this moment, Jiang Shuemai was in a remote place, listening to the news. Miss, that person named Xue Qing does have some problems. She did go to the commune before, but she hasn't made any moves recently. Should we act first? Jiang Shuemai's face was cold. You keep an eye on her. Don't alert her. If she attacked Li once, she will do it again. As soon as she makes a move, just take her down directly. Okay, I'll go first. Be careful. After they left, Jiang Shuemai pretended to have just finished using the bathroom. When she returned, she saw her eldest son. Shao-Chi, you're back. Jiang Chisi turned around. Mom, I'm back. Jiang Shuemai quickly walked over, patted his shoulder, and with slightly reddened eyes said, You've lost weight. Your skin is darker, but you're stronger.
Good.
Mom, thank you. It's my fault for not taking good care of you these years. Good boy, Mom doesn't blame you. Without your protection of the country, we wouldn't have peaceful days. My son is a hero of the nation. Mom is proud of you. Jiang Chisi replied gently, Mom, go home and help my sister cook. I'll handle the rest here. Jiang Shuemai didn't refuse. All right, I'll go back first. I'll cook your favorite tonight. Before enlisting, Zhang Jing'an was also from the countryside. Now, as he picked up the again, he felt a bit emotional. Jiang Qinghua saw how capable the young man was and smiled. Little Zhang, do you have a girlfriend? Hearing this, Zhang Jing'an's face instantly turned red. No, we're all men in the army. Good kid. Do you want me to introduce someone? There are still many good girls in our village. Jing'an shook his head wildly. No need, I'm still young and not in a hurry. His older brother was still single, so he really wasn't in a rush. Moreover, he wasn't qualified to join the army, and if he got married now, his wife would suffer. Also, some people in their unit married early, and after a few years without visiting home, their wives ran off with others. Every time he thought about this, he was afraid it might happen to him, so he decided to wait. While preparing dinner, Jiang Li was thinking about her small savings. Due to recent expenses, her original money was almost gone. If she didn't earn more soon, she would become broke. Thinking about the supplies in her space, she realized she should find time to check the black market. And that mark she made that night, how should she tell her second brother? He wouldn't suspect anything. She felt so worried. Jiang Shuemai came back and saw her daughter with a worried face, lost in thought. Lili, do you have any worries? She asked. Jiang Li almost cut her hand while chopping vegetables when she heard her mother speak suddenly. She replied with a bit of frustration, Mom, are you trying to scare me? You walk so quietly. That naughty girl. You're so absorbed in your thoughts. It's none of my business. And why did you buy so much fabric again? Have you spent all the money? Jiang Li didn't hide the truth and said directly, Not much left. I just happened to find some things without tickets, so I bought a little more. My older brother's kids are wearing clothes they found elsewhere. I thought I'd give my sister-in-law a piece of fabric so she can make 2 outfits for the kids. After hearing this, Jiang Shuemai glared at her. You only want to be a good person. Even cheap fabric costs a lot. Fortunately, your sister-in-law is a good person. If she were difficult, I wouldn't even bother to give her shoes. Her older brother's wife was chosen by her father-in-law himself. Over the years, she had never disappointed everyone. She was hardworking inside and outside the house, and her temper was gentle. So, as the second aunt, Jiang Li really had nothing to criticize. Mom, I already bought the things. Please don't scold me. Today, I almost exhausted myself trying to get these items. And I slaughtered the last wild chicken at home. Tomorrow, I want my second brother to go back to the mountain and look for more. I can't stand not eating meat all day.
Slap.
Jiang Shuemai slapped Jiang Li on the back. You naughty girl, we used to eat wild vegetables every day. Have you gotten a bit spoiled lately? You keep eating meat every day. Maybe your dreams will be satisfied. Mother lightly nudged Jiang Li, who grimaced and said, Mom, do you know how strong your hand is? I almost got sent away. It hurts so much. Seeing her daughter was truly in pain, Jiang Shuemai felt a bit guilty and gently massaged her. All right, I'll be more careful next time. Hurry up and start cooking. When Jiang Chisi's family finished work and came home, Jiang Li had already prepared the meal. Also, Jiang Qinghua's family had come over today to welcome Jiang Chisi. Zhang Jing'an looked at the big table of delicious food and asked in disbelief, "Boss, did your sister make all this?" Jiang Chusi replied uncertainly, "Probably. Before he joined the army, his sister wasn't good at cooking. Now, looking at so many tasty dishes, he wasn't sure." Jiang Jingzhe chuckled and said, "Second brother, today you're lucky. Lily's cooking is even more delicious than Uncle San's. Even Uncle San last time came back and asked Lily for cooking tips." Jiang Chusi raised an eyebrow. "Really? Did I miss something?" "Second brother, you'll find out when you taste it later." Since there were many people tonight, Jiang Li set out 2 tables. After everyone sat down, she brought out the last pot of mushroom soup. "Come on, dinner is ready." Jiang Chusi stood up and took the soup bowl. "Be careful. Don't burn yourself." Jiang Li chuckled. "It's okay. I put a cloth underneath." The old lady was very happy today. Once everyone was seated, she started eating. Jiang Chusi noticed everyone was quickly grabbing food with their chopsticks and became curious. Only after taking a bite did he understand why they ate so fast. Even Zhang Jing'an had only taken 1 bite and couldn't stop talking. Seeing how much the family loved the food, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Tonight's dishes are plentiful. Eat slowly, don't gobble like the Monkey King eating ginseng fruit." Jiang Chusi gave his little sister a thumbs up. "Lili, your cooking could be a chef's. This is the best meal I've ever had." Although Uncle San had also made delicious food when he was young, the taste of his sister's dishes was completely different. Jiang Qinghua swallowed his white wine and smiled. "It's tasty, but it uses a lot of oil." In the past, the family only ate meat once or twice a week, but since his daughter changed, they had meat every day. Recently, he could feel himself gaining weight. Jiang Li smiled and said, "You work so hard every day, so you should eat something good. Our family hasn't stolen or robbed anyone, so what's there to fear?" Jiang Shuemai heard this and thought about the neighbors' expressions today. She then said, "Lily, lately our cooking smells so good that even the neighbors asked me about it today. I think we should start eating vegetarian from tomorrow." Jiang Li paused with her chopsticks.
Why? I don't want that.
"If I have to, I'll just close the door and cook myself." She now had nothing to do and loved making and eating delicious food every day. Especially because the food here is all natural and pollution-free. If she doesn't eat now, she might never get such good flavors again. The old lady saw her granddaughter pouting and unhappy, so she said, "Lili, eat however you like. We have so many soldiers in the family, and we're not afraid of what others say. Look at Lili's complexion. It's much better than before. Even if we don't eat meat, we shouldn't neglect my granddaughter." Jiang Shuemai sighed helplessly.
Fine, do as you like.
"I won't interfere." At most, she would keep an eye on what's happening here. Seeing her mother give in, Jiang Li was happy and continued eating. After a few drinks, all the food on the table was gone. Jiang Li rubbed her stomach and smiled. "If we keep eating like this, our whole family will gain weight." "That's great." Jiang Jingzhe let out a burp. "Little sister, we really shouldn't eat like this. Later, everyone will look pale and thin. Only our family will be chubby. I'm worried some people might get jealous and report us." Jiang Chusi agreed, saying, "Jingzhe is right. We can't stand out too much now. The situation hasn't settled yet, and don't think the countryside is safe. Those GW people now hope someone will make a mistake and get caught so they can profit. So, little sister, it's better to stay low-key." Jiang Li listened and, feeling helpless, said, "All right, I'll listen to you. We can eat meat once every 3 days." Jiang Chusi smiled. "Good girl. Tomorrow I'll go into the mountains and bring back some wild game for you to eat. I promise you won't go hungry." Jiang Li rolled her eyes, thinking that if she weren't worried about her image, she could go into the mountains and hunt herself. Looks like she'll need to wake up early tomorrow for morning exercises. Only by slowly recovering can she prove to her family that she's not weak. At the educated youth station, Xueqing was eating dry, tasteless cornbread and bland stew, feeling very uncomfortable inside. Thinking about how Jiang Li was loved by so many people, she felt a surge of jealousy. Zhang Xiaoya noticed she was eating slowly and asked, "Xueqing, are the dishes tonight not to your taste? Why are you eating so slowly?" Xueqing shook her head. No, it's just too hot today. I can't eat much. Zhang Xiaoya said, I'm the same. I don't have much appetite either, but if I don't eat, I'll be very hungry at night. I don't know when these days will end. I want to go back to the city. Looking at her soft, delicate hands that are gradually becoming rougher, she feels like crying every time she sees them. By the way, today I saw two strangers in the field. Do you know them? Everyone listened closely to their conversation, but didn't speak. Xueqing thought of that man and snorted coldly. That is the captain's nephew, Jiang Qinghua's eldest son. I heard he's in the army and holds an official position. The other should be his comrade. If you're interested, you can ask the women around. That man was quite successful in his previous life, married a wealthy lady. But in this life, he hasn't married yet. If I could ruin his marriage, I'd be happy just thinking about it. Anyway, the more miserable the Jiang family is, the more excited I feel. Zhang Xiaoya and a few other female-educated youths at the table looked at her with dark, unclear expressions. Although they didn't like the country bumpkins if those men were officers, that was another story. They were tired of these days and felt that if things continued like this, not only would they not return to the city, but even the local men might start to dislike them. Xueqing saw their expressions, but didn't say much. She didn't dare act recklessly now, just waiting to see if these knives were useful. Even if she couldn't kill Jiang Li now, destroying her older brother would be good enough. Jiang Chisi, chopping firewood, sneezed twice in a row. Zhang Jing'an, worried, asked, Big brother, do you have a cold? Jiang Chisi rubbed his nose. It's nothing. Maybe someone is talking bad about me behind my back. Jiang Li walked over and smiled. Second brother, isn't the person talking bad about you my future second sister-in-law? Jiang Chisi glared at her. You really want me to find a wife? Aren't you afraid that once I have a wife, I'll only love her and ignore you? Jiang Li chuckled. I'm not that petty. What are you saying? Men marry wives to be loved and cared for. If the brothers only loved their sisters and ignored their wives, I would be very upset for the sisters-in-law. All right, your older brother knows what he's doing. If there's really something suitable, I promise to bring it back for you to see. Jiang Li smiled. Okay, I'll be waiting. At night, lying on the bed, Jiang Li thought about her plans to sell goods and directly entered her space. Although she didn't have a market in her previous life, she grew many crops. The only problem was the lack of grain, but now that she was here, she pulled up some plants and specifically planted rice. Looking at the rice that was already in the grain stage, she was just waiting for harvest. She went to the shop on the first underground floor. If it hadn't been brightly lit, she might have been afraid there were ghosts here. She found the place selling grain and first took out 100 jin of various grains. She was a bit worried about the bags, as they looked different from those in her past life. If she had known, she would have bought some burlap sacks in the county town as backups. Once she had prepared all the supplies she wanted to sell, she left her space and went to sleep peacefully. Jiang Chusi and Zhang Jing'an quietly left the yard in the middle of the night. They appeared to be returning from a leave to visit family, but in fact, they had a mission. Zhang Jing'an followed Jiang Chusi quietly, asking in a low voice, Are there really enemy spies here? I feel like the information might not be accurate. Jiang Chusi frowned and said, My uncle wouldn't joke about this. We need to see it with our own eyes to be sure. Later, I'll check on Widow Li. You go to the woods to meet up with the brothers. He brought 16 people this time. The others split up to avoid attracting too much attention from enemy spies. Zhang Jing'an nodded. All right, I'll go first. Be careful. After they parted, Jiang Chusi headed straight to his target. Because it was dark, everyone was resting. When Jiang Chusi arrived, he only looked around the yard. He even checked the kitchen but found nothing. He searched around but was disappointed not to find anything. After leaving, he was preoccupied with his thoughts and hardly slept the whole night. Early the next morning, he went to find Jiang Qinghua. Seeing his nephew arrive, Jiang Qinghua put out his cigarette and asked, Is there something you need? Jiang Chusi nodded. Uncle, how did you find out about the enemy spies? Can you tell me? Jiang Qinghua looked around and whispered. Li saw them with her own eyes. If you have questions, go ask her. She knows more than I do. I'm just passing the message. Hearing that his little sister saw it, Jiang Li was stunned. Uncle, you're not lying to me? His little sister, so small, how could she have noticed something so important? Was she frightened at the time? You asked and now you know. Anyway, I am not clear about the specific situation. But you mentioned that there might be some treasure in our village? Otherwise, why would it attract enemy spies? Jiang Li frowned. It's hard to say. Maybe they're involved in some illegal activities here. He grew up here and knows the place well. No one knows better than him that there are no mineral veins nearby, so it can't be about treasure. Uncle, please pretend you don't know anything about this. I'll ask Lily when I go back. I'm leaving now. Jiang Qinghua replied, all right, stay safe. Jiang Li was still dreaming about defeating her rival when she suddenly heard a knock on the door and was startled awake.
Who is it?
Little sister, it's me, your second brother. Are you awake? Jiang Li rubbed her eyes. Come in and talk. After getting her permission, Jiang Li pushed the door open and went inside. Seeing his sister still in bed, he smiled affectionately. Why are you still lazy in bed, you little lazybones? Second brother, I have nothing to do. Why should I sleep? Do you need something? Jiang Li nodded. Yes. I heard from Uncle that you saw the enemy spies with your own eyes, right? Jiang Li replied, yes, I even marked them. Do you want me to take you to see? She didn't want to be so straightforward, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a better lie, so she told the truth. At worst, she would just get scolded. Hearing this, Jiang Li's face changed, and he said, how dare you? If they find out, do you know what the consequences could be? Second brother, I am very careful. I marked them and left immediately, so don't be angry. Besides, it's not just you who hates the spies. I hate them too. They are on our land. How can I pretend nothing is happening? I am also a citizen of Huagua, and I have the duty to defend my country, right? People from Fusang are no good. During the war, she would have gone straight to the battlefield to fight those scoundrels. You've really grown wings now that you're older. If you have accurate information, then come with me. This time, whether I get promoted depends on you.
Jiang Li chuckled. No problem.
I'll get up right now. Wait for me outside. I'll be ready after breakfast. Jiang Li nodded. All right. After the family finished a simple breakfast, Jiang Li carried her basket and followed her second brother into the mountains. Zhang Jing'an didn't know what was going on but said as they walked, are we going hunting today? Jiang Li replied, no hunting. Now go call Wang Biao and the others. My sister has a lead on enemy agents. Hurry. Zhang Jing'an immediately responded, I'll go right now. While waiting for others, Jiang Li stepped on some mushrooms. When his second brother's men arrived, he said, second brother, be careful around here. I'm worried we might run into the other side's people. Jiang Li said, don't worry, we'll be careful. Lead the way.
Jiang Li nodded. Okay.
As they walked further along the mountain path, Jiang Li's face grew darker. He thought about his little sister walking alone so far. The idea made him scared, and he wondered how she was so brave. Luckily, there were no wolves around, or the situation could have been very bad. Second brother, we're almost at the place where that person disappeared. Do you think there might be a cave or basement here? Jiang Li whispered, I'm not sure, but it's probably similar to what you said. I just don't know what these people are really after here. Shoo, someone's coming. When the team heard this, they all crouched down quickly. Jiang Li pulled his sister behind a big tree, afraid they might be seen. It was okay that the men were injured, but his sister couldn't be hurt. If she got hurt, he wouldn't be able to explain to their parents, and they'd be in trouble. After waiting a while, Wang Biao said, Captain, they've left. Should we keep following them? Jiang Li thought for a moment. No, don't follow now. You guys split up and keep watch. I'll take my sister down the mountain first, and then handle other things. When Jiang Li saw her second brother was going to send her back, she was about to speak, but Jiang Li glared at her and stopped her. Be good. This isn't a place for you to play. I'll bring back some game later. Don't run around. Jiang Li pouted, looking unhappy. She wanted to fight the bad guys. Jiang Li patted her head and, after sending her to the foot of the mountain, turned back immediately. Jiang Li watched her brother's figure leave and sighed helplessly. Looking at the few mushrooms in her basket, she grabbed her small shovel and started digging for wild vegetables in a nearby area with lots of plants. Since many people saw her leave in the morning, she thought if she went straight back now, those people might start imagining things. There are many villagers talking about her not going to work. If she doesn't do something else soon, she might be scolded behind her back by others. As for Jiang Chixi returning to the same spot, he asked Wang Biao any new discoveries? Wang Biao whispered, yes. Not many people here, but I can confirm they are from Fusang. You know, I understand some Fusang language, so I can tell this is an enemy hideout. However, we haven't figured out exactly what these people are doing here yet. After hearing the report, Jiang Chixi thought for a moment and said, everyone, stay alert. Tonight we'll go in and take a look. If there aren't many of them, we'll act directly. But if they have hidden strength, we should wait for backup. Discuss among yourselves and take turns on guard duty. Zhang Jing'an and I can't stay here forever, especially since the village can't disappear for too long. Wang Biao nodded. Got it. Jiang Chixi was actually unsure about this mission, but luckily his little sister was very capable. Otherwise, he might not escape a reprimand this time, and it could even affect his promotion. Now that he had found the target, a big weight was lifted from his mind. Once their plans were set, Jiang Chixi took Zhang Jing'an to go hunting for his little sister. Jiang Li filled a basket with wild vegetables and was about to go down the mountain when she heard voices. She didn't recognize who they were, so she crouched in the thick grass, listening carefully without moving. Li Yang, when will you marry me? I've given you my body, you can't lie to me. Li Yang held the girl in his arms, looking impatient, and replied, do you not trust me? I already wrote to my family. Once they send the money, we'll hold the wedding. Sun Lingling, if you don't trust me that much, I think we shouldn't get married. He didn't really like her to begin with. Somehow, he ended up sleeping with her before. Luckily, no one was around at the time, or he would have been reported for sure. Seeing him get a bit angry, Sun Lingling tried to comfort him. I'm just worried you might regret it. You know, if I get pregnant, I can't hide it anymore. If her family weren't so traditional about boys over girls, she wouldn't have resorted to giving him medicine to make him agree. She just hoped she was betting right this time. Otherwise, she might cry herself to death. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Li thought for a long time before realizing these two were young peasants, but she didn't expect them to be so playful. She clearly saw the man's impatience, so it seems the youth gathering was quite lively. She wondered if the medicine given to Xueqing had taken effect. After waiting for a while, when the two of them pulled up their pants and left, Jiang Li's legs went numb. This man doesn't look like much, but he's pretty enduring.
I'm exhausted.
She rubbed her numb, tingling legs while complaining. By the time she returned home, it was almost lunchtime. Fortunately, there was still enough time. She put down her basket and went into the kitchen. Jiang Chixi and Zhang Jing'an had gained a lot today, even bringing 2 wild boars down the mountain with Jiang Qinghua. Their family has been eating a lot of meat lately, and they can't let others keep smelling it every day. Right now, the threshing yard was busy slaughtering pigs, while Jiang Chixi and Zhang Jing'an returned home with other game through a small path. Little sister, we're back.
Come see what we brought.
Hearing her second brother's voice, Jiang Li got up and left the kitchen. When she saw the yard full of game, she was also surprised. Did you two catch all these? Jiang Chixi proudly said, if not us, then who? I also sent 2 wild boars to the threshing yard. Dad will probably be carrying the meat back soon. Take a look at these and see how to handle them.
Don't let outsiders see.
Jiang Li replied, you two take the game to the backyard first. The front yard isn't safe for visitors. I'll start cooking now. After lunch, we'll deal with it. Jiang Chixi nodded, okay, go ahead. Zhang Jing'an finished a sip of cold water, wiping sweat and saying, it's so hot today. I thought the northeast was cool. Maybe I came at the wrong time. Jiang Chixi washed his face and hair. It's the hottest time in the northeast now. It'll be better in a few days. After we eat, you and I will rest at home for a while. It might be a long night. Zhang Jing'an agreed, I'll follow your lead. At the threshing yard, villagers of all ages had gathered. Even the youth group members came straight after work to queue. Seeing most people arrived, Jiang Li told everyone to draw lots. These days, to avoid favoritism, drawing lots was the fairest way. Those who drew number 1 would get better meat, and the last numbers could only take what was left. Of course, the Jiang family didn't need to queue. As Jiang Li left with her share, someone whispered, "That second son of the Jiang family is really impressive. He just came back and went up the mountain to bring benefits to everyone. If I had a son like that, I'd probably be dreaming with happiness." TSK, just envy all you want, but don't forget what kind of person old Master Jiang was back in the day. Isn't Jiang's second son about 23 now? Have you found a suitable girl to introduce? Hearing this, an aunt quickly said, "Don't get your hopes up. He's now an officer, and the girls in our village who never went to school aren't a match for him. If you really have this idea, I think it's more about making enemies than getting married." Another sister-in-law, hearing this, said with some bitterness, "Why can't our village girls be good enough for him? An officer is just so great, huh?" Everyone around rolled their eyes at her words. It's really sour grapes, talking badly, because you can't have it. Xueqing, standing nearby, listened to the women's talk and thought, Jiang Chusi is really popular. I just wonder, once he tarnishes the reputation of a comrade, will these people still worship him? Jiang Qinghua happily carried the meat home. As soon as he entered, he called out, "Daughter, what are we having for lunch?" Jiang Li poked her head out from the kitchen. "We're having hearty stew. Anything else?" He chuckled, "Haha, look, Dad took the best pork belly. We'll eat it tonight." Not only does his daughter like meat, but he also does. But he's too polite to say so because of his wife's face. "Put it in the basin first. I'll tell you later," he said. Okay. Jiang Chusi and his brother had nothing to do, so they were skinning wild goats in the backyard. Jiang Qinghua also finished washing his hands and face, smelling the blood in the air, and went to the backyard. Seeing the pile of wild game, he was stunned. "Wow, did you guys bring down the entire mountain? So much. How did you carry it all back?" Jiang Chusi replied, "We took the small path. Since you all went to the grain field, no one saw us." My son is really something. It's a pity about those 2 wild boars. If we didn't give them to the village, we could secretly sell them on the black market and make a lot of money. Just thinking about it makes me sad. Dad, I haven't been back for a long time. This time, I want to make my presence known in the village. That way, if anyone tries to cause trouble later, they'll think twice. Jiang Qinghua sighed. "You're thinking long-term. Everyone in the village knows who's who. With your uncle watching over things, there won't be any trouble." Jiang Chusi put down his dagger. "Dad, you know the situation outside. I don't know exactly what happened to my little sister before, but it's probably the village folks who did it. This time I came back not only with a mission but mainly to root out this harmful problem. As long as this person isn't dealt with, my younger sister will always be in danger. I won't allow that." Jiang Qinghua saw that his son had come back especially for this matter and quietly said, "That person is at the youth station. Your mother and I are already watching him. We don't have proof right now. Why don't we wait until you return? Do you think we, your parents, are old? If that person hadn't been so careful last time, the police would have already caught him. All right, it's good to know who it is. Once I finish my work here, I will help my sister deal with her trouble. But have you guys tried to find out why he is targeting my sister so badly? Our sister has such a kind personality. I don't understand why he would be so cruel. Fortunately, my sister is a bit timid but smart. Otherwise, our whole family would be very upset this time. All right, let's talk about this later. You guys keep working." At the youth station, Xueqing finished lunch and returned to her dorm feeling a strange itchiness below. She had showered last night, and she keeps herself clean. This morning, she felt uncomfortable, and now it's even worse. The itching is so bad, she can't sleep. Zhang Xiaoya, lying beside her, saw her tossing and turning and asked irritably, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" Xueqing got up and replied, "It's nothing. It's too hot. I'm going to take a shower." She put on her shoes and left. Yu Jiao watched her leave and asked Zhang Xiaoya thoughtfully, "Have you noticed any strange smell these past 2 days?" Zhang Xiaoya turned over, tired, and said, "No. Stop talking. I'm about to fall asleep." Getting up so early every day to work, she really had no energy to chat now, and just wanted to sleep. Hearing this, Yu Jiao wondered if she was being too sensitive. She felt that in the past 2 days, Xueqing had a bad smell on her. Meanwhile, Xueqing was taking a shower and checking her body. She saw that her underwear had more secretions than usual and felt a bit scared, especially because the smell was somewhat sharp. As someone who had been reborn, she knew she shouldn't ignore her private health. Though the shower relieved some of the itching, she still felt uncomfortable. But since she was still she didn't think too much. After washing thoroughly, she went straight back to her dorm for a nap. Jiang Li slept for a while and then helped her brothers deal with some wild game. Anything that could be pickled was made into pickles by Jiang Li, and she also prepared a lot of cured meat. The whole afternoon, the yard was filled with smoke and heat. By the end, Jiang Li felt like she was turning into cured meat herself. "Brother, there's only this one sheep. Let's roast it now while everyone is still working and hasn't gone home." Jiang Qixi smiled and said, "Whatever you say. I'll go get some wood and kindling." Seeing his second brother go to start the fire, Jiang Li returned to her room to get some barbecue seasonings. Then she carefully poured some soybean oil in the kitchen. Besides roasting the whole sheep tonight, she also planned to stew the leftover sheep parts. Since refrigerators weren't common back then, and the weather was so hot, she couldn't keep the meat fresh. But thinking about a fridge, she considered visiting the scrap yard tomorrow to see if there were any spare parts. If she found some, she could tinker with other projects at home. When the fire in the backyard flared up, the heat quickly hit Jiang Li's face. She had a towel around her neck, brushing oil onto the sheep while wiping sweat, which made Jiang Qixi feel a bit sorry for her. "Little sister, let me do it." Jiang Li shook her head. "No need. If you do it, it might not turn out well. Just watch the heat, so it doesn't burn." Jiang Qixi nodded. "All right. Be careful not to get burned by the fire." After roasting the sheep for a while, the surface started to sizzle and release oil. Zhang Jing'an wiped the sweat from his forehead and kept turning the sheep, worried he might ruin the meat by accident. They had originally planned to slaughter 3 sheep today, but the other 2 were kept for the brothers to enjoy later. Since it was so hot, 1 sheep was enough for everyone, and if needed, they could go catch more later. Jiang Li was busy applying seasonings, brushing here and there, and soon a rich aroma filled the yard. Jiang Qixi smelled the scent and said, "I'll go check around." "Hurry up, it's almost time to finish work." Jiang Li nodded. "Got it. Just a little longer." Zhang Jing'an, overwhelmed by the tempting smell, almost drooled. The aroma was so enticing it made him dizzy. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh a little. "Big brother Zhang, stop messing around. It's almost done." Zhang Jing'an snapped out of it. "Oh, okay, I got it." Until the broadcast from the team announced it was time, Jiang Li finally told Zhang Jing'an and her second brother to carry the sheep into the kitchen. "Wow, eating meat all day feels like stealing. Luckily, it's cooked now." Hearing her, Jiang Qixi also smiled and said, "Thanks to our little Li. What should we do with the leftovers?" "You two, chai the meat and put it on plates. I'll sprinkle the seasonings later. I'm about to cook lamb offal now. Take your time, don't rush, and be careful not to cut your hand." Jiang Qixi smiled and said, "Don't underestimate us. If we could cut meat to the point of hurting ourselves, we might as well just retire and go home." Jiang Li chuckled. "I was just joking. I'm going to get busy now." After everyone at home finished work, Jiang Qinghua couldn't wait to go into the kitchen. He sniffed deeply. "Wow, you guys are really skilled. Did no one notice?" Jiang Qixi said, "You just finished roasting when you came back from work. Didn't you see how red our faces were?" Standing by the fire in the hot weather, the feeling was hard to describe. "TSK, you guys worked hard. Dad Li is lighting the fire for you. You're so hot, go wash your face." Jiang Li didn't refuse. She was so hot she was about to faint. She had never been this tired before in her previous life. Rebirth really changes everything. When Jiang Snowmei saw her daughter come out, her face was flushed, and her hair was all messy. She looked worried and said, "I'll go help in the kitchen."
You go rest.
Jiang Li nodded. "The stew will be ready in 15 minutes. I've already prepared the seasonings."
You can go now.
The old lady brought a basin of cold water for her granddaughter and said, "Li, wash up quickly. After dinner, you can take a bath. Look at your clothes, your back is soaked. You're such a kid." Jiang Li threw the towel into the basin, wiped herself briefly, and said, "My second brother's cooking isn't very good, you know that. If I don't keep an eye on it, the lamb will be ruined. By the way, Grandma, when you came back, was the smell outside strong?" The old lady replied, "There was some smell, but it's okay. At most, the neighbors might notice." Today at noon, everyone shared the meat. Even if they smell it, they won't say anything. "Don't worry," Jiang Li said. "That's good. I don't want to be reported while eating." The old lady snapped. "How dare they? Grandma, people are tricky. My uncle's position is being watched by many, so we can't be careless. Don't worry, I have it under control." Jiang Qinghua received his nephew's message early, so after finishing work, he tidied up and brought over some white wine from next door. That evening, when the 2 tables of whole lamb feast was served, everyone was shocked.
Wow.
"You guys are amazing." Jiang Li chuckled. "My second brother is even more impressive." Jiang Qinghua smiled and said, "Soldiers really are different. Since the food is ready, let's eat quickly. I'm almost starving." These days, it's rare to find someone selling lamb meat, and sometimes it's impossible to buy. People don't know how to handle it and always think it smells too strong and tastes bad. Jiang Li first handed a bowl of tender meat to the elderly lady before sitting down to eat. Jiang Jingzhe and the other young men each took a piece of lamb chop and started chewing. "I made chili oil. If the lamb soup is too bland, you can add some chili yourself," Zhang Xuemei said while eating. Li Dongmei was eating roasted lamb and asked curiously, "Little sister, what seasoning did you put on it? It tastes so good." Jiang Li smiled. "It's all homemade from herbs I picked from the mountain. If your sister-in-law likes it, I can give you some. This seasoning can be used on anything you grill." Li Dongmei smiled. "That's great. Thank you, little sister." The 4-year-old chubby boy finished his lamb chop and shouted, "Meat, eat meat." Jiang Li picked a piece with more meat and handed it to him, saying, "This is the last piece. You can't eat too much. Tomorrow, your aunt will give you more meat, understand?" The child was too young to eat a lot at night, especially lamb, which is hard to digest. As for adults eating more, that was her business. That night, Zhang Chuxi and Zhang Jing'an walked along the dark mountain path, feeling extremely restless. "Boss, why is it so hot so late at night?" Zhang Chuxi looked puzzled. "Do you feel hot too?" Zhang Jing'an nodded. "Yes, it's uncomfortable." "That's not right. It's not the weather. I think we ate too much lamb tonight." Zhang Chuxi suddenly remembered another effect of lamb. He was instantly overwhelmed. "Boss, eating too much lamb makes you hot? How did he not know that?" Zhang Chuxi replied irritably, "I told you to read more. Lamb has a strengthening effect, understand?" Zhang Jing'an was speechless. "Oh no, we're doomed." "No, we need to vent quickly, or we won't be able to sleep tonight," Jiang Chuxi said as he quickened his pace. Wang Biao and others heard footsteps approaching. When the person got closer, they realized it was the team leader. "Captain, you're finally here. I just checked inside. There are only about 20 people here, no one else. Should we make a move?" This was a great chance to make a contribution. They didn't want to share the credit with others. Jiang Chuxi narrowed his eyes after hearing this. "Let's go and check again. Everyone else stay on standby." He needed to see for himself before deciding whether to act. Over the years, he had been very careful, so he couldn't just rely on Wang Biao's words to give an order. He had to be responsible for his brothers. Even if the people around him were close, he wouldn't blindly trust anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly made achievements in the past, thanks to his caution. In the deep mountain at night, there were mosquitoes everywhere. Even though Wang Biao and others applied insect repellent, they still got bitten a few times. Jiang Li held a gun carefully and moved quietly toward the other side. Seeing flickering flames ahead, Jiang Li signaled to Wang Biao, who then circled around. With two muffled sounds, Wang Biao took out two hidden guards. Jiang Li made a big thumbs up, showing he was proud of his soldiers. Wang Biao covered his mouth and smiled foolishly, thinking that after this success, he could move up the ranks. Wang Gang was drinking and eating meat with his brothers, unaware that their base was already surrounded. After finishing, they pulled out two women from the basement, planning to entertain everyone. When Fan Shuiying was pulled out, she was very upset. "Let go of me. My dad is the secretary of the municipal committee. Don't touch me." Smack. Wang Gang pinched her face. "You little brat, you refuse a toast only to take a punishment. Of course I know your background. Did you really think we would just randomly kidnap you?" Fan Shuiying covered her face.
Why?
"Who is it?"
Wang Gong spat.
"Your father blocking someone's way means that person is behind this. Your father back then was stubborn and even killed two of my men. So if you want to blame someone, blame your unwise dad." He reached out to tear her clothes. With a ripping sound, Fan Shuiying's top was torn, revealing smooth, fair skin.
Ah!
"Let go of me." Another girl saw this scene and was terrified. She covered her ears and kept crying. Just as Wang Gang and his men were about to take off their pants, Jiang Li and his team burst in. Gunshots rang out loudly, causing the two girls to scream and cover their ears in fear. Zhang Jing'an kicked the man nearby. "Captain, these two are still alive. Should we take them back?" Jiang Li nodded. "Take the prisoners back. Deal with the others on the spot." Although the country treated prisoners well, these people were animals. Keeping them alive was a waste of air. Instead of letting them harm others again, it was better to let them reincarnate sooner. He looked at the two injured girls and gave Wang Biao a nod. Wang Biao understood and quickly took off two enemy jackets to give to the girls. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Hurry and put your clothes on." Fan Shuiying saw they were in military uniforms and held back tears as she quickly put on her own clothes. She was almost done for. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. "Thank you all. Thank you for saving me. All right, stop crying. You and that girl go to the side and wait. We need to search now. After the mission, we'll take you home." Fan Shuiying nodded obediently, indicating she understood. "Captain, everyone outside has been killed. May I ask what to do next?" Jiang Li said, "Leave some people outside to guard. The rest of you come with me to search. Leave two people here to watch these spies so they don't escape."
Yes.
Jiang Li led his team in a thorough search, quickly discovering that this was not a laboratory or base, but just dozens of boxes of unshipped artifacts and gold bars, along with some captured girls. Some of the girls had already died, and others had been badly hurt by the spies. Even the soldiers who saw this were angry and cursed. "I want to go kill those." "Wang Biao, don't be impulsive. These people are still useful. Don't act rashly." Wang Biao's eyes were red. "Captain, they're so pitiful." Jiang Li said, "I know, but even if you kill those people now, it won't change the reality, right? Let the ones who are still alive be taken out for treatment. For those who have died, let's dig graves and lay them to rest." That's all he could do. Some of the people had become unrecognizable, so even if they were taken out, it would be hard to identify anyone. So they decided not to bother. In the dungeon, a girl heard their conversation and clenched her fists tightly. If her eyes hadn't still been clear, people might have thought she was crazy. Because there was a lot of stuff found here, Jiang Li told Zhang Jing'an to go down the mountain and call for backup from the higher-ups. As for the girls, they were grown men, and it wasn't appropriate for them to interfere. Wang Biao then approached the two girls and asked, "Can you find some clothes for those girls to wear?" Fan Shuiying and Li Shui replied, "Yes, we can help." By now, they had recovered from their fear, so helping was possible. Also, when they were captured, they had been kept together with these people. Right now, as she looked at them, she was crying while helping them put on clothes. "Don't worry about getting dirty. After we go out, I'll ask my father to give you all new clothes," Fan Shuiying said. After experiencing this, She hated the people of Fusang country even more. Although she was kidnapped because of her father, she wasn't angry. If her father had stood up to Fusang's henchmen, she wouldn't be able to face people now. As the sun rose on the horizon, Jiang Li finished handling everything. Later, Wang Biao took the girls into the car and went straight to the county town. Because there weren't enough people, Zhang Jing'an also went along. I'll come to see you tomorrow. If you have any problems, call the team. And remember, don't let anyone see those enemy spies, in case there's a traitor here.
Got it?
Zhang Jing'an nodded. Don't worry, Captain. I promise to complete the mission. All right, let's go. After a long night of work, Jiang Li looked very tired. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and no one was hurt. Jiang Li was worried about her second brother, so she got up at dawn. Seeing that her second brother's room was empty, she knew he hadn't returned yet. Then she went straight to the kitchen to make breakfast. Jiang Li came down the mountain and saw smoke rising from the house, feeling warm inside. When Jiang Li heard the door open, she came out of the kitchen. Seeing her second brother back, she didn't ask much and simply said, "Eat breakfast first, then go back to sleep. Look at your dark circles, you're like a panda." Jiang Li smiled. Okay, I'll listen to the little housekeeper. Seeing her brother still able to smile, Jiang Li knew things were probably going well on that side. Later, when everyone in the family woke up, she brought out the breakfast. Jiang Qinghua saw his daughter had woken up so early and smiled. "Our little lazybones, why are you up so early today? Did the sun come out from the west?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "From now on, I'll get up early to exercise. Then I won't have to worry about being kidnapped again." The original owner was quite weak. If she didn't start exercising early, no matter how capable she was, she wouldn't be able to show her strength. "By the way, I need to go to the scrapyard later. I'll ask sixth brother to take me." Jiang Qinghua asked, "Why go to the scrapyard? It's just full of junk." "Dad, you're so unobservant. Don't say it's all junk. When I find something good, don't be jealous." At this time, the scrapyard was a place where anyone who knew how to recognize valuable items could find treasures. Unlike the scrapyards in later generations, which were full of broken things. Jiang Li held his rice bowl and said, "I will go with you later." "Don't bother brother 6. Jiang Li looked up and said, "Second brother, you should rest. You will be busy later, so you don't need to worry about me." Jiang Li shook his head and said, "It's okay. I can't sleep now anyway. I'll sleep when I get back. Besides, I won't stay at home for many more days. I might as well spend more time with you." Jiang Li listened and said, "All right, let's go quickly and come back soon." Actually, Jiang Li was worried about old 6 taking his sister out because the hidden dangers hadn't been removed. He felt more at ease staying nearby. After finishing in the kitchen, Jiang Li found a torn burlap sack and left with his second brother. Jiang Li rode his bike. Because the road was bad, Jiang Li's backside hurt from the bumping. "Second brother, go slower. Mai's going to get sore." Jiang Li smiled and said, "You, girl, speak so impolitely." Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, "Everyone has a backside. What's impolite about that? Plus, there are no outsiders here. As long as second brother doesn't say anything, no one will know what I said." Jiang Li sighed and said, "Since I came back this time, you've changed a lot. You're more cheerful, which is good." His sister used to be a bit more reserved, but now he liked her more because she was more open. Because a reserved person is sometimes hard to talk to. When they arrived at the commune, the street was full of people going to work. Jiang Li looked pretty, and Jiang Li was handsome. So many people kept looking at them. "Brother, let's hurry up. I don't like those people's gazes. It's like they're looking at goods. So annoying." Jiang Li nodded, "Okay." At the youth commune, Xueqing woke up early and noticed a very bad smell on her body. She also had some lumps on her skin, and even below was more itchy and uncomfortable than yesterday. She quickly got up and ran to the bathroom. When she came back, her face was pale. Zhang Xiaya brought in toiletries and saw her face was not good and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Did you smell that strange, bad smell today?" Xueqing looked at her and said, I didn't smell anything. I went to have breakfast. She was trying to stay calm on the outside, but her mind was very restless. After breakfast, she planned to ask for leave and go to the hospital. She didn't believe she, a young girl, could have that kind of illness. If Jiang Li were here, she would probably laugh loudly. Killing someone directly may bring relief to the other person, but she wouldn't want her to live happily. She plans to wait until her infamous reputation is at its worst, when everyone is against her, and then deliver the final. The original owner won't let her get away with just one life. A dull knife is the cruelest weapon. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Bayu has been having strange dreams lately, dreams about romantic encounters. Every morning, he feels embarrassed and has to wash the sheets and underwear. Today, after just washing the sheets, his father sat on the sofa downstairs and said, "Your mother has found a few girls for you to meet. You're not busy now, so you might as well go see them." His father knows that his son washes the sheets often, but he doesn't believe it's just because the sheets are dirty. His son is already 22 and should think about settling down. Hearing this, Bayu frowned and said, "I won't go. I told you before, I have my own plans." He added, "And honestly, my mother's taste isn't that good." His sister-in-law was arranged by their mother at first, and it was fine then. But now that both children are grown, they're talking about divorce. Thinking about his two young nephews losing their mother makes him feel heartbroken. He said, "Tell your mother I said no. I've already made it clear." Seeing his mother's strict attitude, Bayu felt helpless. Then he asked, "How is my older brother doing? What's really going on with my sister-in-law? Why are they getting a divorce? Many people in their family want to marry into their family, but now his sister-in-law wants to leave. It's confusing and frustrating." Jinjing sighed. "It seems like my sister-in-law has someone outside. I don't know what promises the other person made, but she's willing to leave my brother and even abandon the kids. Every time I think about it, I can't eat." Divorce is the children. They have two grandsons, one 8 years old, and the other just 3. He's worried they will suffer emotional trauma as they grow up. He asked, "What does my older brother think?" There's been a lot of gossip in the neighborhood lately. People are saying all sorts of things. Some even say that my brother can't handle the marriage anymore, so my sister-in-law wants to leave. The words are very harsh. Jinjing replied, "Your brother has already filed for divorce. Once the paperwork is signed, he'll leave. I'll arrange for him to return to Kyoto, and your mother and grandmother will take care of the children." His eldest son has been in the Northwest Military District. He used to have a wife who helped take care of things, but now that they are divorced, no one is there to look after him. He's worried about his son's future. "In 3 days, my younger brother will go to the countryside. This time, he can't avoid it. Someone from the family has to go. Our family has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Now, 2 are married, 1 has a career, and only the youngest, who just graduated this year, is unemployed. In recent years, those 4 have been quite arrogant, and in our large estate, families with many children usually have someone sent to the countryside. So this year, no matter what, my youngest son can't stay. We can only try to find a good place for him to go." When Bayu heard that his younger brother's countryside assignment was decided, he suddenly thought of that bright girl. He stood up and said, "I'll arrange a good place for him, so he won't suffer." Jinjing replied, "Wait, your mother will be back soon. Let's wait a bit before leaving." Bayu waved his hand and said, "No, tell her I have a task in the army and won't be back for a while." After that, he went upstairs with his luggage and left. His mother is good in many ways, but her judgment isn't very good. He couldn't understand how she managed to survive in the art troupe all these years. Seeing his son leave so suddenly, Jinjing sighed helplessly, hoping his son would bring back a wife soon, so his wife wouldn't nag him all day long. He was already getting tired of her constant talking. Just as Bayu was about to leave the estate, Lu Jiao stopped him. "Brother Bayu, I finally see you. I miss you so much." Bayu took a step back, frowned, and asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Lu Jiao's eyes immediately turned red as she said, "Brother Bayu, I am Jiao. How can you say you don't know me? I feel so sad." Seeing her acting so pretentiously, Bayu didn't bother to hide his annoyance and said, "Sorry, I have a partner. I need to stay away from all women, or my partner will get jealous. When Lu Jiao heard the words have a partner, her smile suddenly disappeared. She looked at Hu Beiyu in disbelief and said, Brother Beiyu, you're lying to me, right? You know I like you. I refused my family's matchmaking because I was waiting for you. How could you treat me like this? You lied to me, didn't you? Hu Beiyu replied impatiently, I'm not familiar with you. Please respect yourself. I have things to do.
Goodbye.
He quickly bypassed Lu Jiao and ran out of the estate. By the time she reacted, he was already gone. She stomped her feet in anger. You are mine. I will marry you. Just wait for me. Jiang Li was searching for parts among the scrap and secretly took some valuable items into her space. When they finished, the entire bag was full. Jiang Chixi looked inside at the various useless electrical appliances and wondered what his sister was planning. The old man at the door saw that they had only loaded worthless items, took 2 yuan casually, and let them leave. Jiang Chixi pushed the bag and asked as they walked away from the scrap yard, Little sister, what are you going to do with these things? Jiang Li smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tonight. There might be a surprise. Jiang Chixi smiled affectionately. You bought so much junk. Won't Mom be mad when she sees it? Jiang Li playfully stuck out her tongue. She'll be too fond of me to be mad. Although my mother is usually a bit strict, she still spoils me a lot. So, I'm not worried about being scolded. When we got home, Jiang Chixi went to his room to catch up on sleep. Jiang Li dumped everything in the yard and started sorting through it. Then she took out some basic tools from her space and began repairing a broken radio. Radios in this era cost over 100 yuan and needed a ticket to buy. Many people could only afford a simple radio when they got married. Even their bicycles were sent back from the army by their brothers. As time passed, Jiang Li quickly assembled a rather plain-looking radio. She pressed the power button, tuned to a station, and soon music from that time period played inside. She hummed along for a couple of lines, then, realizing it was almost noon, carried the radio to the kitchen. At noon, Zhang Jingzhe caught a lot of red claw and shouted as he entered the yard, Lily, Lily, 6th brother caught some red claw for you. Jiang Li peeked out from the kitchen, just put them in the water tank.
I'm cooking.
Jiang Jingzhe smiled, can we eat them tonight? Jiang Li replied, as long as there are enough for 2 buckets, I'll cook for you. Jiang Jingzhe looked at the quantity. Then I'll go catch some more this afternoon. There were so many of these now that catching a few was easy. If it weren't for her sister's appetite, he would have already fed them to the chickens. Soon he heard music playing. Little sister, where's the singing coming from? Jiang Li answered, my assembled radio is in the kitchen, and it's singing. Jiang Jingzhe scratched his ear. What did you say? Say it again. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, I told you I assembled a radio myself. If you don't believe me, go check it out, but be careful not to break it. Because there wasn't enough time, she hadn't fixed the outer shell yet, so if she applied too much force, it might fall apart instantly. Jiang Jingzhe didn't believe it until he saw the singing radio, then he believed his sister's words. Wow, little sister, when did you become so impressive? You haven't always been hiding your skills, have you? You know how popular this kind of thing is outside. Even with money and tickets, you might not be able to buy one. You're really lucky now. Lucky? What do you mean? When Jiang Qinghua's family entered the yard and heard about the luck, they were confused. Jiang Jingzhe carefully carried the radio out and said, Second uncle, look at this. What do you think it is? Everyone looked and thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes and confirmed that the radio was singing, and they were very shocked. Jiang Qinghua asked excitedly, Where did this come from? Jiang Jingzhe said, My little sister assembled it herself. Look, there are still many parts over there. Jiang Qinghua turned to look and saw a pile of broken pieces on the ground. Let me see it. Smack. Jiang Qinghua was hit and looked at his wife with a sad face, saying, Wife, why did you hit me? Jiang Shuemai glared at him and said, Clumsy. Don't break Li Li's thing. Jingzhe, put it on the table, so everyone can see. Jiang Jingzhe nodded, got it. Then, a few people gathered around a table in the yard and listened to the radio. The elderly lady had seen this kind of device before at someone else's house and knew it was very expensive. She never thought her family would have one someday. How does this thing sing? It's so amazing. Everyone shook their heads. We don't know either. They had only seen this kind of device at other people's homes before, so they truly didn't know how it worked. At this moment, Jiang Li spoke. Second uncle, if you sell this thing on the black market without tickets, I think it could sell for at least 150 yuan and be very popular. Jiang Qinghua nodded. That's right, it might not even be enough to sell. Although it's a refurbished item, as long as the appearance is well handled, it looks just like new. Jiang Shuemai said, what are you two thinking? This belongs to Li Li, and it's the only one. Maybe Li Li was just tinkering with it. Jiang Jingzhe chuckled and said, second aunt, Li Li is so good at studying and loves reading. I think she must have some knowledge in this area. Otherwise, how could she have made it? If others couldn't figure it out, how did Li Li do it? And even if I sell this thing, I can only do so in the county town. There are too many acquaintances in the commune, and I really don't dare to wander around freely. These days, speculation and profiteering are serious crimes, and he wouldn't foolishly mess around on his own land. All right, I'll ask Li Li later to find out what's going on. You all watch here. I'm going to the kitchen. Jiang Shuemai stood up. Just as Jiang Li finished serving the braised pork, her mother came in. Mom, lunch is ready. Please get your bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Shuemai looked at the bowl of braised pork on the stove and winced slightly. You wasteful girl. Is this how you eat meat? Do you even know you've gained weight recently? Jiang Li touched her face. I feel okay. The original owner was very thin, and even though their family was fairly well off, they didn't take good care of her. Eating 1 egg a day was considered good enough. Jiang Shuemai glared at her. With your kind of eating, who would dare want you as a wife in the future? Ha, if no one wants me, I won't marry. I have my own money and can live freely. Only fools are stupid enough to care for other people's difficult mother-in-law. Nowadays, valuing boys over girls is very common. It's hard to find a good mother-in-law. If she had a son, she'd have some status. Otherwise, she'd just be a free housekeeper. So even if she really wanted to get married someday, she'd first check out the other person's family. If they were full of troublemakers, she'd rather say goodbye to handsome guys than suffer. There are plenty of handsome men in the world, and she wouldn't foolishly hang herself on one tree, even if he's very handsome. Listening to her daughter's strange reasoning, Jiang Shuemai was too exhausted to comment. Ever since her daughter came back after her incident, her words had become overly sharp. She wondered if she had been stimulated by something last time. As the family sat at the dining table, Jiang Qinghua suddenly remembered his eldest son. Where's your second brother? Didn't you call him for dinner? Jiang Li replied, I left some food for him. Let him sleep first. He didn't sleep all night. Whenever he wakes up, he'll eat. Hearing that her son hadn't slept all night, Jiang Qinghua knew he was on a mission. He then asked Li Li, did you really make this radio yourself?
Jiang Li nodded. Yes.
I've read quite a few books about this before. I just had some free time, so I spent 2 yuan at the scrapyard buying some parts and trying to make one. The craftsmanship of this radio is very simple. I just fiddled with it a bit and it was done. The whole family. Listen, what do you mean by too simple? Just messing around is enough. They act like fools, and it makes me speechless. Girl, since you're so capable, can you try to make a few more devices? Jiang Qinghua asked carefully. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Dad, where do you want to go with this? Jiang Qinghua nodded.
Exactly.
This is a very profitable business. Each one sells for over 100, but these broken parts only cost $2.
So?
Jiang Li looked at her mother. Mom, do you agree? She knew that if they got caught doing illegal activities, the whole family would suffer. Now, if anyone in a family commits a crime, it's like being punished together, like ancient times when the whole family was punished for one person's mistake. Jiang Shuemai was leisurely eating dinner. Hearing her daughter, she said, your dad used to do this secretly. He sold whatever he could. As long as you have time, just do it. I don't care. Anyway, you have to give me a share of whatever you earn. Jiang Li twitched her lips, thinking her mother was really bold. If it were an ordinary woman, she'd be too scared to go. Then she said, "All right, but the parts at home aren't enough. I need to assemble other things too. If you have time, go to the scrap yard and bring me some more parts. First, let's agree. Whoever goes to sell, I want 50 yuan for labor. My mom gets 50, my grandma gets 10, and the rest is up to you. We're family, so helping each other is fine." Since she wouldn't be doing this for many days, because there are only so many scrap parts, Jiang Qinghua and Jiang Jingzhe immediately agreed. It's no problem. It's just a cost of 110 yuan. As long as they sell it at a higher price, the rest is theirs. This is a very profitable deal. Of course, after lunch today, the old lady took the device back to her room to listen to a play. Jiang Qinghua lay on the kong, a traditional heated bed, feeling excited. "Sweetheart, why do you think Li is so capable? Did she inherit my cleverness?" Jiang Xuemei turned over and said with disdain, "I've noticed your face is getting thicker. If I said she inherited my cleverness, I could agree. If it's for me, no problem. But as for her intelligence, let's forget it. She's like a primary school student. Her sons and daughters were all good students. Back then, if she didn't know her father was a wise man, she might have been fooled by her husband. Sweetheart, how can you say that about me? Do you regret marrying me?" Jiang Xuemei slapped away the hand on her waist and shouted, "Get out and don't sleep here." Jiang Qinghua looked sad and helpless. He felt like he had no place in this family anymore. Jiang Chusi slept until sunset. When Jiang Li saw he was awake, he said, "Second brother, if you have something to do, go ahead. You don't need to worry about family matters. It's just a grasshopper, and it won't take up your time. It's okay. I know what to do. I'll go out again tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. It won't delay anything." Jiang Li replied, "As long as you know, that's fine. Since you're awake, come help out. These red claw crayfish are driving me crazy. They are tasty, but really hard to clean up. If it weren't for family eating them, she wouldn't bother removing the shells one by one. Just washing them would be enough." Jiang Chusi looked at the pile of red claw crayfish and asked, "Do we really need to clean these so carefully when we cook?" Jiang Li was speechless. "Second brother, these are for us to eat. We've already had several meals with them. When we eat tonight, you'll see what we missed before." Before she arrived, the villagers also caught these to feed animals. They found them not tasty and not filling. So, her family used to handle them the same way as the villagers. "Little sister, are you joking? These things aren't even eaten by pigs. Are you sure they're tasty?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "If you don't believe it, forget it. Just help out first." Sixth brother had been catching a lot this afternoon so they could eat more tonight. Now they had about 20 jin. To avoid wasting oil and seasoning, Jiang Li cut off the heads and ate the tails directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't fit into 2 pots. Meanwhile, Xueqing had been lying on the kong all afternoon since returning from the county town. She couldn't understand how she caught a contagious disease, especially the female doctor who treated her today. She hated the look in her eyes so much she almost wanted to kill her. On the way back, she kept thinking and overthinking, her hair almost falling out from stress. She just couldn't figure it out. Then she remembered Jiang Li was still doing well, which made her even more furious. Zhang Xiaoya came back from work, rubbing her sore waist. Seeing Xueqing relaxing so much, she tried to hide her annoyance and asked with a smile, "Xueqing, what did you go to the county town for today? Did your family send you another package?" Xueqing stood up and said, "Let's go now." If she didn't have little money, she would really want to build her own house and live alone. She had already endured such days in her past life, but now that the man was coming soon, she could only hold back a little longer. At the Jiang family, Jiang Li and Jiang Chusi were busy in the kitchen, working hard. "Second brother, try the taste and see how it is." Jiang Chusi looked at the shrimp tails her younger sister peeled and ate them immediately. "Huh, why is it so delicious? Chewy and spicy, so refreshing." Jiang Li pouted proudly. "See? I told you it's very tasty. Unfortunately, in a month, I won't be able to eat this anymore." It was mid-June now, and they could only eat this until July at most, especially since there wasn't much meat then, just a small treat to enjoy the flavor. Little sister, when did you become such a good cook? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Second brother, I'm already an adult. I can't just wait around for ready-made food all the time. Look at grandma and mom and dad. They work from dawn to dusk. I feel sorry for them. It's a pity I don't know how to farm. If I did, I'd go with them. The original owner had been spoiled by her family since childhood and never did farm work. She hadn't even farmed in her past life. Just watering the vegetable garden at home was already good enough for her. While they were cooking, Jiang Li came in carrying a bunch of wild duck eggs. Little sister, look what second brother brought back for you. Jiang Li wiped his mouth and asked, what is it? Why are you so happy? Here, today I and my brothers found several wild duck nests. These 6 eggs are for you. Eat one every day to boost your health. Jiang Li looked at the eggs and thought there were quite a few. He smiled and said, just leave half for me. The rest can go to Depang and Xiaopeng. As an aunt, I can't fight with my nephews for food. If I did, I'd be ashamed to face others. Little sister, we have eggs at home for them to eat. You can keep these for yourself. It's all because 6th brother isn't skilled enough to catch those ducks. Otherwise, I'd catch a duck and stew it for you. Those wild ducks seem to have become clever. They weren't easy to catch at all. Jiang Li, hearing this, said disdainfully, you say your hands are good, but you're so clumsy. You can't even catch a duck. I don't trust you to take care of your sister at home. Jiang Li rolled his eyes and said, if you're so capable, then go ahead. Jiang Li let out a small hum. I'll go catch them tonight. I won't come back empty-handed. Jiang Li saw the two arguing and laughed. All right, 6th brother, go call uncle and the others to dinner. I've already prepared everything. My second brother is leaving tomorrow. Let's send him off tonight. Jiang Li heard that his second brother was leaving tomorrow and asked, why so soon? Jiang Li said, it's not certain yet. We need to check the situation in the county town tomorrow before deciding. Although they caught the people involved, it might not be the end of it. He didn't believe that such a big smuggling case could be handled by just a few people. And some of the lower-level ones still needed to be cleaned up, like Widow Li from the village. Hey, let's stop talking and get the table ready. I'm so hot I feel like I'll melt, Jiang Li said. Jiang Li smiled. All right, 6th brother will go now. That evening, Jiang Li came over and asked Jiang Li, Lily, I heard your dad say you made a radio this morning. Is that true? Where is it? Jiang Li knew his father was showing off and replied, it's in my grandma's room. You can go get it yourself. Jiang Li chuckled. Okay, I'll go get it. Grandma finished washing her hands and face, saw her eldest son holding her radio and tuning it, and said, be careful with that, or I'll break your leg if you damage it. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I've been listening to Guohua brag all afternoon. My ears are about to get calluses. I don't know what kind of lucky break he had, but he managed to have such a clever girl like Lili. Jiang Qinghua wiped his face with a towel and said proudly, don't forget who I am. You should all envy me. Jiang Qinghua shot him a look. Look at you showing off. Having a daughter is something to be proud of, huh? Exactly, it's something to be proud of. If you're so capable, then have one yourself. Jiang Qinghua snapped, get lost, you annoying dog. If he could have children, he would have already. Jiang Li stood at the kitchen door and asked, little sister, when did you make this radio?
I didn't know.
Jiang Li replied, just this morning when I got back. I made it while you were sleeping. I thought it would be hard, but it was just a few circuits. I tinkered with it, and it started working. Jiang Li's mouth twitched. When did you become so good at this? You're really impressive.
Jiang Li shuklat.
Reading so much helped. TSK, my little sister is amazing. Even Big Brother has to admit defeat. If it weren't for growing up together, he might have almost suspected that his sister had been swapped by someone. Fortunately, it's still the same person, just suddenly more impressive. The family enjoyed a warm dinner together, and everyone ate until they were full again. Jiang Li rubbed his stomach and said, I can't take it anymore. Second brother, let's go catch some ducks. Jiang Li looked at his younger brother's useless appearance and said disdainfully, can't you eat a little less? No, it's too delicious. I just can't control myself. Besides, you don't eat less than me, right? Jiang Li replied, I exercise every day to stay healthy. Can you compare to me? Moreover, you can eat whenever you want at home, but I can't. His little sister's cooking was so good that he wanted to pack her up and take her away right now. Hearing what the second brother said, Jiang Li thought about bringing him more meat sauce later, so that third brother could also enjoy some when they got home. Of course, whether fourth brother could eat it depended on his ability. At this moment, Jiang Qingwa said, Lily, can you install a radio for Uncle? That way, we can listen to the news at night, and Pang and Xiaopang can also enjoy some music. Jiang Li smiled faintly and said, yes, once I have enough parts, I will install one for you. Her own uncle was very kind to her, and since it was her first time speaking, she naturally wouldn't let him down. Seeing that Jiang Li agreed, Jiang Qingwa grinned and said, our Lily is so filial. Girls are like little cotton-padded jackets, unlike your brothers, who are just here to ask for money. A few brothers. Yeah, they were just a bunch of money losers. After dinner, the Jiang brothers went to the riverbank. Jiang Li took out some wild boar meat and rabbit meat to prepare meat sauce. Jiang Xuemei and the old lady saw her busy and asked, what are you making? Jiang Li replied directly, I'm making some meat sauce for my brothers to take away. They can mix it with noodles or rice, or even eat it with bread. They train so hard every day. Look at my second brother, he's so thin. As his sister, I can't do much, but I can make some food. Don't you think so? The old lady nodded. That's right. Our Lily is so thoughtful. My wife and I also have nothing to do, so we can make it together, and it will be faster. Jiang Li said, okay, I'll go get the ingredients. People from the north can handle some spicy food, so Jiang Li made some spicy and some not spicy. When Jiang Xuemei saw her daughter pouring so much oil into the pot, she felt heartbroken. But thinking of her two sons working so hard, she kept her mouth shut. She thought she could buy more later. She had money, so she wasn't afraid. Jiang Li finished pouring oil and saw that her mother didn't say anything. She spoke up, my second brother's unit probably doesn't get much benefit. If there's not enough oil in the meat sauce, it will burn and taste bad. Later, when I go back to the county town, I'll buy some more.
Mom, please don't worry.
Jiang Xuemei glared at her. You're the only sister, and I'm the stepmother? I don't mind if my son eats it all. Just make the sauce for me. Jiang Li smiled and said, all right, I'll keep quiet. While the three brothers, Jiang Li and his two brothers, were returning home at night, they caught a strong smell of delicious food. Jiang Jingchen looked at his second brother and asked, what is Li making so late at night? It smells so good. Jiang Li shook his head. I don't know, but if we look, we'll find out. Let's go. The three of them each carried a duck and headed straight to the kitchen. Li, what are you making that smells so good? Even sixth brother is about to faint from hunger. Seeing them return, Jiang Li smiled and said, this is the meat sauce I made for my second and third brothers to take away. Do you want to try some? Jiang Jingzhe quickly nodded. Yes. Jiang Jingchen and Jiang Li said together, we want some too. Jiang Li took out 3 small bowls, filled each with a bit of the hot, slightly salty sauce. Here, try it. If it tastes good, I'll make more tomorrow for us at home. The 3 threw the tied-up ducks on the ground and took the bowls to taste. Their eyes lit up as they tasted the meat sauce, thinking, how can it be so fragrant? It's really delicious. How is it? Does it taste good? Is it spicy? Jiang Li asked nervously. Jiang Jingzhe was the first to reply, it's delicious, very delicious. If I put this on cold noodles, I think I could eat a whole bowl. Jiang Jingchen agreed, it's very tasty. This is the first time I've had such good meat sauce. Jiang Li wiped the oil from his mouth and smiled. Thanks to my little sister for making meat sauce for second brother. I really like it. Jiang Li smiled and said, as long as it's tasty. We still have plenty of wild game at home. I'll make some for you later. Summer is too hot to store food for long, but in winter, I can make more to enjoy slowly. The old lady took their bowls and said, all right, you all should go back and rest. It's already dark. If you want to eat more, just ask Li to make it for you tomorrow. Don't look so disappointed, it's embarrassing. The others awkwardly scratched their heads, thinking, it's just too delicious. Are these the ducks you caught tonight? Are they all dead? Jiang Li replied, 2 are dead, the other 4 are still alive. If these guys hadn't flown so fast, I wouldn't have had to kill 2 of them directly. The old lady listened and said, all right, Jingchen, take 1 dead and 2 alive back. Hide them well, from your mom. People often come to the house for business, so don't let others see. Hurry up and eat them. Jingchen nodded, okay, I understand. After everyone left, Jiang Li found some clean bottles and said, once they're cooled, you can bottle them. Second brother, don't hold back when you eat these. When they're gone, call home, and I'll mail more to you, okay? In hot weather, if they spoil, it could upset your stomach. Don't let that affect your missions. And don't throw away the bottles after using them. Wash them well and send them back to me, so I have some extras. Listening to his sister's chatter, Jiang Li looked at her with affection. My sister has really grown up. She's starting to care about others. I remember she used to be a crying little nose wiper. Now she's about to get married. Time really flies. At night, Jiang Li once again sneaked through the village. Since he didn't find any evidence of crime at Widow Li's house earlier, he wanted to look again tonight. Someone like that in the village is too dangerous, maybe a ticking time bomb. And he never underestimated his daughter's abilities. Meanwhile, Fan Shuiying was brought home and cried in her father's arms for a long time. Then she slept all day, and that night, she angrily told her father, Dad, your biggest enemy almost killed me this time. If you don't act soon, I won't be your real daughter. If those soldiers hadn't arrived in time, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Look at my wrist and arm. There are still marks. It hurts so much. Fan just saw his daughter's deep resentment and patted her back, saying, don't worry. If that person dares to cooperate with Fusang country, he won't get away this time. I also have some evidence against him. I'll submit it all together. This whole thing is my fault, and it's caused trouble for our family's treasure. Fan Shuiying snorted coldly. You should thank those soldiers properly, right? Also, I promised to give those rescued girls new clothes. Don't let me break my promise. Fanja rubbed his forehead. All right. I've taken care of everything. Now you can go back and rest. My daughter is perfect in every way, but I just wish she didn't have to worry about the high cost of everyday life. Currently, fabrics are very hard to buy, and even he can only get them with help from others. Moreover, this incident has served as a warning to him. He can no longer relax his guard in the future. He has only 1 son and 1 daughter. If his daughter were truly gone, his wife would surely be heartbroken. Fan Shuiying returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed, her mind filled with the handsome figure. However, after being seen by so many people, she felt she no longer deserved him. No matter how much she liked that man, she knew she couldn't repay his kindness with resentment. Such a good officer. Only a better girl would be suitable for him. And she could only silently wish him safety and peace in her heart. As for Jiang Li, he returned from a youth camp late at night. If he weren't worried about his sister, he wouldn't have gone out so late to look for clues. But after wandering around several times without any findings, he thought of his parents' words. He could only sigh and close his eyes to sleep. After returning to the army, Huibeyu hurriedly took on a mission outside the city. He was currently undercover in Qing City, watching a gang involved in illegal oil trading. Originally, this small task wasn't meant for him, but his family's pressure to get married was overwhelming. He also wanted to see that girl again, so he followed along. Captain, you can leave this to us. You should go rest. Huibeyu swatted away 2 mosquitoes and waved his hand. No need, I'll stay with you. This gang is said to be made up of reckless criminals, so we need to be careful. By the way, was that little water rat you caught earlier tasty? Chongqing chuckled. It's okay. The meat is plentiful and tender. I'll catch a couple more later and try some. Chongqing looked a bit annoyed. Captain, don't make things difficult for us. That last one was just luck. You know those things swim faster than fish, very hard to catch. If you really want to eat, we could try fishing with a net tomorrow. Huabeyu thought for a moment. Forget it, I won't eat it.
I was just curious about the taste. I once saw a water rat that big.
Chang Chung grinned. Looks like the captain doesn't come to the northeast often. I'll tell you. Sure, someone's coming. Huabeyu quickly straightened up and took out his pistol, hiding it. Meanwhile, Jiang Li got up early, did a set of 5 animal frolics, and then saw her second brother leaning against the door, watching her with interest. Second brother, you're up early for morning exercises too? Jiang Chisi nodded. Who did you learn the 5 animal frolics from? If it weren't for practicing with the chief before, he wouldn't recognize this set of skills. Jiang Li chuckled and said, I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else, okay? Jiang Chisi nodded and said, Sure, go ahead. Jiang Li whispered in his ear, I secretly apprenticed to a master. No one knows. The 5 animal frolics are taught by him. Master? When did you become his disciple? Is it reliable? Jiang Chisi asked worriedly. Jiang Li chuckled, Don't worry. My master is a wise person from outside the world, not someone from the cattle shed. It's very safe. He's often unpredictable, passing by now and then to teach me some things, then leaving. I haven't had a chance to show my respect to him. He said I am too weak physically, so he taught me the 5 animal frolics to strengthen my body. Also, my master said I am a person with great luck.
Don't tell others about this.
It's our secret, okay? Jiang Chisi touched her head and said, All right, I won't tell anyone. But you must take good care of yourself. Do you know I don't want the same thing to happen again? Jiang Li nodded. Don't worry. It was just my carelessness last time. From now on, I will study the art he taught me seriously and never mess up again. Jiang Chisi raised an eyebrow. You secretly learned medicine?
Can you save people?
Jiang Li glared at him and said with a grimace, Don't underestimate me. I've learned a lot. I haven't finished my training yet. When I do, I'll shock you. Jiang Chisi smiled. All right, I'll wait for our Li to lead us to success. Jiang Xuemei got up and saw the 2 kids whispering, and she said with a smile, What are you 2 talking about? Share it with me. Hearing her mother's voice, Jiang Li turned around and said, It's a secret. I won't tell you. Jiang Xuemei smiled affectionately. All right, kids grow up and have secrets. I'm no longer your favorite mother. Jiang Li walked over and hugged her arm, acting cute. No, I love you the most. You can't accuse me. You're so grown up and still acting cute. All right, I need to cook now.
Keep practicing.
Since her daughter changed, her complexion has noticeably improved. Before, she only stayed at home and didn't go out or talk much. Now, she's starting to show the true spirit of the Jiang family. After breakfast, Jiang Chisi packed his things and left. The Jiang family sent him to the village entrance. Jiang Xuemei, with red eyes, said, Take good care of yourself. Don't work 2 missions. When you have time, find a partner, okay? Don't be stingy with money usually. If you want to eat, go out and eat. Don't worry about things at home. Call me if anything happens. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Chisi hugged her. I'll take care of myself. I'll come back when I have time. Jiang Qinghua patted his son's shoulder. Let's go. Dad is here at home.
Okay.
Jiang Li handed him the packed food. Eat slowly on the way. There's also some for 4th brother. Don't forget to give it to him. Jiang Chisi took the package.
Got it.
I'll go now. After saying goodbye to his family, he turned and started his journey away from home. He had planned to stay a few more days, but in the morning, he received a call. There were many things to do, so he had to return directly to the army. Of course, when passing through the county town, he took a quick look at his 5th brother. Jiang Haoyu saw him and was surprised. Second brother, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Chisi said, I stayed here for 2 days. I have a mission now. It's been a long time since I saw you taller and stronger. Brother, I'll ask for leave. Let's go out for lunch at noon. Jiang Chisi replied, No, I have things to do. I'm leaving soon. My eldest aunt told me, and I'll visit her next time I come back. Really? You're leaving so soon? Jiang Chisi nodded. Yes, time waits for no one. All right, come home often when you're free. With you and 3rd brother gone, you should be more filial to mom and dad. Jiang Haoyu nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll see you off. An old man at the door, seeing Jiang Hao see him off and return, curiously asked, "Is that soldier from your family?" Jiang Hao nodded. "He's my older brother." "Oh, you're a smart kid. When someone in the family joins the army, you don't say anything. If it were someone else, they'd be showing off everywhere." Jiang Hao smiled faintly. "It's better to stay low-key. I don't want to attract trouble." The old man laughed. "You're clever. Go back to work now." In the backyard, Su Mo watched the whole process and thought to herself that Jiang Hao was hiding quite well. She thought he was just an ordinary country boy, but it seems she underestimated him. As days passed quickly, it was soon the day Jiang Li received her graduation certificate. That morning, Jiang Qinghua rode his bicycle and took his daughter to the commune's bus station. Once her schoolwork was finished, she went to visit her older aunt's house. These items were brought by her grandmother for her aunt. She was told not to run around carelessly. Jiang Li obediently replied, "I understand. You should go back now." "All right, I'm leaving." Jiang Li put on her mask, found a seat by the window on the bus, and sat down comfortably. When they arrived in the town, it was already after 8 a.m. As soon as Jiang Li saw Jiang Wenwen, she was warmly greeted with a big hug. "I missed you so much, Li. Why are you so late?" Jiang Li smiled and said, "Graduation certificates aren't issued until 9 o'clock. No need to worry." I told you I took the exam at the textile factory. I was eliminated, but because I ranked second, the director told me to work in the accounting department as a temporary worker. If I perform well, I can become a permanent employee in a month. Do you think I got lucky or what?" Hearing this, Jiang Li understood that her father-in-law might have helped her friend get the job. Whether she could handle the work depended on her own ability. It was a chance given to her. "Congratulations in advance. You won't have to go to the countryside. I believe in you." Jiang Wenwen, feeling proud, said, "Who do you think I am? My grades are solid. I'm good at accounting, and I promise I won't embarrass my sisters." Jiang Li smiled and said, "Let's go find Lu Bing and ask if her job has been confirmed." When they found Lu Bing, she was reading a book. Jiang Wenwen suddenly covered her eyes from behind and mischievously said, "Guess who I am?" Lu Bing put down her extracurricular book and said helplessly, "Little mosquito, are you feeling itchy again?" Jiang Wenwen withdrew her hand, giggling, boring. "I always know it's you, so it's not fun anymore." Jiang Li set down her bag and calmly asked, "Have you secured your job?" Lu Bing replied, "My mom wants to give me her job because she can't find work. Our town is so small, it's really hard to find a job." Jiang Li listened and said, "That's good. Just don't listen to others and go to the countryside. Have you seen how those educated youth are doing in our brigade? I guarantee you'll have nightmares after seeing it." It's not that Jiang Li opposes the country's policies. It's just that these rich young masters have never experienced hardship and don't understand how tough farming can be. When the educated youth first arrived at their brigade, her uncle was so worried that he went bald from stress. Some people don't know how to do farm work and even end up helping in the wrong way, pulling out many wheat seedlings. Plus, being outside in the sun all day, even the best skin can't withstand such harsh conditions. Lu Bing nodded seriously and said, "I understand. My grandma's family is from the countryside. I've seen how hard the farmers work when I visited with my mother. That's also why my mother prefers to retire early, so I don't have to go to the countryside. And I've seen the tough conditions of those who return home from farming trips around my house. Some women can't handle the hardships and end up marrying local men, which is quite extreme." Jiang Li nodded and said, "Exactly, what you saw is true. Not only women, but even men sometimes can't handle it and find local girls to share the work. Fortunately, your jobs are stable now, so I feel relieved. The original owner only has these two friends, and she genuinely doesn't want them to have a hard life. Now that both of them have found their places, she no longer needs to worry about them." After receiving her high school diploma, the three of them went to a nearby photo studio to take a picture, marking the end of their school journey. When Jiang Li left the studio and saw it was still early, she said goodbye to the others and went to her aunt's house. She found a quiet place, thinking no one was home, and first dressed up, then carried 2 burlap sacks to the black market. She learned about it from 6th brother, who told her. Since the last time she tinkered with a radio, her father and 6th brother often brought back scrap items, turning her home into a junkyard. Recently, she's been eating well and sleeping soundly, taking time to recover her strength. Now, she's about 50% as strong as she was in her previous life. Even if she encounters inspectors at the black market, she can leave quickly. "Are you buying or selling?" Jiang Li whispered, "Selling." The guard said, "2 mao." Jiang Li handed over 2 mao, and the guard let her in. It was her first time at the black market. She thought it would be a busy place, but she was wrong. She found a quiet spot and opened the 2 sacks. Because she was selling popular items at reasonable prices, they were quickly bought up. An older man nearby saw how fast she sold everything and asked softly, "Child, I have some old items. Can I trade them for some grain?" Jiang Li looked at him and asked, "How much do you want to trade?" The old man saw she still had grain and rubbed his hands, saying, "Would 100 jin of coarse grain be okay? If there is meat, just give me a piece of pork fat back. Don't worry, you'll like what I have." Jiang Li glanced at the time. "Send me the address, and I'll come to your house in 20 minutes. The old man replied, Okay, I'll wait for you at home." Jiang Li left the black market quickly, but soon noticed someone following her. Since there wasn't much time, she didn't want to waste it on these people. She quickly shook off her followers and prepared to deliver the goods to the old man. The 2 men behind her, seeing they lost her, got a bit angry. "Second brother, what do we do? We lost her. Let's go. He is good stuff. I don't believe he won't come back." Unaware that her cargo was already being watched, Jiang Li was now standing at the door of a dirt house, carrying a sack. "Old man, are you home?" The old man heard the voice, opened the yard gate, and said, "Come in quickly, don't let anyone see you." Jiang Li wasn't worried about being robbed, so she carried the sack inside. "Child, wait a moment. I'll get your things." Jiang Li wiped the sweat from her face. "Okay, no rush." When the old man opened a box, Jiang Li saw that the items inside were quite good. "Child, do these look enough to exchange for your grain?" Jiang Li replied, "Yes, that's enough. If someone wants to trade food again, just tie a white cloth to that tree in front of the black market. I'll see it and come over." The old man smiled.
Got it.
"Since there's no problem, let's settle the deal." Jiang Li put away the box. "All right, I'll go now. You go hide the grain." All that grain couldn't be left outside casually. If someone found it, the old man's strong body wouldn't be enough to protect it. These days, grain is life. When Jiang Li appeared outside again, she had returned to her normal appearance, carrying some meat and other items, standing downstairs at Jiang Hongying's house. A passing woman saw the girl looked unfamiliar and asked, "Little girl, are you a relative of someone here? I've never seen you before." Jiang Li replied, "Jiang Hongying is my aunt. Do you know her, ma'am?" Hearing she was related to the factory director's family, the woman immediately smiled. "Oh, I see you're carrying so much.
Let me help you with that."
Jiang Li said, "No need, ma'am. I can carry it myself. I have things to do, so I'll go now." The woman's gaze was a bit intimidating, making Jiang Li feel like a little meat bun. She was a little scared. Qin Yi was in the living room eating fruit when he heard the knock at the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Jiang Li, I'm your older sister. Open the door quickly." Hearing her cousin's voice, Qin Yi got up and went to open the door. Seeing her cousin bringing more things, he complained, "Why do you keep spending money carelessly? Are you exhausted?" "Jiang Li, stop talking nonsense. Pour me a glass of water. I'm so thirsty. Come over quickly to turn on the fan. I'll pour you some water. There's fruit on the table, help yourself." Jiang Li didn't hold back. She wiped an apple with her hand and started eating. "Cousin, why didn't you tell me you were coming so I could pick you up? Look at all this sweat. You look like you just took a shower." Jiang Li drank a big glass of cold water and leaned on the sofa, speaking casually, "Who knows where you've been wandering?
Don't you dare criticize me."
"Oh, cousin, don't blame me. I haven't gone anywhere recently. I've just been staying at home." Jiang Li glanced at the time. "Your parents will be back soon. You go prepare the main dishes first. I'll cook the vegetables later." Yi looked at her. Are you sure you won't up the kitchen? Jiang Li, get lost. Who do you think you are? If you're so capable, wait and see if you can eat the food I cook. TSK, I've noticed you're a bit irritable lately. Are you sick or something? Jiang Li cursed. You're the one with the problem. Go cook.
Він є сімілет.
Alright, I'll go cook. Honestly, you're not cute at all. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. You're cute enough. Hurry up and go. Jiang Li had enough rest and saw that it was about time, so she got up and went to the kitchen. Yi saw her coming and pointed at the stove. I've started the fire for you. The rest is up to you. Jiang Li waved her hand. Go wait outside. Don't stand here and get in my way. Yi rolled his eyes. Xiao Li, your temper has gotten worse lately. Who gave you the courage? Get lost, or I'll beat you up. If they weren't siblings by blood, she really wanted to punch him to the ground. When they went back to the countryside as kids, she often fought with the original owner over food. Only he dared. Fine, I'll go outside, so I don't bother you. If it catches fire, remember to shout for me. Yi said and slipped out of the kitchen, not giving Jiang Li a chance to say anything. Jiang Li shook her head helplessly, thinking she still had a big kid to deal with. When Jiang Hongying and her husband came home from work, they smelled the aroma of food in the corridor and both felt their mouths watering. Who's cooking meat in the middle of the day? That's so inconsiderate. Qin Jianjun nodded in agreement. Exactly, eating meat at noon, such a waste. The two people walked and complained as they went. When they reached their door, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Old Qin, why do I feel like our house is cooking meat? Qin Jianjun sniffed and said, it does seem like it's coming from our place. Jiang Hongying quickly took out her key and opened the door, and immediately a strong smell of food hit her face. Qin heard the door open, looked up, and asked, You're back? Where's my older brother? Jiang Hongying ignored her son and went straight to the kitchen, where she saw Li serving dishes. Oh my goodness. How come you're cooking? Are you burned? Li heard her aunt's voice and turned around, saying, Auntie is back. Lunch just finished. Oh, when did you learn to cook? It looks so tasty. But why did you buy more food? Did you spend a lot on this meat? Li smiled and said, Lucky me, I just had a ticket so I bought a piece. Since I have nothing to do, you all should try my cooking. Jiang Hongying smiled happily. Good. Thank you, Li. I'll help you. Qin Jianjun saw that his niece made lunch and felt pleased, saying, She really has grown up. She can cook now. Li smiled and said, I can't just eat and wait to die. But why hasn't my older brother come back yet? Just as she finished asking, Qin Han opened the door and came in. Hey, when did Li get here? Big cousin, I thought you wouldn't come back for lunch. Hurry and wash your hands to eat. Qin Han looked at the food on the table and asked, When did Mom start cooking so fast? And there's braised pork too. Did the sun rise from the west? Jiang Hongying glared at her eldest son. Li made all this. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to eat or not? Hearing that his sister made the food, Qin Han immediately smiled. Of course I will eat. He hadn't tried his sister's cooking before, and if he didn't now, he might never get the chance. Thinking about how someone else's kid might get the benefit later made him feel a bit sad. Li smiled and said, If you like it, I'll cook for you next time I come. By the way, my cousin graduated. Do you want to go back and play for a few days? Grandma probably misses him too. Qin heard that and said, Yes, I'll go with you later. Since the three at home were working and he had nothing to do, he might as well go back to the countryside to gather bird eggs. Jiang Hongying said, Go ahead. Help your grandma. Do some chores. If your work doesn't go well here, you might have to farm. It's a good chance to experience it early. Qin smiled and said, If I go, I go. My uncle's family is nearby, so you don't need to keep asking me about jobs everywhere. There's so many high school graduates, but only a few jobs. It's obvious there's no hope. He's a young man. If he has no work, he can just go to the countryside. It's not a big deal. Qin Jianjun sighed. Recently, the youth office has started to get active again. Most of these graduates will have to go to the countryside by next month if they can't find jobs. As Xiaoyi said, if it doesn't work out, I might find someone to send him to live with my older brother as a youth worker. We'll see when there are jobs here. Jiang Hongying replied, just follow your plan. You decide what to do. Jiang Li smiled, if my cousin goes, it's good. Having family around is better than going somewhere unfamiliar. And I think Guangming should be coming soon, unless the country stops developing and gives up. Qin Jianjun agreed, exactly. It's just a temporary situation. Things will get better if we wait. Qin Han was eating braised pork. Little sister, your cooking is better than third uncle's. Maybe third uncle should consider retiring. Jiang Li said, eat more if you like it. Jiang Hongying also smiled. Li is really talented. Whatever she makes looks good. Do you have someone you like? You're almost 18. Jiang Li shook her head. No, and I'm not in a hurry. Marriage is a big thing. I can't just marry anyone. I want to find someone I like. By the way, I plan to stay at second brother's place for a few days. Cousin, do you want to come with me? Just like a little trip. When Qin Yi heard he could go out, he almost choked on his food and said, yes, I want to go. Jiang Hongying glared at him. You want to go everywhere? Crazy. Qin Yi chuckled, I'm Qin Yi. If I don't go crazy, who will? Besides, the family is busy. You think I'll let my cousin go out alone? Hearing this, Jiang Hongying thought for a moment and then said, all right, but you must take good care of your cousin. If she gets hurt, don't come back. Qin Yi pouted. Was I picked out of the trash? Yeah. Pulled out from behind the hospital. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Jiang Li found her aunt's words funny too.
All right, aunt.
Going out for a walk is good. It broadens your view, and I don't go out often anyway. Jiang Hongying said, fine. Let your cousin carry your bag. Don't spoil him. Jiang Li nodded, I know. After finishing their lunch and clearing their plates, Jiang Li took a short rest before taking Qin Yi to the bus station. The bus from the commune to the county only runs once a day, so missing it meant walking back. They hurried and almost missed the bus. As soon as Qin Yi got on, he covered his nose. Li, do you still have a mask? Give me one. The smell on the bus was so bad, he almost vomited his lunch. Jiang Li looked through her bag and took out a new medical mask, handing it to him.
Put this on.
A young female worker saw how close they were and, feeling jealous of their nice clothes, said sourly, some people these days are so shameless. Leaning on each other in broad daylight, it's really hard to watch. Jiang Li heard this but didn't respond, since she didn't mention any names. Qin Yi turned around and glared at the woman. Why are you glaring at me? Do you have a problem? Qin Yi rolled his eyes. Crazy person. What do you mean? Who are you insulting? Qin Yi said mischievously, I only talk to people, not animals. It affects my intelligence.
Jiang Li shuklat.
Cousin, who was just insulting. Why does this bus smell so bad? Qin Yi joked, probably a pig just pooped. Look at this smell. It almost suffocated me. Everyone on the bus laughed at their words. Only the young woman worker looked red in the face, holding back her anger. Little brother, in the future, be careful when you go out. Some people look like normal folks, but are really just animals. We shouldn't let them influence us, understand? Qin Yi nodded obediently. Yes, I'll listen to my sister. Why you? You're too much. The young woman said, blushing. Jiang Li didn't even bother to look at her. The first to flirt is disrespectful. Qin Yi covered his mouth, joking, cousin, when did your fighting skills get so good? Don't talk. I want to sleep. They had woken early that morning and had been busy all day, so now they were exhausted. Plus, the smell on the bus wasn't suitable for talking much. Qin Yi smiled. I like how you are right now. Keep it up. Jiang Li snapped, go away. After this small incident, the ride was mostly peaceful. When they arrived at the commune, the young woman glared at them fiercely before getting off. But Jiang Li didn't care. Such people are just jealous of others and can't stand seeing others do better. She wasn't interested in paying attention. Big sister, should we go straight home? Jiang Li Dao. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things first. Qin Yi. Okay, I'll follow your lead. The two of them, each holding an ice cream and a bag, left the cooperative around 3 p.m. Today, Jiang Li didn't ask her father to pick her up, so they leisurely walked back to the village. Big sister, let's go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. I've been practicing my slingshot for a long time, just waiting for this day. Jiang Li replied calmly, sure, and we can have Brother Lu join us. I still prefer the countryside. The city has no fun places, and I don't understand why people always want to go to the city. Jiang Li shot him a look. I suspect you're jealous. If you were truly born in the countryside, you probably wouldn't say that. Don't be ungrateful. There are good things about both the countryside and the city. Qini chuckled. I'm just joking around. I won't say it again. At the village entrance, an elderly woman saw the two approaching and asked, Jiang girl, I heard you graduated. Are you going to start dating soon? Jiang Li looked at the woman speaking but couldn't remember who she was after a moment. Qini answered instead, my mom has already arranged a match for my cousin in the city. If she finds someone suitable, she'll get married there. The old women pouted, and Qini knew what they were implying. His cousin was the most beautiful girl in 10 miles around, and the local farmers weren't a match for her. It wasn't that he had anything against rural folks. It was just that there weren't many young men nearby, and none seemed suitable. The Jiang family was naturally handsome and good-looking. If the other side wasn't as attractive, only someone blind would marry them. Oh, so that's why. I thought Jiang girl was still single at her age, but it turns out she's waiting for a good match.
Jiang Li guarli smilat.
Haha, nothing's settled yet. You all chat slowly. I need to go home and cook. With that, she pulled Qini and disappeared from everyone's sight. The old woman saw them leave and scoffed, muttering angrily that she's clearly not honest. I wonder what kind of man she'll find. Next to her, an aunt snorted coldly, Jiang family has real talent. We shouldn't be jealous of them. Besides, we've all been through this. That girl still seems innocent. Before, someone spread rumors that she was taken to a small grove, saying she was unclean. If it weren't for the team leader protecting me, I really don't know what kind of rumors they would spread about me. It's so unfair. Qini was pulled away by Jiang Li and asked confusedly, sister, why are you leaving so quickly? There's no point talking to those women, and I haven't agreed to any blind dates. Don't spread false rumors about me. Qini snorted, I'm just doing this for your own good. Those people clearly want to set you up with someone. If I didn't say anything, a matchmaker would come knocking tomorrow. Shut up, you. Less talking, or you'll get into trouble. Go back and fill the water jar. Do more work. Qini smiled politely. All right, I'll listen to my cousin. When they returned home, Jiang Li first tidied up the room next door for Qini. Then she went to the backyard to water the vegetable garden. After finishing chores at home, they prepared dinner. In the evening, Jiang Qinghua saw Qini and smiled. Why are you here, kid? Qini replied, I missed you all. Did Grandma miss me? The old lady patted his shoulder and scolded with a smile. I don't miss you. You little rascal keep coming to bother me. Oh, come on, that hurts my feelings. Of course I miss you. Come here, let me give you a shoulder massage. The old lady smiled. You're just joking around. I'm going to wash up first. After a day of farm work, they were covered in dust. Every day when they came home, they had to wash up first. Jiang Xuemai took some snacks from inside and placed them on the table. Xiao Yi, help yourself.
Don't be polite.
Thanks, second uncle. I won't be polite. Jiang Jingzhe carried a fish into the house and saw Qini, raising an eyebrow. When did you get here? Why didn't you come find me? Qini shrugged, no choice. I was being bossed around by my cousin all afternoon. Just catching my breath now. TSK, you're useless. Since you're here, go clean the fish. I'm leaving now. I'll come play with you later. Qini took the fish. All right, I'll wait for you. Jiang Li was frying eggs when Qini came in with the fish.
Cousin, I want to eat. Can you cook it?
Jiang Li turned around and saw him holding a fish, thinking it would cook quickly. She nodded. Sure. Light the fire. Start cooking now.
Bin yegerin okay.
Because they were in a hurry to eat, Jiang Li didn't do anything fancy and just braised the fish. When everyone was eating, Jiang Qinghua asked Qini, you've graduated too. Do you have a job lined up? Qini shook his head. No, I plan to become a youth worker in our team. Second uncle, are you happy about that?
What?
Becoming a youth worker? What are you thinking? For farming, not everyone can do it. Aren't you worried you might not be able to handle it with your small body? Chini smiled and said, "What's wrong with my body? If others can do it, why can't I? Also, it's really hard to find a job in the city now. Even though my dad is the factory manager, many people are watching him. I can't just ask my dad to help me get in easily. When my older brother first started working at the textile factory, many people were unhappy. If I try to go in now, I already know what will happen. Some people are hoping his father makes a mistake so they can bring him down, so he must not let his father fail." The old lady listened and agreed, saying, "Xiaoyi is right. At worst, you can go to the countryside with us. Even if you work less, with us here, you won't go hungry." Chini chuckled. "I knew Grandma cares about me."
Good job. Time to eat.
Early in the morning, Jiang Jingzhe came next door. Seeing his little sister exercising, he curiously asked, "Little sister, what are you doing? You look like a monkey." Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "It's scary how uneducated you are. TSK, no need to attack. Tell me what kind of martial arts you're practicing. Can I learn it too?" Jiang Li exhaled deeply. "Yes, you can. It's called the 5 Animal Frolics. It's suitable for all ages. Practicing it every day can keep you healthy and live a long life." Jiang Jingzhe asked, "Really? Is it that powerful?" Jiang Li said, "If you don't believe it, forget it. I'm going to wash up. After breakfast, we'll go to the back mountain." "Okay." Chini was woken up by Jiang Jingzhe, pulling off the blanket. At first, he was confused, but then he remembered this wasn't his home. "Look at your outfit. Hurry up and wash. Breakfast is ready, and we're waiting for you. You say you're this lazy at home all the time? Luckily, Grandpa's not here. If he saw you, he'd probably give you a good kick." Chini was speechless. "Sixth cousin, can you stop acting like a nagging woman? Can I get up now?" "Fine, I'll wait for you in the yard. Hurry up and don't dawdle." The family finished breakfast in the morning, and those going to work left. Jiang Li took 3 baskets and 2 torn burlap sacks, and the siblings headed out through the back door to the back mountain. Chini ran into the forest like a happy monkey.
Cousin, look at all those mushrooms.
Jiang Li looked and said with some frustration, "Are you trying to make our whole family lie in bed? Those are obviously poisonous mushrooms."
Huh?
"No way, this mushroom is poisonous?" Chini looked confused. "Red cap, white stem, eaten together, and you just lie down peacefully. Why didn't you get poisoned when you were a kid?" Chini awkwardly scratched his head. "I've never picked mushrooms. Before, I just dug up wild vegetables or checked bird nests or fished in the water. Even what we ate at home was cooked by my mom."
Jiang Li siga.
"All right, don't touch the mushrooms. Our whole family doesn't want to end up in the hospital. Find something else to eat." Although there were plenty of supplies in the mountains, poisonous plants were everywhere. Honestly, if she didn't have the memories of the original owner, she wouldn't recognize some of these mushrooms. As they went deeper into the forest, they soon caught 2 wild chickens and a few rabbits. "Shaq sister, your slingshot skills are better than mine. Teach me how to use it," Chini asked excitedly. Jiang Li looked around. "Just practice more. You too, be careful later.
I have a feeling there's some danger nearby."
For some reason, she felt the area was too quiet, like they had entered a territory of large animals. Jiang Jingzhe and Chini also became tense when they heard her. "Shaq sister, let's head back. If we run into wild boars, it'll be trouble." Even though they had some fighting skills, they weren't very strong. Jiang Li was worried about danger and agreed. "Let's go.
Don't waste time.
We'll go to the other side." Just as the 3 were about to leave, Jiang Li realized it might be too late. She shouted loudly, "Climb up a tree." Jiang Jingzhe and Qin Yi reacted quickly. As soon as they climbed onto a nearby tree, they saw a tiger below. Jiang Li swallowed hard. "My goodness, how did that thing get here?" "Shaq's sister, what do we do? This thing is hard to deal with." They thought encountering a wild pig was unlucky, but now they had met something even more dangerous. The tiger walked under their tree and roared loudly.
Jiang Li fronat.
"Sit tight, don't fall. I'll think of a way. And be careful." This thing might climb trees. Jiang Li was a little scared, clutching the tree trunk tightly. Jiang Li aimed her slingshot at the tiger's eyes, but the tiger dodged quickly. This thing is so agile. Little sister, should we three use our knives to kill it? If we don't, we won't get home before dark. Jiang Li was speechless. She thought if it weren't for the two of them, she could use her special ability, but now she felt a bit passive. The situation was uncertain when the three of them heard 2 gunshots. They were all startled by the noise.
Wow.
What's going on? Jiang Li moved his ears and said, "It's not a hunting rifle. Let's see what's happening first." Little sister, look. The tiger ran away. Did it chase those people? Jiang Li looked under the tree and saw that the tiger had really left. Quick, let's take this chance and leave now. Qinya's legs were a bit weak, so Jiang Li and Jiang Jingzhe helped him as they hurried down the mountain. They were afraid the tiger might catch up if they ran too slowly. Finally, they reached a safe place and sat down on the ground. Jiang Li panted and said, "We shouldn't come here again. It's too scary." That was close. We almost met the Grim Reaper. Weren't there no tigers in these mountains before? Qin asked, puzzled. I don't know. There used to be many wolves here, but they were wiped out several times. There aren't many now. This is the first time I've seen a tiger, Jiang Jingzhe replied. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Let's go home. We can go for a walk across the river in the afternoon. It's better not to come here often." Jiang Jingzhe nodded. Okay, let's go. Meanwhile, Beiyu's team was chasing 2 fugitives when they unexpectedly encountered a tiger. The 2 fugitives were unlucky because they were running ahead and faced the tiger directly. One of them was instantly knocked down. Their companion was also startled when they saw the tiger. After reacting, he grabbed his gun and started shooting at the tiger. But the tiger's thick skin and strong muscles made the bullets ineffective. 2 shots didn't do much harm. Captain, look ahead. There's a tiger. Seeing the 2 men being tangled by the tiger, Beiyu raised an eyebrow. It seems we can only take 1 person back. Go help. That person can't die. Soldier. Yes, sir. When Jiang Li and the others returned home, they drank a big gulp of cold water quickly. They were covered in sweat from the walk. Qin leaned on a chair, still feeling a bit shaken. Older sister, let's go fishing by the river this afternoon. This mountain is too dangerous, he suggested.
Jiang Li replied, I'm fine.
As long as you're happy. Jiang Jingzhe said, I have to work tomorrow, so I can only play with you for a little while this afternoon. I might ask for leave, but my mother will probably nag again. These days, if someone didn't work regularly, the older women would nag for days. Even the educated youths wouldn't be spared, and their words could be quite harsh. While the 3 of them were resting at home, Jiang Jingchen hurriedly ran back. Little sister, quick. Your mom is fighting with someone. Jiang Li heard that her mother was fighting and immediately got up to go outside. At that moment, in the field, Jiang Xuemei was pulling a woman's hair and slapping her. I told you not to spray manure, and now I'll beat your mouth to pieces.
Ah.
Someone's fighting. Ma Pantai, I have no quarrel with your family. Who gave you the courage to trouble our Jiang family? My daughter is also your concern. I swear I'll beat you to death. Ma Pantai covered her face, shouting defiantly, Your daughter is just a troublemaker, and you can't say anything? I'll say it anyway.
Slap.
I'll beat you to death, old lady. Jiang Qinghua stood nearby, not intervening. He knew his wife's fighting skills well, and women fighting was hard to handle. But just as Ma's wife was about to help, Jiang Da's wife and daughter-in-law stepped forward to assist. When Jiang Li and the others arrived, they saw several women fighting fiercely, and her eldest uncle didn't interfere. Mom, are you all looking for trouble with the Ma family? Jiang Li said, and rushed over. Seeing Jiang Qinghua also coming, he suddenly felt a headache. Finally, Jiang Qinghua stepped in and said, Split them up. What are you doing? Hearing the village leader speak, the women nearby stepped in to break up the fight. Jiang Li took advantage of the Ma family's distraction to secretly put some bitter mouthwash powder on them. If they're so loud, they shouldn't speak anymore. When Jiang Xuemei and the others separated, their hair was a bit messy. Jiang Li supported her mother and said coldly, "Are all the men in the Ma family dead? We don't know why our Jiang family offended you, but you're speaking so harshly. I, Jiang Li, am honest and upright. If you're unhappy, go to the hospital and have the doctor check if I'm still clean." Ma Pantai covered her face, crying, "Your Jiang family is bullying people. I don't want to live anymore." Jiang Li coldly said, "If you want to die, then go ahead. There's a river over there and a tree nearby. No one will stop you." Threatening her was a mistake. Although she had a conscience, it wasn't much. Being able to take care of her family was already good enough. She didn't care about outsiders' lives or deaths. Does your Jiang family still have any sense of justice? Having a relative of the village leader is so impressive. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Are you upset with my eldest uncle? Are you jealous of the Ma family wanting to be the village leader? However, even if you want to, you should see if your Ma family has the ability. Can they read and write? Can they do math? Everyone's faces are quite big, really ugly but dreaming of being beautiful. I spit. The Jiang family members watched Jiang Li keep talking, and they were momentarily stunned. The Ma family was so embarrassed by Jiang Li's teasing that they turned red in the face. They thought, what's the use of being uneducated? It's just too unfair. At this moment, Jiang Qinghua spoke up. All right, today Ma Pantai and Jiang Xuemei's scores are all deducted. Each person who helped fight will lose 5 points. If it happens again, everyone will go clean the pigsties. Especially the Ma family. If you can't speak properly, you'll be spoken to. My niece is very good. If I hear anyone gossiping again, don't bother sharing meat during the new year. This matter was caused by Ma Pantai. She needs to pay Jiang Xuemei 10 eggs. If anyone has objections, I'll go to the police to settle it. What kind of crime is it to slander a soldier's family? The Ma family heard this and dared not speak. They truly forgot that 3 people from the Jiang family are soldiers, and they can't afford to offend them. Ma Pantai was initially a bit defiant, but when her own husband glared at her fiercely, she calmed down. Ma's husband. Sorry, Captain. I'll make sure to discipline my wife when I get home. Seeing this, Jiang Li spoke again. Ma family, so many people talking behind her back, but you're the only one openly doing it. Are you being used as a by others? If you're not smart, just stay quiet. Don't cause trouble for the whole Ma family. You're a fool. Then she pulled her mother. Let's go home. Your face is all scraped. Jiang Xuemei glared at her, then turned around and left with her daughter. Everyone, seeing the commotion over, went back to work. Xueqing was standing among the crowd and noticed that Jiang Li was not only fine but also discovered a problem. Why is her personality different from before? Could it be that some butterfly effect occurred after her rebirth? On the way home, Jiang Li also said with a sigh, Mom, why are you arguing with those people? What if you get hurt? Let them say whatever they want. Next time, just throw stones at them. Don't use your hands. Jiang Xuemei and others chuckled. Qini even laughed loudly. Cousin, it turns out you're the most ruthless. Jiang Li puffed out her chest proudly. Of course. I've realized that good people don't get rewarded, so it's better to be a bad person and live longer.
Clap.
Jiang Li covered her shoulders, looking at her mother with a sad face. Mom, why are you hitting me? Jiang Xuemei held her chest. You naughty girl. If you dare to misbehave, I will scold you. Jiang Li pouted. I was just joking. Can I act a little tough? I've noticed you've been acting a bit proud lately. You're a girl, so you should be more steady, okay? You're about to get married soon, but you're still so restless. I really wonder how your future husband will handle you. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. I won't marry so early. If I had to take care of my mother-in-law, I might lose my temper and send her to heaven with a fuss. Li Dongmei covered her mouth, almost laughing out loud. This sister of mine is really funny lately. Jiang Xuemei was speechless. It seems that when my daughter-in-law moves in, I should divide the family right away. With someone like you, she might be sent away early. Jiang Li hugged her arm and pouted. You, such a wise mother-in-law, the sisters-in-law won't dare to harm you. Don't worry, besides me, it's hard to find such a wicked daughter-in-law.
Ha ha ha.
Cousin, you're so funny. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts so much. Jiang laughed without caring about manners. The family returned home happily, talking and laughing. Jiang Li first treated her mother's wound, then went to the kitchen to cook. Jiang wasn't idle either. She helped kill a chicken in the kitchen. They worked together quickly, and soon the chicken with mushrooms was simmering. As for the rabbit, they decided to keep it for a couple of days first. Jiang Jingzhe came home to help his mother with chores. When the chicken was ready, Jiang Li asked Jiang to take a bowl to the neighbor. Since everyone caught the chicken together, everyone shared it. Jiang Qinghua came back from work and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Jiang Shuemai waved her hand.
I'm fine.
I didn't get hurt much, just a small scratch. It'll be fine by tomorrow. Go wash up and change your shoes. They're all dirty with dirt. Okay, I'll go now. Jiang Li set the food on the table and called out dinner time. The family sat together, eating and chatting. Of course, no one mentioned the tiger encounter earlier. Talking about it would only get them into trouble, unless they were crazy. When Jiang also decided to go out, Jiang Shuemei smiled and said, "It's good to go for a walk. If we meet a good opportunity outside, it's better than staying at home farming." Jiang Li nodded in agreement, thinking that no matter how much they struggled in the countryside, the opportunities outside were greater. By the way, Li, what is that big machine you assembled in the warehouse? Dad, that's a manual harvester I designed. It can cut rice and corn stalks without a sickle, just by standing there. It's very convenient, but I still need some parts to finish it. Once I assemble it, you'll see if it works well. It might also use a lot of electricity. Hearing that his daughter had come up with this idea, Jiang Qinghua was excited and said, "If it really works, we won't have to work so hard during the harvest. Electricity costs are okay. Our family isn't short of that." Jiang Li replied, "We'll see when it's done. If it works, I'll try to improve it to make it better." At that time, technology was very backward and she wasn't involved in scientific research. At most, she knew how to develop some guns and ammunition. Being able to make agricultural machinery was already impressive. If not, she could buy some books later and learn more. She didn't believe her clever mind couldn't figure it out. "By the way, your radio hasn't had any stock recently. Are you missing some parts?" Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, quite a few. Many of the scrap parts one brought back later are no longer usable. I plan to go to my second brother's place and try to get a set of welding tools. With all that iron and frames, I can assemble a tricycle for harvest use." Jiang looked confused and asked, "What's a tricycle? And what's going on with the radio?"
I don't quite understand.
Jiang Li explained, "I've been working on some things at home. Our radio is in Grandma's room, and I also installed one at my uncle's place. As for the tricycle, it's just a bike with an extra wheel, used for carrying goods." Jiang was stunned and said, "Wow. Cousin, when did you become so amazing? I didn't know. You even know how to fix radios. Why don't you go to the sky?" Jiang Li replied, "Eat your food. You're so talkative you can't even finish your meal. If you're interested, I'll take you to play later." Just as they were tidying up the warehouse, a laborer was needed, and she thought of him. After taking a nap, Jiang still carried a water bucket to the river because Jiang Jingzhe kept saying how delicious red claw crayfish was, and he was craving it. It didn't make sense that everyone else had eaten it, but he hadn't. "Cousin, can these red claw crayfish really be eaten? They look so scary to me." Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "If you're too scared to eat them, don't catch any. They're a pain to clean. No, you all can eat them, so I can too. I'll go catch some now." Jiang Jingzhe hadn't eaten in a few days and was thinking hard. Soon, the two of them caught 2 buckets and took them back. Jiang Li was looking for loaches in the cracks of rocks by the river. She also caught quite a few small fish and shrimps, but she kept feeling like someone was watching her. When she looked up, there was nothing there. She muttered to herself, "Am I just imagining things?" Huabeiyu was holding his pounding chest, almost caught out. How could this girl be so alert and sensitive? If he hadn't checked her identity, he might have suspected she was hiding something. He was supposed to go back after finishing the task, but for some reason, he kept thinking about that sweet smiling girl. Suddenly, he found himself looking for her. He thought it would be hard to meet her, but it was such a coincidence. They saw her again in the same place, the girl they couldn't stop thinking about. Jiang Jingzhe and Qini had finished delivering things and were excitedly saying, "Cousin, you're amazing. You caught so many in just a little while." Jiang Li replied, "This season, there are plenty of these. As long as you find the right way, they're easy to catch. All right, stop talking. Let's catch some more, then we can go home. Of course, if you want to take a bath, go downstream. But remember, don't randomly rescue women. Be careful of being falsely accused." Qini chuckled, "I wouldn't rescue women casually. I heard a story about a guy who saved a young woman, and she forced him to marry her." Jiang Li was surprised. "You've heard about that kind of thing?" "Yeah, those busybodies in our neighborhood gossip all day. Of course, they know everything. So even though I'm young, I understand a lot."
Jiang Li smilat.
"Good. Your family is well off, but stay away from women with bad intentions to avoid bringing home a troublemaker for your parents." "Cousin, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." He wasn't stupid. Any woman who knew his background was after his money. And if he didn't like the girl, he kept his distance. Huabeiyu watched them joking and laughing for 3 days, feeling uneasy inside. If he weren't worried about offending her, he really wanted to go out and introduce himself to the girl directly. But what he didn't know was that soon, they would cross paths again. After Jiang Li and the others filled their water buckets, they returned home. That evening, Qini finally enjoyed the delicious food from Jiang Jingzhe's mouth. The next day was relaxed, and Jiang Li and Qini took the address and left the village. Jiang Xuemai was worried about her daughter getting into trouble, so she secretly sent a subordinate to follow them out. Qini carried both their luggage and was very happy on the way. "Big sister, do you think the army is fun? If I join the army, will they want someone like me?" Jiang Li shot him a glance. "As long as you pass the physical exam, it should be fine. But can you handle the hardships of the army?" Qini proudly said, "I'm a boy, so why can't I endure hardships?"
Don't underestimate me. Jiang Li smilat.
"I'll watch out for you. Keep trying your best." They chatted and laughed until they reached the bus station. When they arrived at the train station, there was half an hour before departure. "Cousin, how long will it take us to get there?" Jiang Li replied, "1 day and 1 night. When we arrive, my second brother will come to pick us up, so don't worry." Qini said, "I'm not worried. I'm just excited because it's my first time going far away. All right, the tickets are checked. Stay close to me so you don't get lost." Qini picked up his luggage and followed her. They found their seats on the train. After sitting down, Jiang Li took out a water bottle and took a big sip. At this time, the train didn't have air conditioning, so soon they were covered in sweat. You should drink some too.
Cool down."
Qini took the water bottle. Big brother is so reliable. Carrying this bottle makes it so convenient. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Li asked. "I'm not hungry yet. If you're hungry, you can eat first." Jiang Li said, "I'm not hungry either. We'll eat later." Although it's not peak season, there were quite a few people on the train. Across from them sat a couple with a child, and they got along well. As the train started moving, Jiang Li took out a book to read. Qini, bored, closed his eyes to sleep. But the train was noisy, so he didn't sleep peacefully. After 3 hours of travel, Jiang Li nudged Qini and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Watch the luggage." Qini opened his eyes, groggily replied, "Got it." Jiang Li pinched his face. "Stop sleeping. Lunch is coming soon. Wake up." Qini covered his face. "I know." Jiang Li went to the public bathroom, but the foul smell almost made her faint. The environment inside was dirtier than a simple outdoor toilet at home. She pinched her nose and quickly finished her business, then hurriedly left. While she was taking deep breaths, she heard someone shout, "Stop. Don't run." She turned around and saw a man running toward her. In her moment of distraction, she saw the man approaching with a knife pressed against her neck. "Don't come closer, or I will hurt her."
Ah!
The people around saw this and quickly kept their distance. Huabeiyu walked forward and, upon seeing Jiang Li, was also stunned and felt his heart race. Why was she here? When Jiang Li saw the person coming, She was not nervous, but stared at Huibeyu. She thought, wow, such a handsome guy. His sharp, phoenix-shaped eyes look so charming and a bit mysterious. His long, curled eyelashes are very thick. His lips are soft and attractive, and his high nose leaves a good impression. He's nearly 2 meters tall with long legs, like a character from a comic. But she wondered how many abs this handsome guy had. Her hands itched to find out. Second Uncle Wang, put down your knife. Don't get excited. Let's talk calmly. Wang Ershua tightened his grip on the knife. In his nervousness, a small cut appeared on Jiang Li's neck. Huibeyu saw this and also became very anxious. But before they could negotiate again, Jiang Li got angry. She quickly moved and threw Zhang Ershua over her shoulder, then started punching and kicking Wang Ershua. If you dare hurt me, I swear I'll beat you to death. You. Good people don't do bad things. You want to kidnap me and hurt me? I'll kill you. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Huibeyu reacted first and stepped forward to hold Jiang Li back. Stop hitting. If you keep going, you might really hurt him.
Calm down. Bah.
I'll leave you a dog's life. Jiang Li reached out to touch her neck. Seeing it still bleeding, she got angrier. It was just because she was distracted looking at the handsome guy. That scoundrel. Jiang Li, seeing his cousin hadn't returned yet, asked someone to watch her belongings and went to look for her. When he saw his cousin injured and looking so upset, he panicked.
Cousin, what happened?
Why are you bleeding? Who did this? Jiang Li was about to go crazy. If his second cousin and the others found out he hadn't protected his cousin well, he knew what would happen. He was doomed.
Jiang Li covers her neck.
I'm fine, just a small cut. It will heal after some care. By the way, could you help me find a first aid kit? Huibeyu releases Jiang Li's hand, his ears slightly red, and replies, you two go back first. I'll bring the kit to you later. Use this handkerchief to cover the wound. He then takes out a handkerchief from his pocket and hands it to her. Jiang Li accepts it without hesitation, thanks him, and pulls her cousin to walk back. Jiang Li is feeling very annoyed now. Big sister, what's wrong? Why did you run into trouble again? Are you hurt anywhere else? I should have gone to the bathroom with you. If second cousin finds out I didn't watch you carefully, I might lose my leg. Jiang Li, tired of Jiang Li chattering, says helplessly, can you shut up? It's just a small injury. Who knew I would be so unlucky to run into someone catching a bad guy? And I'm fine now. Later, when second brother asks, just say I hurt myself by accident. Jiang Li pouts. Do you think second cousin will believe that? Soldiers aren't that easy to fool. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen. When we get there, just don't say anything unnecessary. Meanwhile, Huibeyu takes the suspect back and borrows a first aid kit from the train conductor to find Jiang Li. Because of Jiang Li's earlier actions, many people saw her, and now they are very polite to her. They think such a beautiful girl is so fierce, she even dares to fight the bad guys. People really shouldn't be judged by appearances. When Huibeyu arrives, Jiang Li's wound has stopped bleeding. Comrade, thank you for your help earlier. Let me treat your wound first. Jiang Li looks up, feeling like she might be acting silly. Her voice is so nice, and her appearance matches her dream guy perfectly. All right, I'll trouble you then. Jiang Li stands aside, making way, and says to Huibeyu, be careful, don't hurt my sister. Huibeyu replies, got it, I'll be careful. Since Jiang Li arrived, she's been eating well, sleeping well, and taking good care of herself. Her skin now looks smooth and flawless. As Huibeyu gets closer, he is attracted by her faint body scent. Your wound isn't deep. It will heal after some medicine. Don't get it wet these days. Jiang Li responds calmly, okay, I understand. Huibeyu carefully bandaged Jiang Li's wound before continuing to speak. I'll come back tomorrow to change your dressing. Where will you get off? Also, if possible, could you leave me an address? You've helped me a lot this time. I'll try to get you a reward later. Let me introduce myself. My name is Huibeyu, the leader of the 1st Battalion in the Kyoto Military District. I feel like I caused you trouble today. Would you like to join us for lunch? Just as a small apology. Seeing how polite he was and knowing she was a bit of a fan of good looks, Jiang Li nodded without hesitation.
Sure.
Qingyi watched their interaction and felt something was strange. Big sister, didn't we bring lunch? We don't need to eat with this officer, right? Jiang Li glared at him, thinking he was such a big troublemaker. Is he blind? Doesn't he see she's chatting with a young man? Sorry, Officer Hua. My younger cousin is a bit slow. Please don't mind him. Since it's around noon, let's go together now. Hua Beiyu smiled. All right, I'll help carry your things. Qingyi scratched his head, wondering what he did wrong. What does his sister really mean? Then the three of them went to the food cart, and Hua Beiyu went to order. Qingyi quietly asked, Big sister, we don't know him well. Why are we eating together? Jiang Li was speechless. Just eat yours. We'll talk about it later. Qingyi said, Oh, okay. Hua Beiyu watched their quiet conversation and found it amusing. He also thought how strange fate was, meeting someone so quickly face to face. When the food was served, Hua Beiyu asked, Are you here visiting family? Jiang Li smiled. Yes. All three of my brothers are in the Liaoning military district. Mr. Hua, are you returning to Kyoto? Hua Beiyu nodded. Yes. Being soldiers is really tough. My brothers haven't been home in a long time. I just graduated high school and am bored, so I came to see them. I'm also happy to meet you. My name is Jiang Li. This is my younger cousin Qingyi. Hua Beiyu smiled. Meeting is fate. I'm sorry you got hurt this time. Jiang Li waved her hand.
It's okay.
I was distracted at the time. It's not your fault. Let's eat quickly before the food gets cold. Hua Beiyu said, All right, let's eat. Not far away, Hua Beiyu's brothers saw how kind and friendly the leader was and were stunned for a long time. Do you think our battalion leader has finally thawed? This is the first time I've seen him so easy to talk to. I don't know, but I think it's quite likely. That young comrade is really good looking. Don't say the leader is moved, I even feel a bit touched. Isn't the leader just old bull eating tender grass? That female comrade doesn't look very old, and you didn't see how she fought the bad guys earlier. She's like a little spicy pepper, very fierce. What if the leader takes her home? Who would be in charge then? Shh, speak softer. If the leader hears, do you want to go back for extra training? Hua Beiyu and Jiang Li are very sharp. They just overheard what was said. But neither of them pretended not to hear. Otherwise, it would be very awkward. After dinner, Hua Beiyu spoke again. We have extra sleeping bunks over there. You two can sit with us. There's still a night ahead. Sitting all night would be uncomfortable. Jiang Li wanted to laugh but stayed calm and said, Would that be too much trouble for you? Hua Beiyu replied, No, it's fine. All my soldiers are with me, so you can sleep peacefully tonight. Jiang Li smiled and said, In that case, thank you, Comrade Hua. No trouble at all. Then Qingyi followed his sister-in-law to the sleeping area, feeling confused. Hua Beiyu had other things to do, so he took Jiang Li's address and left. After they left, Jiang Li almost laughed out loud, covering her mouth. She thought this young guy was so innocent and adorable. He clearly liked her but acted so calm. Really fun to watch. But this person always gives off a familiar vibe. Maybe she's just overthinking. Sister, can we really sleep here? Jiang Li nodded. Yes, sleep. Anyway, my wound can't be left untreated, so consider it their way of making up for it. Qingyi thought about it and agreed. Then I won't be polite. This bunk is quiet. Sister, you lie down for a while. I'll watch over you. Jiang Li nodded. Okay, I'll rest for a bit. Hua Beiyu returned to his bunk, looked at his subordinates with a cold face, and said, You guys are quite gossipy. Since you're so free, practice 20 more laps each day when you get back. Leader, we were wrong. We won't gossip anymore. Please forgive us. Hua Beiyu snorted coldly. No way. Even a prisoner can be overlooked, but you have the nerve to complain to me? If it hadn't been for that female comrade reacting quickly, you'd be going back to write a report. He finished speaking and lay down on the bed, ignoring the screams and wails of his subordinates. Just thinking about what happened back then still makes him feel a bit scared. Fortunately, Jiang Li did not disappoint him. She truly was someone who kept her true abilities hidden. Right now, as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with images of her delicate skin and pleasant scent. He felt like he was losing his mind. Later, as it got darker, Jiang Li and her brother were having dinner when they saw Huibeyu come over again carrying a lunchbox. "Have you eaten already?" Jiang Li saw her little brother arrive and smiled warmly. "You're here. Have you eaten? If not, join us. Just in time to try my homemade meat sauce." Huibeyu listened and said, "That's great. I didn't expect Jiang to be good at cooking." Qingyi, hearing this, proudly said, "My cousin makes better food than restaurant chefs. If you get to eat it, you're lucky." Huibeyu smiled. "Yes, I feel lucky today." Jiang Li handed him the meat sauce.
Try it.
"It's good with rice or even with bread." "Okay, thank you." Huibeyu handed the lunchboxes to both of them and then opened his own to eat. When he tasted the meat sauce, he realized she wasn't joking. It was really delicious. He wondered how the sauce could be so tasty. Jiang Li smiled and asked, "Comrade Hua, how is it? Isn't it delicious?" Huibeyu nodded. "Yes, it's the best meat sauce I've ever had. Since you like it so much, I still have 2 bottles. I'll give you one as a thank you gift for lunch." "Don't refuse," Jiang Li said confidently. Huibeyu smiled warmly. "Thank you, Comrade Jiang." Jiang Li waved her hand. "No need to thank me. I'll just make it myself next time." Giving gifts wasn't the main goal. She mainly wanted to win him over with her cooking. This man was truly someone she admired. If her future was destined to marry, she might as well find someone she liked herself. This man was just perfect. Huibeyu finished his meal and didn't stay long, holding a bottle of meat sauce and returning to his own bed. His subordinates saw the squad leader come back and carefully hide something, feeling curious but not daring to ask more. If they said the wrong thing, they might face 20 laps of punishment. That night, Jiang Li and Qingyi slept very well, resting until late morning. "Xiaoyi, wake up. In a few hours, we'll reach the station."
Don't sleep anymore.
Qingyi rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily. Sleeping lying down is really the most comfortable. "Let's buy a bed for our return." Jiang Li rolled her eyes.
We'll talk about it when we get back.
"I'm not sure if I can buy one. Nowadays, buying a bed is very difficult. Unless my second brother and his friends help, I can't buy one." Huibeyu had been thinking about the girl all night. Early in the morning, he prepared breakfast for both of them and sent it over. Jiang Li saw how thoughtful he was and felt much more friendly toward him. "Comrade Hua, why are you here so early?"
We could have gone to eat ourselves.
Huibeyu smiled. "We didn't sleep much, so I just brought breakfast for you when I went out to eat. Call me Big Brother Hua, not Comrade anymore."
Jiang Li smila tsuatli.
"Okay, Big Brother Hua. I'll go wash up first. You sit here." She then pulled a sleepy Qingyi to wash up. After washing his face, Qingyi suddenly felt something was wrong. "Big cousin, do you think that man likes you? Otherwise, why is he so attentive?" Jiang Li slapped him. "Shut up. If someone hears you, they'll think I'm flirting with him. And Big Brother who didn't say he liked me. Don't talk nonsense." She hadn't even started her story, yet if her silly little brother scared him away, where would she find such a good man? Thinking about her past life, she hadn't slept with any man until she died. Now that she remembers, she feels so regretful. So in this life, she definitely needs to enjoy having a man around. "Big sister, can you be gentler when you hit me? I'm your real brother." Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "Cousin, our blood ties are thin. I'm leaving." Qingyi. No love left. After Jiang Li and her brother finished breakfast, Huibeyu spoke up. "You should be getting off soon. Here's my address and phone number. If you need help, just contact me. And your reward will be sent directly to your team. Be careful on the way." Jiang Li carefully kept the note. "Don't worry, Big Brother Hua. We're going to the army, so it's very safe. When I get home, I'll write you a letter if I have time." Huibeyu smiled. "Good, I'll be waiting." Seeing how eager Huibeyu was to show kindness, Qingyi's face darkened. He realized this man had bad intentions and wanted to steal their good fortune. Of course, Huibeyu felt Qingyi's resentment, but ignored it. Their father once said that if you want to chase a girl, You need to be thick-skinned. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here today. He also did some investigations. Besides 2 cousins, the young girl has 8 brothers. In the future, she will have a big brother-in-law, so there's no need to rush. He thought that recently his side was preparing to select special soldiers. If the eldest brother-in-law passes the test, he could use a back door to get what he wants. As the train arrived in Shin City, Huabeiyu, despite feeling reluctant, had to send the young girl away. Big brother Hua, safe travels. We're leaving now.
Bye-bye.
Huabeiyu looked at her and smiled confidently. Okay, take care. Until Jiang Li and the others disappeared into the crowd, Huabeiyu finally looked away and turned back. The annoying man was gone, and Qini was happy. He said, "This place is so big. It's much more lively than our side. Big cities are really different." Jiang Li replied, "Jingdu and Haicheng are the most bustling. If we get a chance, we should go see them to learn more. That might be hard. Who would go there for no reason? The transportation and living costs are crazy high, and everything costs money. I think I might run out of pocket money just from this trip." Jiang Li smiled. "Don't worry, I have more than you. I promise you won't go hungry." She had already planned to come here and take some large supplies. If anyone here noticed something was wrong, she would already be back home. Jiang Chusi and Jiang Jianqing stood outside, watching the crowd come and go, feeling a bit anxious. "Brother, why haven't Xiao Mei and the others come out yet? Could something have happened?" Jiang Chusi glared at him. "If you can't speak properly, don't talk. With Qini around, nothing bad can happen." But he was also worried deep down. Fortunately, not long after, they saw their little sister, who was glowing with white light. "Li, over here." When Jiang Li heard someone calling her, she saw her 2 brothers waving at her. "Xiao Yi, second brother, and the others are over there."
Come with me.
Jiang Jianqing hadn't seen his little sister in a long time. This time, he found that the girl he remembered had grown into a graceful young woman. "Third brother, I miss you so much." Seeing his sister throw herself into his arms, Jiang Jianqing picked her up and spun her around, making the people around envy.
Ah.
"Third brother, put me down. I'm going to faint." Jiang Chusi kicked his third brother. "Hurry up and put her down. Didn't you hear her say she's going to faint?" Jiang Jianqing put his sister down and chuckled, "Still so light. Haven't you been eating well at home?" Jiang Li smiled. "I'm not light.
My figure is just right."
"By the way, I didn't see fourth brother." Jiang Chusi replied, "Your second brother hasn't returned from his mission yet. When he comes back, I'll tell him you've arrived." "Is that so? Can we leave now?" Jiang Jianqing held his sister's hand.
"We can leave now."
"Your second brother drove here with me. I have good news. He's now a deputy battalion commander and just applied for a family housing unit." Hearing this, Jiang Li exclaimed, "Wow, when did that happen?" "I didn't know." Jiang Chusi smiled and said, "It was in the file from yesterday. I was able to get promoted thanks to my little sister. The group we caught last time also uncovered many enemy agents. Without that, I wouldn't have been promoted so quickly." "Wow, second brother is amazing. Tell grandma and mom and dad they'll be very happy." Qini, seeing the 3 of them chatting and laughing, also chimed in with some amusement. "You only look at your sister. Don't you see me here, too?" Jiang Jianqing turned around. "Oh, you're still here? I thought you left after dropping us off." Qinya's face darkened. "Don't bully me like that. Be careful, I might roll around to show you." Jiang Chusi chuckled. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Our little Yi is grown up now. Why do you still like to compete with your little sister? That's embarrassing." Qin Yi snorted coldly. "That's because we have a good relationship. I usually ignore others." While chatting and laughing, they got into the car. Jiang Li looked at the small car from this era and suddenly felt eager to drive. "Second brother, can you teach me to drive?" "I want to learn," she asked. If she weren't afraid of scaring her brother, she might have already driven off. Hearing this, Jiang Chusi smiled and said, "Learning is fine, but it takes time. Also, this car belongs to the company, so later you'll just need to pay for fuel." Jiang Li looked hopeful. "I'm not in a rush. Whenever there's time, I can learn any time." Jiang Jianqing, seeing how much his sister liked cars, said indulgently, later, third brother will try to borrow a car from his friends for you. It's better not to use the military vehicle recklessly, or people might gossip. Jiang Li thought about it and nodded. Then we'll see later. She didn't want to cause trouble for her brothers over learning to drive, which would make her feel guilty. At this moment, Jiang Li asked, "Cousin, I want to join the army. What do you think? If recruitment happens in the fall, I want to sign up." Jiang Li looked at him and asked, "Have you thought it through? Have you talked to your parents? Remember, once you join the army, your life becomes part of the country." Jiang Li nodded and said, "I have made up my mind. I want to wear military uniform and go to the battlefield like you. Otherwise, staying in the countryside to farm would just waste my time. I don't think I would enjoy such days. I was originally thinking of just going to the countryside to pass the time. But then I thought about how impressive my brothers are, and suddenly I didn't want to be so ordinary anymore. All right, as long as you've made your decision, that's fine. There's still some time before the recruitment, so after you go back, you can first go for a medical checkup. Later, I'll see if I can get you into our unit through special recruitment. Of course, if you decide, starting tomorrow, you'll join us for morning exercises to get used to it. If you can't handle it, just go home and don't cause trouble." Nowadays, joining the army is considered honorable. As a talented young person of the country, someone has to step up and serve with dedication. Otherwise, the border would be unprotected, and the people wouldn't live peacefully. So, when my cousin signs up for the army, I won't stop him. As the car gradually left the city, the road became more and more deserted. If I didn't know the car was full of family members, I might think it was human traffickers. There wasn't a single household nearby. Is there a supply and marketing cooperative near your family's courtyard? It's not always necessary to go so far every time you buy something, right? Jiang Jianqing replied, "There's a town nearby. Usually we buy things there. It's about a half-hour walk. This isn't the city we're going to pick you up from. Otherwise, we wouldn't usually go there." Jiang Li, "Oh, I see. But how much longer until we arrive?" Maya's about to go numb. Jiang Jianqing affectionately said, "About an hour more. If you want, you can rest for a while and lean on your third brother." Jiang Li pouted. "All right, I'll sleep for a bit." There wasn't much scenery outside, so it was better to sleep. After an hour of bumpy ride, we finally arrived at the military family compound. Jiang Li and Jiang Li registered before being allowed in. Looking at the small buildings and houses in the compound, Jiang Li asked curiously, "Second brother, are you assigned to an apartment building or a bungalow?" Jiang Li replied, "All the apartment buildings are full. I got a bungalow." "Sorry, little sister, I can't give you a room in the building." Jiang Li smiled. "Second brother, you're overthinking. Bungalows are great. No need to squeeze with a lot of people, and they're quiet. Plus, you can grow vegetables in the yard. The apartments are only a little better in environment, but cooking still means squeezing in the hallways with everyone. It's so noisy." Jiang Li smiled softly and said, "I'm glad you like it. I just moved into this house, so I haven't prepared much. Later, you and Xiaoyi can go to the town and buy whatever you need. Don't hold back. The brothers have money." Jiang Li replied, "Okay, I won't be polite." The women in the residential compound saw a car arriving and became curious. When the car stopped at a small courtyard gate, they realized it was driven by Deputy Commander Jiang. Wow, that yard was never wanted before. Little Jiang is so silly to want this place. If it were up to us, we wouldn't live in this shabby house if we had the chance. A new wife heard this and said, "What's so good about a house? I think the yard is better. You can grow vegetables there. Even though the family upstairs has a vegetable patch, watering it every day is such a hassle. And you've seen those apartments. Besides being brighter, they have toilets, but the cooking area is cramped in the hallway." While they were complaining, they saw Jiang Li get out of the car. The older woman and the young wife were surprised to see such a beautiful girl. "Wow, who is this girl?" "Not a girlfriend. I heard my husband say that Deputy Commander Jiang's sister and brother are coming. She's really pretty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. I'll ask later. If she doesn't, we shouldn't miss such a good relative." Both of Jiang's brothers are promising, and if they make connections now, they might help the family in the future. But these people had their plans, and Jiang Li didn't care at all. After dropping her off, Jiang Li went to return the car. Jiang Jiansheng helped clean the house. Jiang Li looked around inside and out, seeing everything needed was there, which saved some trouble. Third brother, we have no vegetables at home. Go trade with the neighbors. Tomorrow, Xiao Yi and I will plant in the yard, so you and second brother can be self-sufficient. Jiang Jiansheng smiled and said, okay, I'll go trade now. By the way, there's a piece of meat in the cellar of the kitchen. I bought it early this morning. There's firewood in the backyard. We can have a simple lunch. Jiang Li nodded. All right, I see there are noodles in the kitchen. Let's have noodle soup for lunch, and we can eat something better tonight. Yes, I'll go get some vegetables. Seeing the kitchen was fairly tidy, Jiang Li called Qinyi to start the fire and boil water for noodles. As for the braised meat and meat sauce, that will save us some trouble. Jiang Jiansheng soon returned with a basket. Jiang Li saw that besides vegetables, there were also eggs, and she smiled, saying, third brother is really impressive. This afternoon, Xiao Yi and I will go buy more ingredients. Later, if you have good friends, you can invite them over to eat. It will be like a warm gathering. Jiang Jiansheng said, no rush. We can talk about it later. You've had a long train ride, so rest well this afternoon. We're not tired. Xiao Yi and I are lucky. We took the sleeper train. If we had taken the hard seat, we would definitely be exhausted. Jiang Jiansheng raised an eyebrow. You managed to get a sleeper? That's good. But what's wrong with your neck? Why do you have a wound? He hadn't noticed earlier, but now he saw a small cut on his sister's neck and felt very worried.
Jiang Li touched her neck.
The wound had already healed. If third brother hadn't noticed, she might have forgotten about it.
It was a small scrape from going out.
It's almost healed, so don't worry, third brother. Jiang Jiansheng looked at the wound and thought it didn't look like a scrape. Being a soldier, he was naturally not easy to fool. Then he looked at Qinyi, wondering if what Jiang Li said was true. Qinyi looked a bit guilty.
Cousin sister is right.
I hope it's true. If you lie to me, I'll take care of you. Seeing that third brother was angry with Qinyi, Jiang Li changed the subject. Third brother, have you found a wife for me in the army? Jiang Jiansheng said, no, I've been busy with training and missions. I don't have time to find a partner. Do you want a wife? Jiang Li was speechless. What do you mean you want a wife? You and second brother are both 23. Do you want to stay single forever? While you're young and handsome, why not find a wife now? Or are you waiting until you're old and no longer attractive? Jiang Li heard that there were many young nurses and female soldiers in the local hospital and arts troupe. Is there no one you like? Jiang Jiansheng shook his head. No, I don't like those pretentious types. They always cry and wipe tears for no reason. It's annoying. They could speak properly, but they choose to speak in a high-pitched voice. Don't you think they're sick? Jiang Li thought. Third brother is really a straightforward guy. With so many girls, isn't there anyone cheerful? You're not interested in finding someone? Jiang Jiansheng said, don't accuse me unfairly. I just haven't met anyone I like. When I do, I'll tell you. Is that okay? Jiang Li said, do as you like. Anyway, your partner is someone you'll live with. Jiang Chuxi returned and saw the three of them in the kitchen. He walked over and asked, what are you talking about? Are you all crowded in the kitchen and making it hot? Jiang Li replied, just chatting nonsense. The noodles are ready now. Second brother, go get the bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Chuxi said, okay, there's a small table in the yard. I'll wipe it clean. Jiang Li rinsed the noodles several times with cold water, then asked Qinyi to carry them out. Then he took out some meat sauce and placed it on the table. The four of them started eating. Jiang Jiansheng was eating his sister's meat sauce and suddenly said with a twinge of pain, last time, the second brother brought back some meat sauce, but those troublemakers took it all. Thinking about it now makes me feel sad. His little sister worked hard to make something herself, but it was all taken away. It really proves the saying, a strong tiger can't stand against a pack of wolves. They just can't compete. Jiang Li smiled, I'll make more next time. Then we can eat at home without worry. Your stuff was taken and yours, second brother, probably is too? Jiang Chuxi nodded. It was gone in 2 days. Those people have a good nose. As soon as they smell meat, they come running. As a leader, I feel a bit embarrassed to eat alone, so I just… Alright, judging by your army's meals, they're not very good. Don't hold back, eat more. With the hot weather, it's hard to keep food fresh for days. Tonight, I'll cook braised pork and plain rice for you. Jiang Jianqing smiled. Then second brother and I are looking forward to it. After lunch, the siblings chatted for a while. Then Jiang Chusi and his brother returned to the army. The remaining Qin Yi and Jiang Li, with nothing else to do, started tidying up the yard. Since there were no farming tools at home, Jiang Li had to go borrow some from the neighbors. The neighbor's wife, Hua, whose husband was a senior regiment officer and a kind person, saw Jiang Li come to borrow tools and said with a smile, "You can take what's at the yard gate. Just return them after you're done." "But little Jiang, how should I call you?" Jiang Li replied politely, "Just call me Jiang Li, auntie."
Good name.
"Can I call you Lily from now on?" "It sounds friendly." "Auntie, I have 2 sons. Feel free to come over anytime. They're not home often, so it's fine." Jiang Li smiled. "Thank you, auntie. I'll go back to work now. When I finish tidying up, I'll invite you to a warm family dinner." Auntie Hua waved her hand. "Go ahead. If you have any questions, just come ask me." "Thank you, auntie." Watching the girl leave, Auntie Hua felt a bit reluctant. She thought Jiang Li was incredibly beautiful, her smile like a little fairy. It was true. None of the Jiang family members were ugly. Their genes were really strong. Thinking that her 2 sons were already married, she felt regretful. She wished she had let them marry later. Such a good girl, who knows who she will end up helping in the future. Qin saw his cousin borrow some tools and smiled. "I'll turn the soil. Don't overexert yourself." Jiang Li was not polite. "Then you do it. Work hard, or there will be no dinner tonight." Qin smiled. "I promised to finish the job." Since the yard was small and Qin worked quickly, he finished turning the soil before it got dark. Jiang Li first watered the land to irrigate it, planning to buy seeds tomorrow morning and plant them. Later, seeing it was getting late, Jiang Li and Qin went straight to the kitchen. Looking at the meat his third brother bought, Jiang Li felt a bit helpless and thought the pork was too fatty. "Cousin, will there be enough meat for tonight?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "Eat as much as you want. I'm not worried about overeating and having a stomach ache." The fatty meat was full of oil with each bite. She could only eat a few pieces as too much oil isn't good either. "Go wash the rice first. I'll take out the meat." Qin nodded. "Okay, I'll go wash it." Meanwhile, Jiang Chusi and his brother returned to the army in the afternoon. Soon, the soldiers heard that Jiang's sister was as beautiful as a flower. Rumors said she was even prettier than the girls in the troop. Everyone became very curious. Jiang Jianqing was asked by his brothers, "Does our sister have a boyfriend? If not, do you think we're okay?" Jiang Jianqing looked at the soldiers, who didn't look as good as him, and said with disdain, "We're all about looks. Ugly ones shouldn't show off. I'm worried they might scare our sister. And my sister has 10 brothers and brothers-in-law. If you're not afraid of getting hurt, go ahead." Hearing about 10 brothers-in-law, the soldiers hesitated. They thought if someone married her, and if they messed up, they'd get beaten up by all the brothers-in-law. That was scary. Jiang Jianqing saw it was almost time and waved, "Everyone, go to the cafeteria for dinner. I'm heading home."
Bye.
Not long after Jiang Chusi left, he met his younger brother on the way. "Second brother, we need to watch over our sister, so no bad guys take her away." Jiang Chusi smiled mischievously. "As long as they're not afraid of a fight, let them come." Seeing his older brother's smile, Jiang Jianqing knew someone was going to get into trouble. He just didn't know how many dared to be brave. Jiang Li's braised pork was so delicious that the entire family compound was filled with its tempting aroma. The children were eagerly clamoring to eat meat.
Eat, eat.
"All of you are just good-for-nothings. Go away."
Wow.
"I want to eat meat." The children's cries were everywhere, but Jiang Li pretended not to hear. She served a small bowl of braised pork and then went next door with her farming tools. Aunt Hua saw her carrying a bowl of meat and smiled, saying, "You, child, don't be so polite. Your family has many people. Take it home and eat together." Jiang Li smiled and replied, "It's okay, auntie. We still have some at home. These aren't many." Just consider it a taste test. I'll put the tools back. Manhwa felt helpless, but took the braised pork, thinking she would pick some vegetables to send over later. It's better to exchange favors to get along well. Meanwhile, Jiang Chusi and Jiang Jianqing returned home and, upon smelling the aroma, washed their hands quickly and sat at the table. Second brother, serve yourself. I made a lot, don't hold back. They didn't refuse and started eating. Jiang Jianqing was eating his sister's cooking for the first time, and he felt incredibly happy.
Wow.
This is so delicious, much better than the cafeteria. It really was two different flavors. If you like it, eat more. Tomorrow I'll go to the town to see what ingredients are available. I'll prepare more dishes. You two should also think about how many people to invite so I can get ready in advance. Jiang Chusi looked worried and said, won't that be too tiring? Maybe we should just forget it. Jiang Li smiled, it's okay. Cooking in a big pot is easy. Since it's a housewarming, we need to set up a few tables. Otherwise, people might talk. We can't fall behind. All right, I'll ask 2 aunts to come help you tomorrow. At this moment, Ling Xue from the art troupe was staring out the window, lost in thought. Seeing her like this, her friend approached and asked, Xiao Xue, what are you thinking? I heard Jiang Chusi's sister and brother have arrived. Do you want to go see them? Ling Xue turned and asked, do you think Jiang Chusi would like me? Her father was a division commander in the military district. Not only did he think highly of Jiang Chusi, but she had also met him a few times and liked him. However, every time they met, he looked cold and distant, making her afraid to get too close. Xiao Xue, you're really making me mad. If Jiang Chusi is hard to win over, start with his sister. I heard they have 10 brothers, but only 1 girl. As long as you sincerely treat her, maybe she'll speak well for you. Then everything will be fine. You are about to turn 21 soon. If you don't act now, someone else might take your chance. Don't regret it later. It is known that Jiang Chusi's 3 brothers are very popular in the military. The Jiang family has strong genes, and each sibling is more handsome than the last. Unfortunately, they are not very easy to talk to. Especially Jiang Jianqing, who is very sharp-tongued. No one knows which blind person would want to be with someone so harsh. Ling Xue thought for a moment, then said, maybe I can buy some things and visit tomorrow? Sure, I'll go with you. You won't have to be afraid then, replied. Ling Xue smiled. Thanks, Shuang Shuang. Zhang Shuang Shuang smiled back. We are good friends. When you come, just help me introduce Jiang Jingzi to me. I like him. Ling Xue said happily, okay, let's work hard together to become sisters-in-law. Zhang Shuang Shuang cheered. Definitely. Let's both do our best. Jiang Li didn't know that her future sister-in-law would arrive tomorrow. She was already asleep in bed. When the morning broadcast started, Jiang Li was kept awake by the noise. She got up, dressed, and went out to see her brothers pulling her younger cousin for morning exercise. Qini looked tired and a bit hopeless. Little sister, why don't you sleep a bit longer? Jiang Chusi said affectionately. Jiang Li yawned. I can't sleep anymore. You guys go ahead. When you come back, breakfast will be ready. Jiang Chusi nodded. All right, we'll go now. Qini glanced at his cousin and was then pulled away without mercy. Jiang Li looked at him and felt like laughing, but she knew she had to follow her chosen path, even if it made her cry. The soldiers doing morning drills saw their leader bring a new face and were surprised. This is my cousin Qini. Recently, he's been doing morning exercises with me here. Let's start. Qini followed behind the main group, joining a small team with some kids. When the whistle blew, they all started running. An older boy saw Qini running slowly and asked, Big brother, are you not feeling well? Why are you running so slowly? Qini heard this and said, Hey, kid. What are you talking about? I'm just giving you a head start. Ha, I don't believe it. If you're so capable, run ahead of me. Qini glared at him. Who's your kid? Why are you so talkative? Do your parents know?
I'm Zhao Zelong.
My dad is the commander of the 3rd Regiment. What's your problem? Qini sighed. Fine, you're impressive. You win because of your family. I'm leaving now. Zhao Zelong suddenly ran past him, like he was full of energy, and chased after him.
Wait.
You can't bully kids. Jiang Li was speechless, thinking that if this brat were his son, he would definitely have to give him a good scolding to feel better. Jiang Li saw that Jiang Li still had some strength left, so he didn't pay much attention. After morning exercise, Jiang Li finally caught his breath and said to Zhao Zilong, "You're impressive, I give up." Zhao Zilong proudly said, "Of course. I've been training with my dad since I was little. In a few years, I'll be able to join the army." When Jiang Li arrived, seeing his cousin blushing and panting, he smiled and said, "How is it? Tiring?
Can you handle it?" Jiang Li replied, "It's fine."
A man shouldn't say he can't do it. I don't believe I can't keep up with this little kid. Seeing Jiang Li come over, Zhao Zilong politely greeted, "Hello, Uncle Jiang." "Hello, Xiaolong. Are you on vacation recently?" Zhao Zilong nodded. "Yes, summer vacation has started." "Good, keep training. You'll definitely become a strong soldier in the future. Uncle believes in you." Zhao Zilong puffed out his chest. "That's necessary. I've set my mind on beating my dad down." Jiang Li smiled. "Keep it up.
We're going home to eat now. Bye."
Jiang Li took a moment to recover. He didn't feel so bad anymore. Actually, his stamina was still okay, but running so many kilometers for the first time made him a bit uncomfortable. Because their family had limited ingredients, Jiang Li prepared a simple breakfast. After they finished eating, Jiang Li pulled Jiang Li out the door. "Cousin, spare me. My legs are still sore. Can't we go this afternoon?" Jiang Li rolled his eyes at him. Pathetic. "If we go this afternoon, all the good food will be gone. Hurry up and follow." Jiang Li didn't care whether it was dangerous or not. She hated human traffickers the most. When she saw such people, she would fight them immediately. "Help! Someone save my child." Jiang Li saw 3 men running away with a child and shouted angrily, "Stop right there, you animals." The men saw Jiang Li and realized she was very beautiful, which made them have bad thoughts instantly. "Boss, what a pretty girl." "Humph, you're asking for it. Catch her." Seeing the men stop and look at her with ill intentions, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh in anger. Dog things, stealing children in broad daylight.
No law anymore, huh?
Stinky girl, meddling will cost you. Jiang Li spat and said, "You're not worth it. Brothers, catch her. When we get back, we'll all have fun together." Jiang Li chased over, carrying something. When he saw the 3 men trying to bully his cousin, he immediately dropped his things and rushed forward.
"You!
How dare you bully my cousin? I'll beat you to death." Just as he said that, Jiang Li moved first, kicking out her leg at the opponent. Jiang Li didn't care about anything else and grabbed one man's waist, biting fiercely. "I'll bite you all to death, you dogs." Jiang Li saw the corner of her mouth twitch.
"Ah!
Stinky woman, I'll kill you." People around, seeing the others had knives, shouted, "Girl, be careful." Jiang Li snorted coldly. "You're asking for it." Suddenly, fists and feet flew, and within moments, all 3 men were bruised and groaning on the ground. Jiang Li was even riding on one man, punching him wildly. While fighting, he cursed, "You dare to bully my cousin? I'll beat you to death." Jiang Li saw it was enough and pulled Jiang Li aside. "Stop fighting, or someone might really get hurt." Jiang Li spat and said, You dogs." The woman who had lost her child was now holding the baby and bowed to Jiang Li.
"Thank you.
"Thank you for saving my kid." Jiang Li sighed. "Sister-in-law, get up quickly.
We're not doing this now."
Don't make things difficult for me." Okay, I'll get up now." At this moment, the police arrived after receiving the alarm. They asked what's going on. "I heard someone was kidnapping children." Everyone pointed to the 3 men on the ground. "Comrades in blue, it's them." Not only were they trying to steal a child, but they also wanted to kidnap this girl. Luckily, she knows martial arts. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. Yes. How do you maintain public safety? These human traffickers dare to kidnap people in broad daylight. It's really lawless. You must take good care of this, or no one will dare to take their children out in the future.
Exactly.
Comrade police, you must teach these people a lesson. It's too frightening. Listening to the chatter around, the police officer also felt a headache. All right, everyone, stop arguing. I'm taking these 3 back for a proper interrogation. And this lady, did you hit these people?
Jiang Li nudda.
Yes, I did. Is there a problem? She didn't really want to admit it unless everyone saw it. Please come with us to give a statement. It won't take much of your time. Jiang Li thought for a moment. All right, hurry up. I have things to do. Jiang Li carried the groceries he bought and quietly asked his older cousin, Cousin, when did you become so capable? I didn't even know. Sure, we'll talk about it when we get back. Now's not the time to talk. Jiang Li replied, Okay, I understand. The two followed the police to the station. As soon as they arrived, someone was there to record statements. Jiang Li, Jiang Li, along with a few witnesses and the person who lost their child, all told what they knew truthfully. The police officer, hearing that the young girl had taken down the 3 troublemakers, was curious. Did you train in martial arts? Jiang Li replied, A little. I know some skills. My 3 brothers are in the military here. If you don't believe it, you can check. My name is Jiang Li. Hearing that her 3 brothers were soldiers, the police officer immediately showed respect. Thanks to Comrade Jiang for helping catch these people. Once the case is closed, there will be recognition for your help. The statement is fine. You can all go now.
Jiang Li smilat.
Thank you. You've worked hard. After finishing their statements, they left the police station. The child's mother wanted to thank Jiang Li, but she declined. Everyone is having a hard time these days. Be careful when you go out in the future.
Let's not meet again this time.
The woman replied, Okay. When I have a chance, I'll thank you properly. After saying goodbye, when they returned, the vendors became a bit more enthusiastic. Oh, isn't it the little hero from earlier?
What do you want to buy?
Uncle will give you a discount. Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a bit embarrassed. Uncle, I want to treat you. Can you sell me 3 fish? Of course. Do you want me to help you clean them?
Jiang Li smilat.
If it's not too much trouble, I'd appreciate it. It's okay. At this point, everyone has bought almost everything they need. If you want to buy something else, go ahead and buy it first. You can pick it up when you come back. Jiang Li. All right, I'll give you the money first. After paying for the fish, the 2 of them went into the supply and marketing cooperative. Since they were missing many things, Jiang Li was not polite and bought various items. The director of the cooperative came out to see Jiang Li. Seeing she had bought so much, he smiled and said, Young hero, we have some defective items here that don't require tickets. Would you like to take a look? Hearing this, Jiang Li felt a little shy. Would that be inconvenient? The director, It's okay. If you don't want it, I can sell it to someone else. Jiang Li, all right, I'll go take a look. My brother just got a new house and we are missing quite a few things. Well, that's nothing. I have an iron pot here. If you need it, I can sell it to you directly. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Really? That would be great. Our family really needs an iron pot. Her brother's family was using a small iron pot now. She was thinking of going to the black market later, but just as she was about to doze off, someone brought it to her door. By the way, what's your name? I also want to buy a bicycle. I am Director Wang here. Just call me Uncle Wang. I saw everything when you were fighting those bad guys. Truly impressive. Jiang Li chuckled. Oh, you're too kind. Don't mention it. You're really capable. We are all ordinary folks. If it weren't for you, that kid might have been in real trouble. Many people didn't react at the time, but they were all afraid of provoking those bad guys and getting into trouble. Fortunately, this young comrade was not afraid. Otherwise, that child might have been lost. These days, life is tough for everyone. It's not that no one stood up for justice before, but those people were soon targeted, and their families were destroyed. So now, no one dares to act rashly. Jiang Li didn't know what Director Huang was thinking. She was currently selecting the things she needed. Jiang Li saw her picking so many items and gently tugged her sleeve, whispering, Sister, that's enough. These things cost a lot. Jiang Li replied, It's okay. I have money. Jiang Li, as long as you're happy. After choosing everything, Jiang Li saw a Phoenix brand bicycle that looked good and directly asked Director Huang to make the order. Young comrade, you bought so much. Do you need me to help deliver it back? Jiang Li waved her hand. No need, just help me pack it in a burlap sack. Director Huang replied, "All right, I promise to pack everything equally well. No less." When Jiang Li and the others pushed the bicycle out of the supply and marketing cooperative, half an hour had passed. Qingyi still couldn't believe it. She had gone out and ended up bringing back a bicycle. "Big sister, we don't stay here often. Do we really need to ask my cousin about buying a bike?"
Jiang Li smilat.
"No need. When we leave, the brothers can use it too. Both of them are grown up now. If they get married someday, we won't need to buy another one. Plus, the bicycle tickets are about to expire. Instead of selling them to others, we might as well keep and use them ourselves." Qingyi thought about it and agreed. Bicycle tickets were really hard to get. Their family only had 2 bikes, and these tickets had been saved up for a long time to exchange for them. The fishmonger saw they had returned and cheerfully said, "I've cleaned all 3 fish for you. Just wash them again at home, then they can go straight into the pot. Come back if they taste good." Jiang Li politely replied, "Thank you, you've worked hard." After buying everything, Jiang Li told Qingyi to push the bicycle and head back. But the two of them attracted too much attention and were being watched by some people. "Big brother, that woman dares to fight even human traffickers. Are we really going to rob them?" "Don't worry. I called 6 people, plus us 2 makes 8. I don't believe that woman can fight all of us. If a fight really breaks out later, just act accordingly. Take as much as you can and run, understood?"
Ah.
"Okay, I'll try my best." Jiang Li knew she had a follower behind her, but didn't tell Qingyi. She was thinking that once they reached a quiet place, she would deal with the person herself. Meanwhile, Qingyi chattered nonstop, unaware of the danger approaching. Halfway through the walk, Jiang Li finally spoke. "You walk slowly ahead. I need to find a bathroom. I'll be right back." Qingyi asked, "Huh? Then I'll wait here for you." In this unfamiliar place, she was worried about losing her sister. "Don't worry, I know some kung fu. There's no one around here. Be good and listen to me." Since her sister said so, Qingyi had no choice but to say, "All right, be careful. I'll walk slowly. Don't rush."
Jiang Li nudda. Got it.
"Go ahead." After sending her younger brother off, Jiang Li turned and entered the woods. The followers behind her were surprisingly patient and hadn't made a move after following for so long. "Big brother, that woman went into the woods. What should we do?" "No, follow behind." After leading the person over, Jiang Li stood still without moving. "You've been following all along. Everyone come out now." "Big brother? Is she talking to us?" "Ask me who? But this girl is really pretty. If she weren't so fierce, I want to tie her up and take her home." Hearing their conversation, Jiang Li grew impatient and spoke again. "I'm talking about you guys. Aren't you here to rob? Why are you scared now?" "Oh, so you're really talking about us." Wang saw that he was exposed and no longer hid. He stepped forward angrily and said, "Little girl, we're just here to take some money. If you cooperate nicely, I promise we won't hurt you." Jiang Li smiled slightly. "If you don't hurt me, what if I want to hurt you?" The previous kidnappers were so weak, she didn't get enough fun. Now that they're coming to her, she naturally won't miss the chance. After all, her family usually keeps her on a tight leash. Seeing she didn't appreciate the gesture, Wang took out a stick and said fiercely, "Since you won't cooperate, don't blame us for being ruthless." Jiang Li snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm in a hurry. Let's fight. If you can beat me, I'll give you some mercy." Wang saw she was not respectful and exchanged a look with his brothers before rushing forward together. As they clashed, Jiang Li moved quickly and skillfully. Because she used a deadly strike, they were soon all knocked to the ground. Jiang Li grabbed her stick and said, "You dare come out to rob with this little skill? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Please. Heroine, spare us. We won't dare to do it again. We really made a mistake. Please forgive us this time." Jiang Li could sense some of them were holding lives in their hands. Dealing with such people, only once and for all would prevent them from harming others again. "I'll let you go, but why don't you spare those poor people? Full of murderous aura. Do you think I'm easy to fool? I see the environment here is good. Whether you can go back alive depends on your luck." As Jiang Li finished speaking, screams suddenly echoed through the woods. Just as Qin Yi and others grew anxious, Jiang Li leisurely returned holding 2 rabbits. Big sister, why are you so slow? And you caught rabbits?
Jiang Li smilat.
Lucky me. I was just squatting and happened to find a rabbit's nest. Unfortunately, only 2 at home. Let's have braised rabbit tonight. I want spicy flavor. Jiang Li rolled her eyes.
You really know how to eat.
Either braised or stir-fried. Don't make it so complicated. I'm afraid I might poison you with my cooking. Hee hee, then let's do spicy stir-fry. That's really tasty. Alright, we cooked quite a lot tonight. After eating, I need to prepare for tomorrow, so the brothers won't be late when they come back in the afternoon. Let's check if we have enough firewood at home. If not, you'll have to go gather some dry wood. Fortunately, it's not winter now, or it would be freezing. In the north, people usually warm their homes with stoves and brick beds. Winter is very cold. Luckily, we have a firewall at home, so I can manage for now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Since we bought a lot of things, including a brand new bicycle, as soon as we entered the courtyard, we became the focus of the neighborhood. People walking outside saw how much we bought and said, Deputy Commander Jiang really dotes on his sister. But he's too wasteful. Who can afford to support this girl in the future? Oh, look at you, so jealous. They didn't spend your money. Why do you care so much? I heard that Deputy Commander Jiang has many brothers. He only has this one girl. Do you think she's easy to marry? Just based on her conditions, you'd better forget it. Everyone was talking about her without considering their own bad behavior, like frogs wanting to eat swan meat. Jiang Li listened to the gossip for a while but then stopped paying attention. Honestly, they kept saying the same things, with no new information. But she didn't notice that someone quietly left the scene. Of course, after Jiang Li left, the family members didn't sit idle either. Jiang Shuemai received a message from her subordinates and looked confused. Did the people over there see clearly? Does Li Li really know martial arts? Yes, Mississippi. And she's quite skilled. She just didn't finish tidying up, but someone helped her out. If we hadn't watched her grow up, I'd think she was swapped at birth. Also, I've already passed on the news about Xueqing's illness. By tomorrow, everyone in the village will know she's sick. After hearing the report, Jiang Shuemai was silent for a long time before speaking. Tell the brothers over there to proceed as planned. As long as Li Li isn't in danger of losing her life, don't interfere. As for Xueqing, take care of her quickly while Li Li is away. Remember, don't make her feel too comfortable. If you dare to be so cruel to her daughter, be prepared for the backlash. Okay, miss. Is there anything else you want me to do? No, that's all. Be careful too. Let the brothers wait a bit. Once the situation settles, we can go back. Let them stay calm. Don't worry, miss. We all know the brothers are doing well now. Jiang Shuemei smiled and said, let's go quickly. Don't let anyone see us. If it weren't for Li Li's situation recently, I wouldn't contact these people so soon. After all, I usually prefer not to meet the people my father left behind unless absolutely necessary. After lunch, Jiang Chusi and Jiang Jianqing picked up 2 bundles of firewood before heading home. Jiang Li saw they brought back dry wood and said with a smile, you trained all day. Later, let Xiao Yi do this. You two shouldn't be so tired. Jiang Chusi put down the firewood and said affectionately, it's just a small task. You can count on Xiao Yi tonight. He probably won't have enough time. Qin Yi, hearing this, got annoyed and said, cousin, who do you look down on? It's just chopping wood. I'll go after I finish eating. Really? Oh, then from now on, the firewood will be up to you. I believe in you. But how did you two buy bicycles? We heard the women talking about it on the way back. Jiang Li placed the food on the table and smiled. The bicycle tickets are about to expire, so I used one. Now that second brother has a yard, having a bicycle makes going out easier, so I bought one. Jiang Chusi saw his sister misunderstood and explained with a smile, I didn't mean you spend money recklessly. I just wonder if you ran out of money after buying the bike.
Jiang Li nodded, yes.
Second brother, are you going to give me some pocket money? The money from our parents and the small stash I had was long gone. Now, some of the money I use comes from selling goods on the black market. Otherwise, I would have no money in my pockets. Later, my third brother and I will each give you 100 yuan to spend. Go buy whatever you want. No need to save for your brothers. You're our sister. It's right for your brothers to support you. And if anyone in the family compound says something unpleasant, just tell them off directly. Don't let yourself feel wronged, understand? The people in our family compound love to gossip. Some even twist stories to say things that aren't true. Since our sister just arrived and bought so many things, those people will definitely start talking about right and wrong. Jiang Li smiled and said, I'm fine, second brother. Those people can say whatever they want. I just ignore them and think of it as them making a silly joke. Let's go eat. Jiang Chixi replied, okay. Jiang Jiancheng saw that his sister had made many delicious dishes and felt a bit worried. He said, in the future, let's just eat something simple for lunch. It's so hot and you're always busy in the kitchen. Your skin might suffer. I care about you. It's okay, third brother. Women are often in the kitchen cooking. I'm not doing much, just making some food. It's a small thing, Jiang Li replied casually. By the way, Xiao Yi and I went to the town today to help catch a group of human traffickers. If the police send a reward later, don't be surprised. As Jiang Li finished speaking, Jiang Chixi and Jiang Jiancheng were momentarily shocked, then filled with worry. Little sister, what's going on? Are you hurt? Why didn't you tell me earlier about such a big thing? And Qinyi, how are you taking care of Lili? You even went after the traffickers. What if they had weapons? It's dangerous, Jiang Jiancheng said angrily. Qinyi looked a bit wronged when scolded and glanced at Jiang Li. Seeing this, Jiang Li awkwardly said, third brother, this has nothing to do with Xiao Yi. When I saw someone kidnapping children, I couldn't just stand by. Plus, second brother knows I have some fighting skills, so you don't need to worry about me. Jiang Jiancheng looked at Jiang Chixi with a puzzled expression and asked, when did Lili learn martial arts? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Chixi replied calmly, I forgot. Jiang Jiancheng. Oh, we're all fine. Let's forget about this. Hurry up and eat. If we don't, the food will get cold, Jiang Li interrupted. Jiang Chixi saw that his sister was indeed unharmed and not frightened, and said, no more lessons. Let's eat. Since the incident last time, his sister had changed a lot. She used to be shy, quiet, and timid. Now she's much braver, though whether that's good or bad is uncertain. After lunch, Jiang Li started preparing ingredients for tonight's dinner party. Because ingredients here were limited, she tried to make extra of each dish. Qinyi was busy chopping firewood in the forest, feeling a bit tired. Suddenly, he ran into Zhao Zilong, who was also gathering firewood. Wow, big brother, you're here too? Qinyi looked up at him and said, little kid, why are you here again? Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and said, you're the little kid. Why don't we have a one-on-one fight tomorrow? Whoever loses has to be the younger brother. Qinyi chuckled. Do I look so free? You've been practicing martial arts since you were young, and you're bullying a newbie like me. Do you have no shame? Zhao Zilong grinned. Of course I do. Qinyi rolled his eyes in frustration. You have such thick skin. Are you sure you're not just like your dad? I'll tell you, you can't be too arrogant, or you'll die quickly. Zhao Zilong puffed up proudly. That's not arrogance. I just have confidence. Unlike you, a weakling, you don't look like a man at all compared to me. Qinyi looked very annoyed. Go play somewhere else. Whether I'm a man or not is none of your business. My future wife just needs to know I'm a man. Also, I might not have as much strength now, but that doesn't mean I can't catch up with you in the future. So don't be cocky, or you'll get lessons learned. Zhao Zilong pouted. You're probably the stubbornest person I know. If something's not right, it's not right. I won't laugh at you. Honestly. Qinyi said that I'm going back now. You can play by yourself. Goodbye. He was about to leave before the little kid annoyed him too much. If he weren't his brother, he would have beaten him down. He had never seen such a proud and arrogant kid before. But on his way home, he overheard some gossip about his cousin, calling her a sly fox. That made him furious. He put down the firewood and stormed over, shouting, You bunch of gossips. I think you're the real foxes. Talking so nastily, Do you have no mother or father to teach you manners?
Puffed.
Backbiters. A few women, aunties, and young wives were startled when they heard Qin Ye's angry shout. It's awkward when others hear you criticizing someone. But some people are shy and others are bold. A newlywed wife sneered. We're just telling the truth. She has a fox-like face, and soldiers are always curious about her. She's shameless. Hearing this, Qin Yi was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened.
You
shrew. If you weren't a woman, I'd beat you to death. Just wait, I'm going to find the leader here and ask if this is how military wives should behave. When the women heard he might report them, they got a little scared. Criticizing them was one thing, but if it affected their husbands' promotions, it would be a disaster. Jiang picked up the firewood and headed home. As soon as she entered the yard, she angrily said to Jiang Li, sister, those gossiping women say you're a fox spirit. It's so unfair. I want to find the boss and have a talk. Jiang Li remained calm and replied, why bother with them? You know they're just a bunch of busybodies. Arguing with them only makes you look worse. Just ignore them. The more you argue, the more they get excited, she added. But sister, they said really mean things. What's wrong if you look good? I think they're just jealous. They look ugly, so they can't stand seeing others look nice, Qin Yi said angrily. Jiang Li sighed. You know, if you complain openly, you'll just offend those gossiping women. If you want revenge, you have to hurt them so they feel pain. After dinner tonight, I'll take you out to settle this, she promised. I'll make sure you feel better. Qin Ye's eyes lit up. Sister, do you have a clever plan? Tell me first. It's a secret. Now go to your work, Jiang Li said. Qin Yi hesitated but nodded.
All right.
Although Jiang Li kept her plan secret, she didn't forget her grudge. Those women acted just like village women, always gossiping for no reason. They weren't really bad people, just talkative. Since they loved spreading rumors, Jiang Li decided to give them a gift, a bottle of strong medicine to make them drunk. She wanted to see how they would talk after getting drunk. Meanwhile, Jiang Chusi had just finished training when a brother came over and asked, Brother Jiang, does your sister have a boyfriend? How about my brother? Do you think he's suitable for her? Jiang Chusi looked at him with disdain. Anyone less handsome than me shouldn't even speak. My sister wouldn't like him. What do you mean, Brother Jiang? Do I look ugly? The brother asked. And don't you know what you look like? If you want someone even more handsome than you, it's probably because you don't want your sister to get married, Jiang Chusi said sharply. Other brothers nodded in agreement. Yeah, your standards are too high. Jiang Chusi glared at them. Everyone go back to training. Don't even think about my sister. If you keep bothering her, my brothers and I will break your legs. Do they not understand what kind of people they are? How dare they think about his sister? It's like they're dreaming. Seeing their leader's angry face, the brothers rolled their eyes silently, thinking, if he doesn't want to introduce her, fine. Why bother insulting us? They all went back to training, feeling a bit helpless. Of course, the same thing also happened with Jiang Jiancheng, but the third brother is even more sharp-tongued. He scolded the brothers so harshly that it seemed like he might kick them. However, before the brothers could go home, they received news that the fourth brother was injured. Deputy Jiang, your younger brother Jiang Jingzhe, was shot 3 times. He's now in the hospital being treated. You should go see him quickly. When Jiang Chusi heard that the fourth brother was seriously hurt, he told his men to deliver the message and then drove straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiancheng received the news and hurried back home. Jiang Li was cooking dinner when she saw her third brother run in sweaty and asked with a smile, Dinner just finished. Why are you back so soon? Jiang Jiancheng panted and said, Little sister, the fourth brother is hurt and being treated. We need to go to the hospital quickly.
Bang!
Hearing this, Jiang Li was so shocked that she dropped her shovel. How could our fourth brother be seriously injured? Which hospital is he in? We're going right now. Food can wait, but their brother's life was the most important. She turned off the fire in the stove and called Qin Yi and the others to go to the hospital. Qin Yi, knowing that the fourth cousin was hurt, was worried all the way there. When the 3 arrived at the hospital, they saw Jiang Chusi waiting at the door of the operating room. Jiang Li quickly went over and asked, "Second brother, how is fourth brother?" Seeing all three of them, Jiang Chusi frowned and said, "He has 3 gunshot wounds, but none hit vital organs. He's lucky. However, his right leg was fractured when he rolled down the mountain. We don't know if there will be lasting effects." As soldiers, they feared injuries that wouldn't heal well, because then they would have to leave the army and go home. All the brothers loved army life, and if the fourth brother couldn't recover fully, they would be very sad. "Second brother, I believe fourth brother will be fine. The fracture isn't serious. I have a special secret remedy from my master, and I won't let fourth brother become." "Hey," Jiang Li comforted him. When Jiang Chusi heard his sister's words, he wondered if her master was really that powerful. "How is your medical skill now? Do you want me to find you a job at the hospital here?" Jiang Li shook her head. "No, I don't want to hurt others." Although she knew medicine, it was just a side skill. She didn't want to spend all her time working in a hospital doing surgeries. Back then, her senior brothers worked so hard they were exhausted. She would never work in a hospital. She doesn't have much conscience and wouldn't work herself to exhaustion to be a kind-hearted person. That's something others should do. Jiang Jianqing listened to their conversation and wanted to ask what was going on. Also, when did his younger sister have a master? He didn't know at all. If it weren't for the many people around, he really would have argued with second brother right now. Such a big matter, and he didn't know about it. Of course, not only he was curious, but Qingyi was also looking puzzled. Fortunately, both knew the situation wasn't appropriate, so they suppressed their curiosity for now. As time slowly passed, at the moment the sky turned completely dark, the door of the operating room finally opened. "Are the patient's family members here?" Jiang Chusi went over and asked, "Hello, doctor. I am Jiang Jing's second brother, Jiang Chusi. How is my brother's condition?" The doctor took off his mask and smiled, saying, "The surgery was successful. Rest well at home, and when the time comes, do some rehabilitation for his right leg. It's not a big problem." The patient was brought in promptly. Besides losing a lot of blood, everything else is stable for now. After you go back, try to prepare more blood and calcium-rich meals for him. That will help his recovery. Jiang Chusi replied, "Thank you, doctor. Sorry for the trouble." The doctor said, "It's my job. The patient will be out soon. If you need anything, just find me. I'm leaving now."
Jiang Chusi nodded. "Okay."
Hearing that the patient was fine, Jiang Li and the others finally relaxed. Now that they were relieved, their stomachs started to growl. Jiang Li looked at the time and asked Jiang Chusi, "Second brother, you didn't get to enjoy the warm house banquet tonight. Did you tell everyone?" Jiang Chusi said, "I asked my brothers to notify them." "Don't worry." Jiang Li smiled, "That's good. Since everything is fine here, I'll go home and cook. Once it's ready, I'll bring it over, and I'll also bring a bowl of millet porridge for fourth brother." Jiang Chusi replied, "Jiancheng, you stay here to take care of fourth brother. I'll drive them home first, and then bring you some food later." Jiancheng nodded. "All right, I'll stay here first. You guys go back." After arranging everything at the hospital, Jiang Chusi and the others drove back to the family residence. Jiang Li got out of the car and went straight to the kitchen. Since there was no bone broth at home, she first prepared dinner for everyone, then cooked a bowl of millet porridge for fourth brother before starting to eat. Seeing her sister sweating so much, Jiang Chusi took out a clean towel and said, "Wipe your sweat quickly. You might have to take care of fourth brother intensively these days. No matter how good the food outside is, it can't compare to the healthiness of my little sister's cooking. So recently, I have to work hard to take care of my sister." Jiang Li wipes her face and playfully says, "Second brother, you're being too formal. That's our fourth brother. Even if you don't say anything, I will take good care of him, so don't worry."
Come, eat.
After dinner, Xiaoyu will stay up to watch over things. You and third brother have training tomorrow, so he can take care of it. As for breakfast tomorrow morning, I will ride my bike to deliver it. Jiang Chusi thinks for a moment and says, "Then, I'll thank my cousin for being alert tonight." Qingyi nods. "Don't worry, I will take good care of fourth cousin." After dinner, Jiang Chusi packs the food and then goes to the hospital with Qingyi. At this time, Jiang Jingze in the hospital hasn't woken up yet. Jiang Jianqing sits quietly by the bed, completely still. The nurses changing the dressing are afraid to speak loudly. It's only when Jiang Chixi arrives that Jiang Jianqing finally stands up and says, "Second brother, you finally came. I was about to starve." Jiang Chixi hands over the lunchbox. Eat quickly. The millet porridge is for fourth brother. Oh, got it. Qini sits by the bed, worried because fourth cousin hasn't woken up yet, and asks, "Is he okay? Why hasn't he woken up?" Jiang Jianqing, eating his food hurriedly, mumbles vaguely. The doctor said he'll wake up in the morning. The earliest is late at night. I see. I'll keep an eye on him tonight. You two should go back early after you're done. My sister is alone at home, and I'm a bit worried. If the women in the big yard knew only the sister was home alone, they might cause trouble. So, he just couldn't rest easy. Hearing this, Jiang Chixi frowns and asks, "Has someone been bothering you in the big yard recently?" Qini shakes his head. "No, it's just those people calling my sister a fox spirit." Second brother, do you think they're jealous because she's pretty?
What?
Before Jiang Chixi can speak, Jiang Jianqing gets angry first. Tell me properly, what did those people say about Li Li? I can't hit women, but I can beat men, he says fiercely. How dare they say that about my little sister? They're asking for trouble. Seeing him so angry, Qini also tells him everything he's heard recently. Afterward, he warns third cousin, "You can't just hit people randomly, understand? Be careful not to get caught and have your little secrets exposed." And my cousin said she will step in to handle those people without letting anyone find a flaw. So, don't be reckless here. This is a military family compound. Jiang Jianqing glared at him. I'm not as stupid as you. I already know about this. I'll ask my sister when I go back later. Since his sister already had a plan, it was better to ask her first. If he disrupted her plan, that wouldn't be good. Jiang Chixi listened to the story, saw that it was getting late, and said to Qini, "Tonight, watch your fourth cousin. If he has a fever, call the doctor immediately. Li Liming will come over early tomorrow. There are also 2 soldiers outside on guard. If you need anything, you can ask them. Remember that, okay?"
Bien noted.
I understand. You two should leave now. Jiang Chixi nodded. We're leaving now. Jiang Li's family had originally planned to prepare a meal to host guests, but now, with the fourth brother injured, that plan had to be postponed. They had just cooked the bought chicken, but they were worried about the other ingredients. At this time, refrigerators weren't common, and with the hot weather, she couldn't store food in her space. She was really worried and starting to get a headache. When Jiang Chixi and his sister returned home, they saw her looking worried and upset. Jiang Jianqing saw her and asked, "Little sister, what's wrong?
Who upset you? Is it those women?"
Tell me who it is, and third brother will get revenge for you." Jiang Li saw them come back and, hearing her brother's words, couldn't help but feel speechless. Third brother, why are you still so reckless? Jiang Jianqing pouted. How am I reckless?
I'm just worried about you.
Look at you. So many people in the big yard are talking badly about you.
You don't even know to complain.
If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let you come. If our parents find out, they might say that I and second brother are useless, and we can't even take care of our own sister. Jiang Li smiled indifferently. Why bother with those people? The more you get angry, the more they succeed. Just ignore them like they're nothing. I'm not angry at all. The more they talk about you, the more jealous they are. I look so good, so let them be jealous. By the way, how is our fourth brother? Is he awake yet? Jiang Jianqing said, "You're so easy to talk to. Your fourth brother isn't awake yet. It'll probably be morning. But I heard you have a way to handle those people. Tell me how you want to deal with it. I'll help you." Jiang Li whispered, "My master taught me a special powder that makes people's mouths rot. I plan to sprinkle some at those gossipers' places. They love to talk, so I want to see how they handle their mouths falling apart." Jiang Jianqing's eyes lit up. That's a good idea, but it won't cause serious harm, right? Jiang Li rolled her eyes. I'm not a murderer. As long as those people stay quiet for a month, their mouths will heal naturally. If they keep talking badly, their mouths will rot even more. It's just a bit of punishment. So, don't worry. I have a plan. In this life, she just wanted to live peacefully. Killing was best left to professionals. Jiang Li saw it was late and said, "Everyone go rest. We need to get up early tomorrow." Jiang Li replied, "Second brother, what should we do with these things? Do you know anyone with a refrigerator? Let's store them for a few days until fourth brother is better to eat. Otherwise, with this heat, they'll spoil by tomorrow." They were bought with money, and wasting food was a real shame. Even giving it away wouldn't justify wasting it. Jiang Li said, "I actually know someone with a fridge. You pack what you need to store and I'll go now. If I wait too long, everyone will be asleep." Jiang Li nodded. "Okay, I'll pack it now." After packing everything, Jiang Li went to the chief's house. Jiang Li finished tidying the kitchen and took a shower. Jiang Jiancheng was standing in the yard, shirtless, rinsing himself with water. When Jiang Li came out, she saw her third brother's abs and almost drooled. "Wow, is this something I can see for free?" Jiang Li's genes were exceptionally good. None of her 10 brothers were unattractive. Seeing handsome men often made her feel hungrier. Hearing the noise, Jiang Jiancheng turned around and saw his little sister standing there. He smiled affectionately. "What are you looking at?" "Hee, I'm looking at third brother's abs. I didn't expect them to be so good. My future wife will have some benefits, you know." Jiang Jiancheng sighed helplessly. "You've turned into a little flirt. All the soldiers in our unit have this kind of build. If you really like it, I can find you a handsome guy, someone even more handsome than third brother." When it came to handsome men, Jiang Li immediately thought of Huibeyu, thinking that since he was also in the army, his physique probably wasn't worse than her brother's. "Hey, I'm asking you, what are you thinking about?" Jiang Li regained her senses and said with a smile, "I'm easygoing. Brother doesn't need to find someone for me specifically. I'm still young and not in a hurry to get married. None of you brothers are married yet, so I'm not in a rush. Now that our eldest brother is married, aren't you all worried? Mom and Dad are still waiting to hold grandchildren." Hearing about marriage pressure, Jiang Jiancheng also sighed helplessly. "We soldiers don't put our heads in our belts all day. I don't want to find someone, because I don't want my wife to be left alone someday. Many people in our unit have sacrificed, and every day someone passes away. Do you think someone like me can really find a wife?" He had thought about getting married before, but seeing families who lost their men falling apart, he gave up on that idea. Being a military wife is too hard. He didn't want his partner to suffer like that. That would be too unfair to her. "Third brother, I think your idea is wrong. Look at others who are just like you. They're married and have children. You're only thinking about the future, but why not look more at the present? Life is short. I think it's better to be a little selfish sometimes. Our family doesn't need to pass on the family line, but if you leave behind a son or daughter, at least it proves you were here. Also, when you go on missions in the future, be careful. No one can say you will definitely sacrifice yourself on the battlefield. So, my advice is you should find a wife. At least every night when you come home, someone can talk to you," Jiang Li advised gently. Jiang Jiancheng listened to his sister's words and thought for a moment. Then he replied, "Go to sleep now. I'll think about it carefully." Jiang Li nodded. "All right, I'll go back to sleep first. When second brother comes back, you two should also go to bed early." Jiang Jiancheng smiled. "Okay, good night." Meanwhile, Zhang Shuangshuang lay on her bed and said to Ling Shui, "When do you plan to visit Jiang Li's sister? I heard recently that the women in the big yard have been saying she's very beautiful. She looks like a fox spirit. Do you think these people are crazy?" She looked pretty and called her a fox spirit. She didn't understand what they were thinking. Ling Shui turned over and looked at her, saying, "Jiang Li and his brothers are all very handsome. It's normal for his sister to be pretty. As for the women in the big yard, I don't want to criticize. They just have nothing to do all day. They even called me a fox spirit before. But I heard today that Jiang Jingzi was seriously injured. Aren't you worried?"
"What?
Zhang Shuangshuang suddenly stood up.
Who told you that?"
Ling Shui replied, "Someone said it. It seems serious. Right now, he's at the military hospital." "No way. I need to visit him tomorrow. How did my idol get hurt?" "Xiao Shui, you can come with me. Is that okay?" Ling Shui thought for a moment. Let's go tomorrow afternoon. We can't skip training during the day. The performance is coming soon, so we should be careful and not let some people take advantage. Zhang Shuang snorted coldly. Some people are just overestimating themselves. Ugly and dreaming big. The main role should be yours, don't worry. Ling Shui smiled. It's not about the role. I just don't want to give some people an easy chance. The internal competition within the cultural troupe is fierce. Even for just one position, everyone is fighting so hard. If she hadn't been careful last time, she might be in the hospital now. It's really unpredictable. They are all dancers, but she can't understand why some think they must stand in the main position to prove themselves. Fortunately, she and Shuang have been cautious over the years, so they haven't fallen into anyone's trap. But just thinking about Jiang Li, that man, makes her feel annoyed. It seems she can't wait any longer. If she doesn't act soon, her family will arrange a matchmaking date. If she can't marry someone she likes, she would rather not get married. The next morning, Jiang Li finished breakfast, then grabbed her lunchbox and rode away on her bicycle. Everyone was still tidying up the house, and outside was quiet. Apart from children playing outside, the street was peaceful. She wasn't afraid of those people. She just found them annoying. If it had been the original owner before, she might have been heartbroken. Those people are uneducated, speaking in ways, and their jealousy is obvious and ugly. But thinking about how people's tastes are often questionable in this era, she felt resigned. At this moment, in the hospital, Jiang Jingze opened his eyes and was surprised to see Qin Yi. He thought he was hallucinating until he felt the soreness all over his body and realized he was still alive. He weakly said, "Water." Qin Yi, still a bit groggy, heard Jiang Jingze calling a few times before he responded. "Second cousin, you're awake?"
Water.
"Oh, okay. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Looking at his cousin busy before bed, he couldn't understand why calling his cousin was necessary just because he got hurt. Doesn't everyone in the family have time? The water is here. The doctor said you shouldn't drink too much. Drink a small sip first. I'll go call the doctor. If you can eat something, I'll feed you. Jiang Jingzhe's lips were dry, and he nodded slightly, saying, okay. Qin Yi fed him the water, but there was no time to chat. He quickly left to find the doctor. When the doctor learned Jiang Jingze was awake, he hurried to the ward. After checking him again, he said, "You're fine now. The wound will heal slowly. Don't eat spicy or irritating foods, remember?" Qin Yi nodded, "Got it. Doctor, thank you for your help." The doctor replied, "You're welcome. It's our duty." After seeing the doctor off, Qin Yi approached the bed and asked, "Brother, are you hungry? I think sister-in-law will bring food soon. You can wait a little longer. The porridge from last night has gone cold." Lying in bed, Jiang Jingze heard his younger sister was here and asked, "When did you arrive?" Qin Yi said, "We've been here for a few days. Something happened at home, so my mom asked me to keep sister-in-law company and relax. That's when you got hurt. You're already grown up, but you're still so careless. Luckily, it's nothing serious. Otherwise, our uncles would be worried sick. We haven't even called home, afraid they'd get worried." Jiang Jingze smiled faintly, "Sorry for making you worry. I'll be more careful next time and won't cause any more trouble." Qin Yi pouted, "Nice words. But next time, you'll still rush in without thinking. I've never seen anyone so reckless. With your attitude, I wouldn't even dare to sign up for the army this fall."
Oh.
"You want to join the army too? Does your mom agree?" Qin Yi said mischievously. "She probably will. Our family isn't just me, after all. With the current situation, if you can't find a job, you might as well go to the countryside to farm. Instead of wasting time, I think joining the army is a good idea. Someone has to protect our country, right?" Jiang Jingzhe smiled. "You've grown up and understand the big truths now. That's good. Although soldiers suffer, someone has to serve for the country's stability." He remembered the wars from before he was born, knowing they were the country's pain. The older generation had experienced hardship. They didn't want to go through it again. Even risking their lives, they wanted to protect their family. That was his duty and mission. After chatting casually for a while, Jiang Li pushed open the door, carrying a food box. Jiang Li saw that fourth brother was awake and smiled as she said, "It seems I arrived just in time. Are you all hungry?" Jiang Jingze looked at Jiang Li, a tall and graceful girl, and smiled. "Li has grown up so much. You're getting more and more beautiful. You really inherited second dance looks. Hee, fourth brother is such a good talker. Are you feeling better? Does your leg still hurt?" Jiang Jingze replied, "It's okay. I can tolerate it. I'm used to it. They often get hurt on missions, so he can handle this pain. Thanks for your hard work, fourth brother. I made some old hen soup for you. It's just right now. After you finish breakfast, we can chat." Jiang Jingze smiled. All right. Qingyi didn't need to be told, and already prepared his breakfast. Seeing the chicken soup made him feel a little wronged and said, "Little sister, can I have some of the chicken soup?" Jiang Li smiled, "Of course. I brought plenty. Fourth brother can't eat too much. I didn't add much salt, so it might be a bit bland." Qingyi waved his hand. "It's okay. Your homemade soup is delicious even without salt." Hearing that the soup was made by little sister herself, Jiang Jingze took the bowl and slowly tasted it. Then he smiled and said, "Little sister can cook now. I didn't expect it to be so tasty. Looks like we've missed out on a lot of good food." Qingyi pouted proudly. "What can I do? My older cousin's cooking is so good. You guys are missing out at home." Jiang Jingze was amused and said, "So I guess I've been getting the short end of the stick when I'm not home?" Qingyi chuckled, "Exactly. The ones who eat the most are big cousin and sixth cousin. Once you're better, you can deal with those too. Hey, why don't you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Can I hit my own big brother?"
Dream on.
His own older brother. He wouldn't bully him unless he was out of his mind. Hee, I was just joking. Let's eat now. It'll get cold soon," Qingyi said with a smile. Jiang Li listened to their teasing and laughed. "Fourth brother, once you're healed, I'll make you some delicious food too. Don't be jealous of them." "But what did the doctor say today? Did they say when you can leave the hospital?" She didn't like the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. If possible, she preferred to recover at home, so she wouldn't have to run back and forth every day. Jiang Jingze swallowed the chicken soup and said, "I think I'll have to wait a few more days before I can leave. The hospital has a cafeteria, so you don't need to bring me meals every time. If you get too tired, second uncle and second aunt will worry." Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's nothing special. I stay at home anyway and I need to eat, so it's just a simple task. Don't think about those useless things. The most important thing is to recover from your injury. You don't need to worry. If your leg doesn't heal well, I have other ways. Don't overthink it, understand?" Jiang Jingze nodded happily. "I understand. I won't overthink it anymore." He has already decided that if his health really fails, he will retire from the army. He's not a stubborn person, so there's no need to risk his life over this. There are many soldiers, and he's not the only injured one. Meanwhile, in Sana village, things are lively now. Thanks to Jiang Xuemai's actions, everyone now knows about Xueqing's illness. When Xueqing was working in the fields, Zhang Xiaoya couldn't wait to ask, "Xueqing, is what they said true? You really have that kind of illness?"
What?
Xueqing asked, confused. "Oh, my sister, everyone in the village is saying you have that dirty disease. You don't know, do you?" Hearing this, Xueqing said, "What? Who said that? There's no way I have that kind of disease. I'm still a young girl. This was a private matter, and others shouldn't know. Plus, she had been taking medicine and was feeling better recently. Those people are really terrible." Seeing her deny it, Zhang Xiaoya was still a bit doubtful. "Xueqing, I think you should explain. Have you seen how the villagers look at us, like we're unclean? It's so annoying. Nowadays, if any young person makes a mistake, the villagers tend to blame everyone in the group. She doesn't even have a boyfriend now, and doesn't want to be misunderstood." "I understand. I'll go find the team leader now." Xueqing was also anxious. If someone found out something, she would be ruined. The man she's waiting for is about to arrive, and she can't be misunderstood at this time. Otherwise, what's the point of her rebirth? And since Jiang Li isn't home now, she can't do anything to deal with her, which makes her very annoyed. Watching Xueqing leave, Zhang Xiaoya pouted, and then said to Sun Lingling nearby, "Do you think she really has that kind of disease?" Sun Lingling lowered her head. I don't know, but lately, there's been a strange smell in the dorm. Haven't you noticed it? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya asked, really? Sun Lingling said, it's hard to say. As long as it doesn't infect me, I'm fine. I need to work. The relationship among the educated youth is quite complicated. Everyone has their own little thoughts. She just wants to do her job well, and then go back to read. She isn't interested in other people's private affairs. Of course, that's what she thinks, but Zhang Xiaoya isn't so obedient. She was already jealous that Xueqing looked better than her and was always cared for by boys. Every time she saw those men showing interest, she would become insanely jealous. Now, if Xueqing really caught that kind of illness, she wondered how she would still hold her head high and speak to her confidently. Just thinking about it made her feel very satisfied. When Xueqing went to find the team leader, Jiang Qinghua, she didn't hesitate and directly said, Team leader, shouldn't you manage the villagers in the village? I'm still a young girl myself. If you say that, how am I supposed to get married in the future? Jiang Qinghua took a puff of dried tobacco and replied casually, I'll mention it at the meeting later. But does Xueqing really have that kind of illness? You know, that kind of disease can be contagious. Xueqing's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth as she said, No, I told you. I'm still clean. Jiang Qinghua said, Oh, I understand. You can go back and continue working. Seeing his attitude, Xueqing was so angry her teeth itched. All right, then I'll leave it to the team leader to explain.
It's not good for me.
Jiang Qinghua waved his hand, got it. Hurry up and get back to work. These educated youths barely earn much from their work each day, but they have a lot to do. If it weren't for the policies from above, he wouldn't want these people at all. Then I'll trouble the team leader. I'll go back to work. After walking away, Xueqing looked at the pointing and whispering people and was quite angry. She said directly, Stop talking nonsense. Be careful, I report you to the police for slander. A few women who were talking suddenly snorted and said, If you don't want to talk, then don't. We're leaving. These educated youths often threaten to report to the police. It's really annoying. This girl clearly isn't obedient. She always keeps herself so pretty, probably trying to attract someone. Seeing the people leave as they pleased, Xueqing was so frustrated, she had nowhere to vent her anger. Behind a nearby tree, a man watched the scene and quietly left, hiding his skills and reputation. Jiang Xuemai, on the other hand, received the news and felt very happy. If her status as an educated youth weren't so special, she would have already dragged that person into the woods. Moreover, since her older brother is the team leader, she didn't want to cause trouble for him. These days, there are many ways to ruin someone because living is much harder than dying. And this is just the beginning. The real drama is still to come. She definitely won't let her have an easy time. Jiang Li doesn't know what has happened in the village. She also doesn't realize that just by casually giving some medicine, her mother caused so many problems. Fourth brother, you should rest for a while. Xiao Yi will keep you company. I'll go back and prepare lunch, then come see you later. Also, should I call home to tell them what's happening here? Jiang Jingze shakes his head. No, I'm fine. Don't tell the family, so my parents won't worry or lose sleep. Jiang Li thinks for a moment. All right, then, when you're better, write a letter to let them know you're safe. Uncle and Aunt want to see you. If possible, go back and visit them. Traveling far makes mothers worry. Fourth brother hasn't been home in years. Uncle and the others don't say it out loud, but they miss him very much. Jiang Jingze nods. I understand. I'll see if I can go back and rest for a while. He also misses his family. If it weren't for climbing the ranks, he wouldn't work so missions. Luckily, his efforts are paying off. He's about to be promoted to battalion commander. He will return home with honor and make his parents proud. That's good. As long as you know what you're doing. I'll go now. Xiao Yi, take care of fourth brother. Qin Yi nods. I will. By the way, can we have braised pork for lunch? Jiang Li rolls her eyes silently.
Got it.
If it weren't for the fact that he's somewhat useful, she wouldn't bother to entertain his requests. At this moment, the family compound's gate security just arrived in a police car. The guard was surprised when they said they wanted to see Jiang Li. then remembered who she was. Comrade Jiang Li left this morning. If you need anything, I can help find her brother. Li Wei looks at the time and then says, if it's convenient, please help me find Jiang Li's family too. We're here to deliver a reward. The guard, hearing that they came to deliver a reward, became curious. He quickly called Jiang Chuxiai. When Jiang Chuxiai answered the phone and hung up, he headed to the family compound. When he arrived at the gate, he smiled and said, "Hello, I am Jiang Li's second brother, Jiang Chuxiai." Li Wei saw him and thought he was quite handsome. No wonder they are family. "Hello, I am Li Wei from this local police station. Previously, your sister helped us catch a group of traffickers. The higher authorities have already been informed. I am here to deliver a reward to Comrade Jiang Li." When Jiang Chuxi heard this, she thought to herself, as expected. Then she replied, "Sorry to trouble you all, but my sister should be back soon. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait at my house for a while." Li Wei smiled and said, "Thank you very much." The young officer looked very handsome. He really wanted to see her again. If his son were a bit older, he would even consider having his son marry her. At the gate of the courtyard, family members saw Jiang Li leading a few police officers home and were very curious. And Annie asked, "Has something happened to the Jiang family? Why are the police here?" Maybe that Jiang girl caused some trouble? She looks like a fox spirit. Definitely not an honest person. Serves her right. Wang auntie, you should say less. Didn't Deputy Jiang talk to your husband? That girl is pretty, but she hasn't been close to any man. Why are you so concerned? Wang auntie rolled her eyes and said, "Bah, my husband didn't say anything. Do you have to interfere?" She just couldn't stand that girl's extravagant ways and her good looks. Years ago, her own husband almost fell for a fox spirit. Now she hates seeing people like that. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was riding her bicycle. As she reached the gate, she overheard these gossiping words. Quietly, she took out some powder she had prepared and, as she walked, sprinkled it toward them. Passing by, she smiled and said, "Talking behind someone's back? Be careful, your words might backfire." Then she left quietly. The aunts saw that Jiang's girl had heard everything and blushed. Only Wang auntie spat at Jiang Li and said, "Fox spirit. Let's go, let's go. I'm going to cook now. You all can chat." If they kept talking, her husband would start listening again. Jiang Chuxi poured a few cups of warm water for everyone, made them sit down and smiled, saying, "Our home is simple. Please don't mind. I just moved into this house and haven't had time to tidy up." Li Wei smiled and said, "It's okay. Just sit comfortably. You don't need to stand. We're feeling a bit awkward." He noticed her shoulder badge and realized her position, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the young officer's brother was a deputy regiment-level officer. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so rash. Fortunately, she was easy to talk to. Otherwise, he might have caused trouble by trying to help. While a few people were chatting, Jiang Li pushed his bicycle inside. Seeing visitors, he politely said hello. Jiang Chuxi saw his sister return and stood up to walk over, saying, "These are from the town police station. They came to thank you for helping catch the human traffickers and to give you a reward." Jiang Li asked, "Did they catch all those people?" Li Wei replied, "Yes, they did. Those suspects all confessed, and we also rescued many women and children. The higher authorities are very grateful for your help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known there was such a large human trafficking operation right under our noses. Our young comrade is truly brave. Our leaders appreciate you very much." Jiang Li felt a bit shy and said, "It was just a small thing. You don't need to be so polite. Don't mention it. Look, these are your rewards. The money isn't much, but please don't refuse. Also, this banner is for you. We hope you keep a kind heart and continue to do good." Out of so many people in town, only this young comrade stepped forward. Otherwise, many more people might have been taken. They sincerely thanked her for her help. Jiang Li saw this and no longer refused. She took the reward and handed it to her brother. "If you have nothing to do this noon, come and eat with us. I'll start cooking now." Li Wei waved his hand. "No, we have work at the bureau. We won't bother you." We'll see each other again sometime. After saying that, they got up and left. Jiang Li saw this and had no choice but to see them off at the door, smiling and saying, "Be careful on your way. I won't see you off. Thanks again for the reward."
Li Bei Baba.
No need.
See you next time. Goodbye.
Next door, the neighbor peeked over, curious about the visit. When they saw the visitors leaving, she finally opened the gate and asked Jiang Chusi, "Deputy Jiang, what kind of reward did the police bring? Did someone in your family do something good?" Jiang Chusi didn't hide anything and replied directly, "My sister helped catch some human traffickers in town a few days ago. It's nothing big, just a small thing. My sister went back to cook. I'll help you." The neighbor woman's face twitched, thinking that Deputy Jiang was really good at pretending. What's considered a big deal? She thought, Jiang Deputy is such an honest person. There's no way her sister is bad. It's just some gossip from the old women. No, wait until after lunch. Then she will talk to her good friends and those people. She is clearly a good girl. In the room, little sister, should I hang this banner for you? Jiang Chusi asked while holding the banner. Jiang Li shook her head. No, it's too embarrassing. Just leave it. Looking at the words written on it, she didn't know who thought of it, but it looked awkward. Jiang Chusi thought it was no big deal since she had seen similar banners before. But since her little sister didn't want to hang it, she would leave it. Her sister's happiness is the most important. Second brother, are you back just now? Is it okay? Will it delay your work? Jiang Chusi, it's fine. I finished my work on my side. I don't have any missions to go out for recently, so don't worry. Oh, that's good. I was thinking of staying a few days and taking fourth brother back to recover from his injury. Muscles and bones take at least 100 days to heal. It's better to go home where it's comfortable. What do you think? Jiang Chusi thought for a moment. I'll ask fourth brother's boss later. If he can go back to recover, that would be good. It's like a vacation to visit our parents. These brothers have been so tired all these years. They never dared to stop. Now that fourth brother is like this, going back is also good. At night, when Jiang Li brought dinner to Jiang Jingze, she saw two beautiful women in the ward. She hesitated and opened the door. Fourth brother, who are they? Hearing her voice, Zhang Shuang and Ling Shui turned around at the same time. When they saw a girl who looked like a fairy standing at the door, Zhang Shuang and Ling Shui knew she was Jiang Jingze's sister. They also thought Jiang family's genes are really good. Both handsome guys and beautiful girls are here. They felt a bit envious. But Ling Shui reacted first and smiled. You must be Jiang Li's sister, right? Hello. We are your brother's friends. Nice to meet you. Jiang Li looked at her fourth brother on the bed, then at the beautiful women in front of her. She smiled and said, Hello, why are you all standing here? Let Xiao Yi find a place for you to sit. You're really not very considerate. Qin Yi responded, stood up, and said, You sit here. I'll stand. Jiang Li rolled her eyes silently, thinking her cousin is truly single because of his strength. He doesn't cherish beauty at all. These two women obviously like her brother. Can't they see that? Ugh, I think I might have a headache. Zhang Shuang felt a bit embarrassed when Qin Yi offered her a seat. She said, No need, we're leaving soon. You can sit. Qin Yi replied, It's okay, you sit. I've had enough sitting. Jiang Li covered her face, feeling unable to watch anymore. Third brother, are you hungry? I made some soup for you. Does your wound still hurt? Jiang Jingze smiled gently. It's okay. It doesn't hurt as much now. Didn't I say I didn't need you to bring food? Why are you coming over? It's not safe tonight. It's fine. I ride my bike quickly. I'll be there soon. When she arrived earlier, she told second brother that once you leave the hospital, you'll go home to rest. Auntie misses you. What do you think? Jiang Li slowly said. Jiang Jingze thought for a moment. Going back is fine. Just take it as a vacation. You can let second brother handle the arrangements. His leg can't do much now. He's been working hard every day for his little sister here. Going home to recover is also good. Seeing him plan to go home, Zhang Shuang spoke up. When are you planning to leave? I'll take you. Jiang Li was surprised and turned to smile. Sister Zhang, do you like my fourth brother? As soon as she said that, Jiang Jingze and Zhang Shuangshuang both blushed at the same time. Jiang Jingze said annoyed, "Little sister, don't talk nonsense."
Jiang Li nudda.
Fourth brother, are you shy? Li, don't say things randomly. Don't affect Comrade Zhang's reputation. Zhang Shuangshuang blushed even more. She didn't know what she was thinking now and suddenly said, Jiang Jingze, I like you. Don't you like me too? You can't just make a girl confess first. How can you do this? Hearing this, Jiang Yi was surprised. Wow, so this sister-in-law likes him. Fourth brother, Sister Zhang is so nice. Do you really not like her? Jiang Jingze sighed helplessly. Comrade Zhang, now's not the time to talk about this. My leg might be paralyzed in the future. I can't give you the happiness you want, so I'm sorry. Zhang Shuangshuang's eyes reddened as she looked at him with grievance. Jiang Jingze, do you really have no feelings? We've known each other for so long. Am I just a shallow woman in your eyes? I, Zhang Shuangshuang, like you. Even if you're disabled, she shouted, then ran out of the hospital room. Ling Xue saw this and said, Sorry, I'll go check on her. Now that it's dark, she can't let her sister run around. Something might happen and that would be bad. Seeing the two leave like that, Qin Yi also reacted and said, Fourth cousin, do you really not like that girl? I think she's pretty good. Much better than the girls at home. What do you think? Jiang Jingze complained, I'm already like this now. Let's talk about this later. If his health couldn't return to how it was before, he would definitely have to retire from the army. He was doing well in the cultural troupe, and if he really married her, he couldn't provide her with a better life. He was just a poor soldier. Even if he went home to find a job, it wouldn't be much better than now. So, since he couldn't do better, he shouldn't give her false hope. Fourth brother, I think you're being too pessimistic. You're not missing a limb, just a broken leg. Even if the doctors here can't fix it, I can help. Your leg will definitely heal completely, don't worry. If you miss out on such a good sister-in-law, are you really going to marry a girl from the village? What are you thinking? Hearing his sister's words, Jiang Jingze sighed. Let's wait until I get better. Eat your meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuangshuang ran out of the hospital, crying heavily. Ling Xue chased after her. Seeing her so upset, she comforted her. Shuangshuang, don't cry. Jiang Jingze is injured now. I think he just doesn't want to burden you. Think about how he was when we first met. He wasn't like this. So, let's wait a bit longer. When he's better, we'll talk. Zhang Shuangshuang wiped her tears, feeling wronged, and said, Xiao Shui, I really like him. Just like you like Jiang Chusi. If I can't marry the man I like in this life, I would rather not get married. I don't want to settle for a marriage I don't love. I just want to be with someone I like. Please help me. Ling Xue hugged her and patted her back. Don't worry. We'll work together. I don't believe we can't win over those two stubborn guys. Zhang Shuangshuang nodded. Yes, I'll come again tomorrow. I just don't believe he has no feelings. All right, let's go home. It's already late. Be good. Zhang Shuangshuang agreed. Okay, let's go. Jiang Li stood at the window upstairs, watching the two leave, and finally relaxed. If anything happened after they left from here, his fourth brother would definitely regret it. Fortunately, both of them were still rational and didn't do anything crazy. Later, after dinner, Jiang Li said, Since there's nothing here, I'm going back. Xiao Yi, I'll come to change you tomorrow morning. If I don't, your clothes will spoil. Qin Yi sniffed his clothes. It's fine. I didn't sweat much. How could it spoil? All right, I'm leaving. Second brother and third brother are probably out on errands, and will be back soon. Maybe we'll meet on the way. Fourth brother, rest well. See you tomorrow. Jiang Jingze nodded. All right, be careful on your way. After Jiang Li left, Jiang Jingze closed his eyes. If his heart hadn't just raced, he might have thought he really didn't like her. It seems he overestimated himself. But considering the current situation, he can only give up for now, at least until he feels better. If she chooses someone else during this time, then it's just fate not meant to be, and he won't force it. As for Ling Xue, he knows she likes second brother. That straight-laced guy has never thought about anything else.
Epsilon Okozon, Sai.
The next day, the The women in the family compound all found their mouths sore and were scared, so they rushed to the hospital. The doctors checked several of them, but couldn't find any cause. Unable to do anything, the doctors prescribed some anti-inflammatory medicine for them. Jiang Li came back from morning exercise and, upon hearing the news, quietly asked Jiang Li, "Little sister, when did you give them the medicine? Their mouths are all sore. It's quite satisfying." Jiang Li smiled and said, "Yesterday afternoon. Those women talk so much. I think their mouths are tired now. From now on, they might think twice before speaking badly about others. However, this medicine has a good side. It can make their mouths heal in about a week, but if they don't, it will get worse." She couldn't openly punish these family members, but a little trick here and there was fine. But when it came to giving medicine, she didn't know much about Xue Qing's situation. Her medicine is usually very effective. She just hopes the other person can be strong and wait for her to come back and send her off properly. "Little sister, do you still have some of that medicine? Give some to third brother. If he encounters someone who talks too much, I'll give him some too. The medicine won't cause death, and pranksters would love it." Jiang Li replied, "I have some left. I'll give it to you later. I need to go to the nearby hill to gather some herbs. Your troops' hemostatic powder isn't very good, so I'll prepare some for you. Also, you and second brother both have some hidden health issues. While I'm here, I can help you both adjust so you won't have more problems as you get older." She was pretty lazy and didn't want to go out of her way to help others, but her own brother was different. "Little sister, will that be to you? You've lost some weight lately. When you go back, our parents might think we're mistreating you." Jiang Li took off her apron and smiled. "Losing a bit of weight is good. No need to diet anymore. All right, go call second brother for dinner." Jiang Li returned from outside and saw that everyone in the courtyard was carrying medicine, so she knew for sure that her younger sister had taken action. She was becoming more curious about who her younger sister's master was. The fact that she could prepare such medicine showed she was not an ordinary person. Fortunately, her younger sister was lucky to have such a master, so she wouldn't have to worry about her being bullied again in the future. Jiang Li came out of the yard and saw his second brother returning, smiling as he said, "I was just about to find you. How did the leader over at the fourth house say? Did they agree?" Jiang Li replied, "We'll talk about it when we go back." People kept coming and going outside, so it was better not to let those gossiping women know about our affairs. Otherwise, there would be more rumors. Jiang Li set breakfast in the yard. After both brothers finished washing up, she spoke. "Later, I'll go to pick up Xiaoyi to wash and change clothes, then I'll go to the nearby hill to pick herbs. If you need me, just come there to find me." Also, with so many people in the big yard gossiping, the higher-ups probably won't send someone to check, right? If only 1 or 2 people were gossiping, it wouldn't be a problem, but with so many, it's a bit scary. Of course, those who don't go out much probably don't have much to do. Jiang Li smiled after hearing this. "Don't worry, they won't investigate us. And they don't have much contact. As long as no one gets hurt or infected, it will be fine." "Good, that's a relief. I was worried about causing trouble for you all. Well, then let's eat." Hua Beiyu returned to the army. After finishing his work, several days had passed. Now that he was free, he thought of the girl he missed so much. He didn't know if she had been thinking of him during this time. He had been single for so long and didn't understand why he liked that girl so much. She looked small but was very clever, and she was brave too. He also thought about the person trafficker who had died earlier, probably her doing. Otherwise, how could she return so safely without any record with the police? It was good that she was capable. In these times, if you couldn't stand up for yourself, you'd be bullied to death. The old lady of the Hua family saw her grandson return early in the morning and smiled as she said, "Why are you back again? Isn't the army busy?" Hua Beiyu smiled and replied, "My younger brother is going to the countryside tomorrow, so I had to come back and take a look." Your younger brother going to the countryside is enough for your parents to see him off. You've been looking thin lately. Are you not eating well or resting enough? Grandmother is now going to make you some delicious food. When she comes back, you should eat more. By the way, if you see that girl from the Liu family, just stay away from her. I told you before, you like someone, but she keeps coming around every day. I don't know who she thinks she is, but she's not shy at all. She acts like she doesn't understand what you're saying. Huabeyu heard this and said, those brothers from the Liu family are quite honest. Do you think this girl might be mistaken? She doesn't look like she's from the Liu family at all. It's not just her appearance, even her intelligence seems low. The old lady thought for a moment and said, that girl from Liu really doesn't look like she's from the Liu family. Could she really not be their child? During the war years, many children were lost. Could there have been a problem when the Liu family had their baby? No, I need to talk to old man Liu later. If she's not really their child, then where did she come from? I shouldn't think about it too much. The more I think, the more frightening it becomes. Could she have been swapped? Huabeyu's eyes darkened. Maybe she really was swapped. Think about Liu Jiao. She's not close to her brothers at all, and keeps wanting to marry into our family. Maybe she's a spy planted by enemies. Oh my, if that's true, it would be terrifying. I'm just guessing now, but grandmother, don't go around talking about this. If there's really a problem, you might attract attention from the other side. The old lady glared at him. Do you think I'm stupid? I will be careful. Enemies are everywhere now. If they started swapping children years ago, then more than one child might have a problem. Fortunately, all the children born into the Hur family were delivered by her personally. And all the children look like their parents. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Grandmother, you go ahead and do your thing. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. If anyone comes looking for me, just say I'm not home. The old lady waved her hand. Go ahead, I understand. Huabeyu smiled and went upstairs. Soon, the youngest brother, Huabaiming, ran back home from outside. When he heard his second brother was back, he immediately went upstairs without saying a word. He wanted to ask where his second brother had been assigned. If it was a remote alley, he might need to struggle to find a different place. Huabeyu had just finished a shower and was walking out his pants when he saw his brother boldly rush into his room. Second brother, you finally decided to come back. I missed you so much. Huabeyu's eyelid twitched. Why are you still so noisy? Can't you be more calm? What's the matter with me? Huabaiming chuckled. Second brother, which place are you sending me to for rural work? Do I need to prepare anything? Will farming be tiring? Please prepare more meat vouchers for me. I heard it's hard to get meat in the countryside. And give me a bit more pocket money, too. Huabeyu sneered. You're going to support the country's policies. Want so much money just to avoid working? I see you've gained weight recently. If you don't exercise soon, you'll turn into a ball. Which girl will like you then? Huabaiming looked down at his body full of flesh and proudly said, I eat based on my ability. Others can't gain weight even if they want to. I don't care. If you don't give me money, I'll go to Big Sister. She loves me the most. Huabeyu rubbed his forehead.
Got it.
I'll make sure everything is ready for you before I leave tomorrow. I need to rest now. Go play. If you don't, you might never get another chance. This younger brother is about to turn 18, but he still acts like a kid, always tattling.
Such a child.
Seeing that second brother agreed, Huabaiming smiled and said, Then I'll go play. Tomorrow morning, I want to eat meat buns. Second brother, remember to buy some from the restaurant at the door. Don't forget. Huabeyu waved impatiently.
Got it.
Hurry and go out. Huabaiming happily went downstairs, only to see Liu Jiao from the Liu family had come. He rolled his eyes and said with a grin, Oh, look who it is, Jiao. Coming to chase my second brother again? How can you be so shameless? My second brother doesn't like you, but you keep sticking around. Do your parents know you're so shameless? He really didn't like this woman. Although they grew up together, the girl from the Liu family wasn't a good person. Her brothers from the Liu family are quite normal, but this girl is as if her brain was kicked by a donkey. Not only does she do poorly in school, but she also has a bad temper and likes to tattle. He definitely didn't want her to be his sister-in-law. Huabaiming heard his words and snorted coldly. I'm here to see Brother Bayu. None of your business. Step aside. Huabaiming casually sat on the sofa and said playfully, Let me tell you, my second brother won't like someone useless like you. Every year you count down with no special skills, and your looks are just average. Where do you get the confidence that you'll definitely join our Ho family? I'm telling you, with your intelligence, if you really had a child with my second brother, I'd be worried that our Ho family's genes would be lowered by someone like you. So don't come here anymore, or people will say you're shameless and embarrass your parents. Lu Jiao looked at him angrily, grinding her teeth as she said, I'm not worthy. Then who is? Our Lu family is the most suitable match for your Ho family. If you don't marry someone like me, do you want to marry a country bumpkin? She then added happily, by the way, you're going to the countryside tomorrow. You'll be a country bumpkin from now on. Whether I can be your sister-in-law or not, you won't have the chance to find out. Since Brother Bayu isn't here, I'm leaving first.
Goodbye.
If she didn't leave now, she might get so angry that old third Ho would up. He's never said anything nice since he was a kid. Half the children in the big yard have been cried over by his insults. It's more satisfying than Brother Bayu hitting all the kids in the yard. If it weren't for her older siblings protecting her all these years, Ho Beiming's terrible mouth would have gotten her into trouble many times. So annoying. Seeing her leave like that, Ho Beiming snorted disdainfully and spat. His second brother is so capable. He wouldn't fall for someone like this fool. He has nothing but a big face. The old lady hid in her room. When she saw the girl leave, she came out and said, Third, stay away from Lu Jiao in the future. That girl has a thick face. I've told her many times, but she still comes every day. Do you think she's got some problem? Grandma, her family isn't going to the countryside. Does she need to go? I think the Lu family and ours should both have someone go to the countryside. Don't you think? With such a troublemaker in the yard, she thought it was better to send her away. Looking down on rural people and not experiencing it yourself is foolish. Grandma, being old, was tired of being disturbed by this troublemaker, and it wouldn't last long. The old lady listened to Third's words thoughtfully, then stood up and said, Go out and play. I'll talk to your second brother about going. Recently, she was almost fed up with Lu Jiao. Third wasn't capable, so the second had to step in. Ho Beiming understood and smiled, then I'll go play. Grandma, goodbye. Ho Beiyu was lying in bed, unable to sleep. He was casually flipping through a book. When he heard the knocking at the door, he didn't lift his head and said, Come in. The old lady walked in without any small talk and said, You need to find a way to send Lu Jiao to the countryside, as far away as possible. My ears are getting sore from listening. Hu Beiyu put down his book, looked up, and asked, Is this a plan from the third brother? Don't worry about who came up with the idea. I'm really annoyed with that girl. You always hide from her, which isn't good. If she keeps hanging around our house every day, people in the big yard will start talking. Plus, you don't want your future partner to think you have a past girlfriend's gossip, right? Anyway, you must handle this matter well. If someone from the Lu family comes to see me, I'll block them. Every family has someone sent to the countryside, and the Lu family is no exception. Hu Beiyu smiled and said, All right, leave this to me. I promise to send her far away. Since his own grandmother had spoken, he would definitely make sure it was done nicely. By the way, do you have someone you like? Your mom has started nagging you about a blind date again. If you don't find a girl you like soon, I won't be able to stop her. Hu Beiyu felt a headache coming and said, Grandma, I do like a girl, but I haven't asked her out yet. This is just between us. You must keep it a secret. Don't let my mom cause trouble with blind dates. With her taste, isn't one brother enough for her? His mother was good in every way, but her taste in choosing partners was really poor. His older brother's issues weren't resolved yet, and now she was trying to match him up too. If this keeps going, he wouldn't be able to come back home. He was truly scared. When the old lady found out her grandson was really involved, she smiled and asked, Which girl is it? What does she do?
How old is she?
Tell me first. Don't worry, Grandma's mouth is sealed. I won't tell anyone. I'm just curious which girl this cold-hearted guy has fallen for. Hu Beiyu's mouth twitched. Grandma, I can only say she's a very interesting person. She's prettier than the girls in the big yard. Her family has 3 brothers in the army, and there are 10 brothers in total. She's the only girl. That's why I have to work hard. As for when I can bring her home, it depends on the third brother. That girl is in his countryside team. The old lady listened and said, Wow, you're willing to sell your brother just to get a wife? Impressive. Mom, please don't tell the third brother. If he gets curious and causes trouble for me, you won't have a daughter-in-law anymore. The old lady promised, Don't worry, I don't know anything. I still have a vegetable garden to water.
I'm going to get busy now.
You sleep well. Having received the news she wanted, the old lady stopped bothering her grandson. As long as her grandson's preferences are normal, she feels at ease. She didn't know before who spread the rumor that her grandson didn't like women. When she finds out who it is, she will definitely give them a stern look. After the door closed again, Hebei smiled helplessly, thinking about whether he should go see her again once the reward was delivered. They had been apart for so long, he really missed her. He wondered if the girl was thinking of him too. Sigh. The road to winning her heart seems very long. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, who was thinking about her, was in the mountains hunting and gathering herbs. She thought about how the promised warm house banquet hadn't happened yet. Now that her second brother was about to be discharged and come home, she needed to start preparing the meal again. After finishing the banquet, she planned to go home. Her brothers were always so busy, she didn't want to bother them for too long. Plus, the relatives here weren't easy to get along with, and she preferred staying at home where it was more comfortable. Most importantly, she needed to go back and finish her revenge for the original owner. She had waited long enough, it was time to be kind. Even if the other person was reborn, she, who traveled through, was determined to get rid of her. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuangshuang had started actively pursuing Jiang Lianlong since being rejected by the North. No matter what Jiang Jingzi said every day, she ignored him and continued to visit him regularly. Now, everyone in the hospital knew Zhang Shuangshuang was chasing Lieutenant Jiang. At noon, Qinyi was eating the meal sent by the other, smiling happily, and said, Fourth cousin, I think you should give in. Sister Zhang is such a good choice for a wife. Why don't you cherish her? Look, she's a girl who doesn't mind you. Why are you still so stubborn? Jiang Zhizi glared at his younger brother. Stop talking and eat your food. Hee. I'm just telling the truth. She's so proactive, and you're still holding back. If it were me, I'd agree already. Jiang Jingzhe put down his lunchbox and sighed. Do you even know what kind of work Jiang's parents do? I am now a company commander. If I were to be with her, someone in the army would definitely say I am relying on connections. I just want to advance based on my own strength and not be judged for using relationships. Qinyi swallowed the braised pork in his mouth and asked curiously, if her background is good, as long as you don't rely on it, isn't that fine? He couldn't understand why marrying a girl would be so complicated. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Let's eat. On a summer day, the sky was rarely cloudy. The thick clouds surrounded the blazing sun, reducing half of the heat. A gentle breeze blew, and Jiang Li hurried home. It was getting windy, rain was coming. At the training ground, Jiang Qixi saw the weather change and was a bit worried about his younger sister. He wondered if she had returned from gathering herbs. At that moment, a soldier spoke. Captain, it's going to rain soon. Should we go back and gather our clothes? Jiang Qixi looked at the sky, nodded, and said, Everyone disperse. We will train in the fighting room this afternoon. Hurry up. After the soldiers left, he put on his coat and headed home. Worried about his sister, he walked a little faster. Fortunately, when he arrived home, his sister was already back. Soon, heavy rain started pouring down. Second brother. Third brother hasn't come back yet. Do you want to go and pick them up? Jiang Qixi replied, No need. They have umbrellas. They won't get wet. How did your harvest go today? Did you pick all these? Jiang Li smiled. Don't say that. No one has been harvesting the herbs around here. If there weren't so many and I couldn't fit them all, I'd want to pick more. After lunch, I'll prepare medicine pills and hemostatic powder for you. I've gathered all the herbs needed, enough for you to use for a while. As for fourth brother's ointment, I still need a few ingredients. I'll have to go to the pharmacy later and buy some to make it. Jiang Qixi rolled up his sleeves. Don't worry, take your time. I'll help you start the fire. By the way, do you really not need me to help find a job for you? Our family situation isn't easy, and it's not so simple to find work around here. My sister has never worked the land since she was young. If she can't find a job and doesn't work the fields, someone in the village will surely gossip. Second brother, I've been working on a manual harvester at home. It was almost finished, but I was missing some parts. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten about it. Tomorrow, I'll go to the scrap yard nearby to look for the parts. There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Also, if I find suitable parts tomorrow, I will help you assemble a radio. When you have free time in the evening, you can come back and listen to the news or music. Don't spend all your time training or on missions. If you keep doing that, you'll burn out. Jiang Li smiled as he started a fire in the stove and said, "That will be little sister. When you leave, I'll try to buy you a comfortable bed. Your fourth brother might be able to make a special request for his situation. And also, don't just find a partner randomly in the countryside, okay? When second brother finds someone suitable, he'll call you for a matchmaking date. The family's children aren't good enough for her sister." Jiang Li twitched his mouth and said, "Brother, I'm still young. I'm not in a hurry to get married. Why are you so eager to marry me off? Look at what you're saying. Even if you don't marry, our brothers will support you for life. Having family is good, but caring people around you are even better. We don't know how long we'll live, so we can't stay with you forever. That's why having someone caring for you makes us feel at ease. But if you're not in a hurry, take your time." Jiang Li said gently, "You don't need to rush. Tomato Dad didn't give measurements, no good reviews, I really want to delete this, sigh." When Jiang Jianqing returned, his lower body was soaked. The rain outside was getting heavier. Jiang Li was worried about his brothers getting sick, so he cooked a pot of soup. They all drank 2 bowls. After lunch, the 3 sat under the eaves, chatting and talking about Jiang Jingzi. Hearing this, Jiang Li smiled and said, "I think Sister Zhang Shuang is a good match for fourth brother. She has a good personality, is brave in love, and doesn't hold back. I don't understand why fourth brother is so picky. I told you, with me around, his leg will get better. Do I look like someone he can't trust?" Jiang Li smiled faintly. Fourth brother thinks he's not good enough for her. Sister Zhang's father is a military officer, and her mother is a university professor. Her 2 brothers are in the army and doing research. With such a background, fourth brother wouldn't even dare to think about it, and I'd feel the same. They all came from rural areas. People from such backgrounds are not easy to approach.
Jiang Li Bota.
What does her family's ability have to do with us? You all worked hard to get where you are today. If you weren't capable, she wouldn't even look at you. I told you, men shouldn't be indecisive. If they like someone, they should act directly. You're not as good as others now, but that doesn't mean you can't be in the future. Also, second brother, you're already a deputy regiment commander. Look around the entire unit. How many young deputy regiment commanders are there? Don't belittle yourself. Since our family has such excellent genes, any good girl in the world would be lucky to match up. Besides, with the outstanding qualities of the Jiang family, only someone blind wouldn't see their worth. Little sister, you're so eloquent now. Who did you learn that from? Jiang Jianqing asked curiously. Third brother, I've just woken up. I used to think I was a bit slow, like I had water in my brain. Until I went through a life and death experience, I realized how helpless I used to be. So from now on, I just want to live happily. Jiang Li affectionately patted his sister's head and smiled. As long as you're happy. All right, we need to get back to work. Be careful at home, and don't open the door to strangers. Third brother, and I will come back early. Jiang Li stood up. Wait a moment, I have a raincoat. Put it on before you leave. The heavy rain hadn't stopped yet. The water in the small yard was almost flooding the vegetable garden. When she came out of the room again, she was holding 2 military-style raincoats from the Space Mall. Jiang Jianqing took one, putting it on while commenting, "Sister, where did you buy this raincoat? It's thick, and the hood can even cover your face. So convenient. Don't ask. Anyway, the stores outside don't sell these. You too, take good care of them. They're very rainproof. Don't let anyone steal them, understand?" Jiang Li frowned slightly. Little sister, don't go to such dangerous places in the future. If anyone asks about these clothes, I'll say they were sent by friends from the south. Remember that, okay? The fabric of these clothes clearly wasn't something you'd find in ordinary places. My silly little sister is really brave. Jiang Li smiled sweetly. I understand. You guys hurry up and leave. I'll wait for you to have dinner tonight. Jiang Jianqing took out some change and handed it to Jiang Li. Buy whatever you like. The brothers are busy now. Be good. Jiang Li pouted. Hey, I'm not a kid anymore. You guys go quickly. The brothers put on their raincoats and left the house. After they left, Jiang Li went back to her room to handle the medicinal herbs for her brothers. Her family's medicine recipes are treasured heirlooms from her master's time. They are 10 times better than the prescriptions in today's hospitals. If her brothers' jobs weren't so demanding, she would go back to her old profession without hesitation. All afternoon, Jiang Li was making hemostatic powder in the main hall. The heavy rain hadn't stopped, and even their doorstep was beginning to leak. Looking at the weather outside, Jiang Li felt that something was about to happen for some reason. Natural disasters at this time really depend on luck to survive. She just hoped no problems would occur. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Jiang Jianqing received orders from above. Some nearby villages were experiencing floods, and everyone was told to go help immediately. They didn't even bother to send a message to their little sister. Wearing thick raincoats, they took their team and got into the car. This unprecedented, heavy rain felt like the sky was leaking. It was already dark, and the rain still hadn't stopped, though it was a little lighter than before. Jiang Li finished preparing dinner. When her brothers didn't come back for a long time, she went out to ask around and found out that all the soldiers had been sent on missions. She then returned home, stored the leftovers, and went to bed. At the hospital, Jiang Jingzi looked at the weather outside and felt a bit worried. He checked his leg and said, Xiao Yi, you should go home now with an umbrella. It's been raining all day. My soldiers have been called back after their missions, so something must be happening nearby. I don't feel comfortable leaving my little sister alone at home. I'm fine here now. Come back tomorrow morning. Go and check on her quickly. Qin Yi heard his cousin's words and, thinking about his cousin alone at home, also felt worried. Without hesitation, he put on his coat, grabbed the umbrella sent earlier that morning, and left the hospital. Jiang Li didn't know her cousin was coming back. She had just fallen asleep when she noticed the roof was leaking. Feeling the rain on her face, she froze for a moment. It's leaking? How can it be so ridiculous? She muttered softly, rolled up her blanket, and got up. If she played a little longer, she wouldn't need to sleep tonight. Looking up at the leaking spot on the roof, she thought about how there was no ladder at home and felt a bit helpless. Luckily, her house had everything, and no one was around now. Without hesitation, she took out a ladder to fix the leak. Before she finished, she heard the sound of someone opening the door in the yard. Quickly, she put away the ladder, opened the door, and saw her cousin had returned. Why did you come back? It's still raining outside, and you dared to walk alone at night. Aren't you afraid you'll fall into a ditch? Qin Yi shook the mud off his pants. My cousin and I were worried about you. Hurry and pour me a cup of hot water. I'm freezing. The rain had grown heavier now, and the umbrella couldn't cover everything. Plus, the cold wind made him almost freeze. Jiang Li saw his pants and clothes were wet and quickly moved aside to say, Come in quickly. I'll pour you some water. Qin Yi didn't care whether it was his cousin's room. As soon as he entered, he started taking off his coat. Before he could sit down, he noticed the roof was leaking. Big sister, why is the house leaking? Isn't this house newly repaired? Jiang Li handed him hot water. Ask whoever you want. I was sleeping and got woken up by the rain. Since you're back, fix the roof first and change into clean clothes so you don't get dirty again later. By the way, have you eaten dinner? Qin Yi replied, Yes, I ate. Now, help me with some work. Okay, I'll go borrow a ladder from next door. You drink some water and warm up first. After saying that, Jiang Li put on her raincoat and went outside. Not long after, she returned carrying a wooden ladder. Qin Yi didn't know who she borrowed it from, but he took it eagerly. Big sister, the Besides the roof leaking here, have you checked the other rooms? Jiang Li paused. Not yet. I'll go check now. The stuff is all here. You handle this first. I'll be back soon. Qin said, all right. Be careful and stay warm. Don't catch a cold again. Outside, it was very cold, like early autumn with a chilly breeze. Jiang Li left her room and went to check the two neighboring rooms. She found her brother's master bedroom was fine, but the main hall had 2 spots leaking, and the kitchen was even worse, like a waterfall. They worked for several hours before finally fixing the roof. Jiang Li made 2 cups of malted milk, and they drank while chatting about the weather outside. Big sister, on my way back, the water in many puddles was overflowing. You don't know how heavy the rain was outside. If I weren't in good shape, I probably couldn't have made it back. I stepped into mud puddles one after another, almost losing my shoes. Listening to her cousin, Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, I wonder how second brother and third brother are doing. The rain outside was still falling. She hoped her brothers weren't hurt. Meanwhile, Jiang Chusi was wearing a raincoat, rushing to rescue someone in a mountainous area. There was a dam break at the reservoir, and many people were swept away. Houses also collapsed. The sound of calling for help was everywhere. Even though they were wearing raincoats, they were soaked from crossing the river. Commander, 2 of our people are missing. What should we do? Jiang Chusi listened to the soldiers' reports and looked at the rushing water, frowning. Send someone immediately to find them. No matter life or death. You must find them. He personally led the rescue team, and he couldn't let them die. Otherwise, another family would be broken apart. Soldiers worked late into the night and finally found the 2 missing people. Luckily, they were found in time and could be saved. Seeing that everyone was safe, Jiang Chusi also relaxed. Send the injured to the hospital. The rain has started to lessen. We'll deal with the rest in the morning. Everyone, take a break now. Also, go eat something warm. Yes, the soldiers replied. Jiang Li didn't sleep well that night. As dawn broke, she couldn't fall asleep again. Seeing the rain easing up, she thought her brothers would be back soon. She went to the kitchen, warmed up the leftovers from last night, and woke Qin Yi. Qin Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes and said with a bit of complaint, Sis, can I sleep in? Look at what time it is. I'm not even fully awake. Can you be a little considerate? Eat first, then go back to sleep. I just need to check on 4th brother later.
You can rest.
Qin Yi yawned, I'll go. If 4th cousin finds out I'm so lazy, he'll definitely scold me once my leg is better. Since you're already awake, stay home and rest. If the roads are clear tomorrow, we'll go back. If not, we'll wait a bit longer.
Jiang Li nudda.
All right, be careful on the way. Remember to call home from the post office and tell them we'll be back in a few days.
Don't worry them.
They had planned to leave tomorrow, but with such heavy rain, the roads would be difficult. When Jiang Chusi and his brother returned, it was already a day later. They looked exhausted when they arrived home, clearly tired from no rest. Jiang Li saw how they looked and felt very worried. She cooked all the meat and vegetables she had at home. After Jiang Jianqing woke up from a nap, he finally felt alive again. This task was not very dangerous, but it was very tiring. The missing people were found after 2 days and nights, and then it was over. As for the collapsed buildings, we can only try to get subsidies and rebuild them. Many orphans are now homeless, which makes us feel sad. Brother, you guys should eat more. Look at how thin you've become lately. Jiang Chusi picked up his chopsticks, eating the meal his sister made, and smiled. Our job is to protect our home and country. It's our duty. This time, there were floods in many places. If we hadn't gone in time, many people might have died. Jiang Li sighed, I know this is your work, but please also take care of yourselves. I don't want one day to have to send your future children to say goodbye to you. Jiang Jianqing chuckled. Don't worry, we will try to live a long life. They're still young and don't want to leave this world so early. By the way, let's have a dinner tonight. After eating, Xiao Yi and I plan to go back. It's been many days since they went out. She should go home now. Jiang Chusi thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll notify everyone later. Since we're not busy this afternoon, I can help you at home. Jiang Li replied, Good, then thank you, brothers. In the afternoon, Jiang Jiancheng found an old wheelchair somewhere and brought fourth brother back. When Jiang Jingzi returned, surprisingly, Zhang Shuangshuang also came along. Jiang Li saw this and admired her perseverance. Shuangshuang sister, I believe in you.
Keep it up.
Zhang Shuangshuang blushed deeply when she heard Jiang Li. Feeling a bit shy, she said, I'll leave soon. Fourth brother will be fine. Jiang Li smiled. Yes, fourth brother will be fine. Thank you, Shuangshuang sister, for taking care of our slow-moving fourth brother. Her brothers are not very romantic and don't know when they will find a lovely partner. It's quite worrying. By the way, Shuangshuang sister, why didn't your friend come? Tonight, we're having a warm family dinner. You should invite her to join us. We're leaving soon, and fourth brother needs to rest and heal. Let's just consider it a gathering.
How about that?
Seeing her agree so quickly, Jiang Li smiled and said, Then I'll wait for you all to come tonight. After sending off Comrade Jiang Li turned to her fourth brother and said, Such a good sister-in-law. Don't let her slip away, fourth brother. You're marrying her, so don't worry about other things. You're quite capable yourself. Don't underestimate yourself. Zhang Jingzi smiled warmly and said, I didn't expect to be seen as so impressive by my sister. Looks like I need to work harder.
Keep it up.
My brothers are the best. After a boost of confidence, Jiang Li turned back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuangshuang returned to her dorm and immediately told Ling Xue, Xiao Xue, Jiang Chixi's family is hosting a warm-up dinner tonight. Jiang Li invited us both. I've already agreed. What do you think we should buy? Hearing this, Ling Xue put down her book and asked, Jiang Li invited us? Zhang Shuangshuang nodded.
Yes.
Do you want to go? Ling Xue thought for a moment. Yes, since you're so eager, I can't miss out. We'll be sisters-in-law after all. She didn't believe Jiang Qixi, that straightforward guy, wouldn't be able to win her over. That night, Jiang Li set up 3 tables. Luckily, her brothers helped out, or she would have been exhausted. Originally, her brothers wanted to ask the women in the courtyard for help, but Jiang Li refused. She didn't have many good impressions of those people. Brother, are there any recent rumors in the courtyard? Jiang Li suddenly asked curiously, recalling the previous success with the medicinal powder. Jiang Qixi knew what she meant and whispered, I heard some people are already feeling better. A few are in such bad shape that they can't eat. Haven't you noticed that the family members in the courtyard have been quieter lately? Jiang Li chuckled and said, Serves them right. Let's see if they dare to curse behind people's backs again. Little sister, are those people okay? It would be bad if someone got hurt or worse. Jiang Li assured confidently, Don't worry, no one will die. They'll just suffer a bit. In about a month, they'll recover. Of course, if they took some medicine that conflicts with the powder, that's not my fault. It wasn't really poison powder, but if they took something else that clashed, it would be hard to say. Anyway, she just wanted to teach those people a lesson. All right, let's pretend we don't know anything about this. I'll go greet the guests now. At this moment, guests had already arrived outside, and her brother was welcoming them. Go quickly. I've finished everything here. Just tidy up and then we can eat. Jiang Qixi gently touched his sister's head and then left first. Jiang Jiancheng and Qin Yi borrowed tables, chairs, and utensils, and now the dining table was all set. Zhang Mingde, the commander, brought along family members and children, carrying some gifts. When they arrived, he smiled and said, Little Jiang, your family has done a good job. You've even planted a garden. That's quick. Jiang Qixi politely replied, All these are arranged by my sister. Commander Zhang, please sit down. The meal will be ready soon. Zhang Mingde's wife, Yao Ning, smiled as she placed the gifts on the table and said kindly, Where's your sister? I heard you have a beautiful sister, and I am very curious. Recently, many people in the courtyard had been talking about this girl. Jiang Qixi had never seen her, so he was quite curious. My sister is in the kitchen. Please sit down and have some tea. As he spoke, others also came in with some gifts. Oh wow, old Zhang, you are really fast. You arrived so quickly. Look, I brought good wine. Let's have some tonight, said Zhao Xiefeng, Jiang Qixi's direct superior. Commander Zhang saw this and said, You're impressive, hiding such good white wine. That's not fair. Zhao Xiefeng replied, I don't like hearing that. I brought it for you. Jiang Li poured tea for each of the leaders and then went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. When Zhang Shuang and Ling Shui arrived, they saw so many leaders and felt a bit shy. But when Commander Zhang saw the two of them, he smiled and said, You two are here too. Ling Shui, how is your father lately? Ling Shui confidently answered, My father's fine. Thank you for asking, Uncle Zhang. Good. We should have some drinks when there's time. And Shuang, I saw you didn't greet your father. What's wrong with you? Zhang Shuang pouted and muttered, You're so busy, and you still remember you have a daughter. Yao Ning saw her daughter still upset and went over to pull her aside, saying, Child, why are you so stubborn? We agreed you could find your own partner. What more do you want? Mom, I like Jiang Li. You decide. I want to marry him. If you dislike that he's limping now, I won't marry at all. When Zhang Mingde heard this, his face darkened. Let's talk about this later. Sit down and eat first. His daughter was truly spoiled by him, but her taste was still good. Jiang Li was Jiang Li's brother. Although he was still a company commander now, he knew the deputy battalion commander's appointment letter had already been issued. If he recovers fully, he might consider the matters between the two of them. After all, the Jiang family's genes are truly excellent, he must admit. All three of Jiang's sons are in the military and are very successful. However, Jiang Li has the best luck and is the most daring, so he naturally moves faster. All right, old Jiang, let's talk about the kids later. Don't let it affect others. Shuang and Xiao, come sit with Auntie. Yao Ning said at the right time. Ling Shui smiled. Okay, Shuang, let's go first. Zhang Shuang pouted. Got it. At this moment, Jiang Li came out with some food. Seeing so many leaders, she politely greeted, Hello, uncles, aunts, and relatives. I'm Jiang Li. Nice to meet you. Today, I cooked some home-style dishes myself.
I hope you won't mind.
People who had seen her before were polite, but those who hadn't seen her looked surprised when they saw Jiang Li's appearance. Yao Ning's eyes lit up and said, My goodness, is this a fairy fallen from the sky? How can someone be so beautiful?
Those eyes seem to speak.
Zhang Shuang, seeing her mother start to fangirl again, was speechless and said, None of Zhang's brothers are ugly. It's normal for her to be pretty. Yao Ning awkwardly smiled. Child, are you saying you think I and your dad's parents aren't as good-looking as others? Their looks are given by their parents. She also wishes to be prettier, but conditions don't allow it. While joking and chatting, Zhang's family started dinner. Looking at the table full of meat and dishes, the leaders were very happy. Eating meat is quite difficult these days. Even for leaders, no special privileges. Jiang Li's cooking skills are even better than a chef's, and everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Even Zhang Shuang and Ling Shui didn't expect Jiang Li, the sister of the family, to be such a good cook. If she married into the family, they could eat her cooking often. The meal was very satisfying. After sending everyone off, it was already past 8 p.m. Jiang Li sat in a wheelchair, watching his busy siblings, feeling very peaceful at this moment. But thinking about the look in Commander Zhang's eyes when he left, he felt a bit uneasy. Jiang Li finished tidying the kitchen and saw fourth brother lost in thought in the yard. She poured a warm cup of malted milk and handed it to him, saying, Fourth brother, have some to boost your health. Jiang Li heard his sister's words and replied calmly, Thank you, little sister. You've had a long day. Rest early tonight. They had a train to catch the next afternoon, so there was no rush to pack their luggage now. Jiang Li crouched down and looked seriously at her fourth brother, saying, Brother, don't think too much. If I say your leg can be cured, it will be. Don't you trust your little sister? Seeing his sister worried about him, Jiang Li felt a warm feeling and said, Fourth brother isn't overthinking. Don't worry, I trust Lily. Jiang Li smiled sweetly, Since you trust me, go to bed early. Tomorrow we'll go home. When we get back, I'll go to the mountains to find some medicinal herbs for you.
Jiang Li nodded, okay.
Jiang Li watched this warm scene between his younger siblings and also smiled faintly. Then everyone went to wash up and return to their rooms. Because they were returning the next day, Jiang Li stayed up late to prepare pills and various self-defense powders that her brothers had made. After finishing, dawn was already breaking. She yawned, left the space, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her brothers. She only took a short nap after her brothers left. Qingyi took advantage of the morning to go out and buy some gifts for the family. When Jiang Chusi drove them to the train station in the afternoon, Jiang Li finally felt a bit clearer. "Brother, I left some things in your room. Remember to pack them when you go back." I was half asleep and almost forgot to say. Jiang Chusi rubbed her messy hair and smiled. "Got it. Xiaoyi, take good care of fourth cousin and cousin sister on the way. Send me a telegram when you get home." Qingyi nodded. "I know." Originally, Jiang Jing's boss wanted to send 2 soldiers to him home, but when they learned someone would accompany him, they decided not to send extra people. After seeing everyone settled into their sleeper cars, Jiang Chusi left the station. Jiang Li looked at the sleeper train of this era and sighed internally. Power really is a good thing in this time. "Lily, go lie on the upper bunk and rest a bit. You stayed up late last night, and your dark circles are still visible," Jiang Jingzi said gently. Jiang Li thought resting a little was fine, and then said to Qingyi, "Take good care of fourth brother. Call me if anything happens." Qingyi nodded. "I know. You should go rest now." They're sitting on soft sleeper seats. At this moment, besides the 3 of them, no one else has come to their compartment. Since it's quiet now, they want to sleep a little longer. "All right, I'll go to sleep first. You guys watch our things." Jiang Li is really not fully awake. She lies down on her bed, covers herself with her coat, and quickly falls asleep. As the train gradually leaves the city, Jiang Jingzi and Qingyi also lie down on their beds to rest. On the first night, the journey is quite peaceful, with no unexpected events. Until noon the next day, a man comes into the upper bunk, breaking the calm. Jiang Li, being quite alert, notices the man carrying a suitcase and senses something unusual about him. Even Jiang Jingzi, who is in the military, frowns slightly. Only Qingyi, who is more carefree, doesn't notice anything wrong and cheerfully greets him. Zhang Meng sees that the 3 siblings are inside and relaxes his guard. Seeing Qingyi's friendliness, he smiles and exchanges a few words, showing no suspicion. "Big brother, are you from Harbin too?" Zhang Meng laughs and replies, "Yes, I'm here on a business trip." "Are you visiting family?" Jiang Jingzi isn't in uniform now, dressed in casual clothes, so he doesn't seem threatening. Qingyi, being talkative, says, "We're going home." "I'm from
Xiaoyi, I'm hungry.
Go buy some hot food for me." "I want braised pork." Jiang Li quickly interrupts him, worried he might reveal too much. Hearing that her sister is hungry, Qingyi forgets what he was about to say and stands up.
I'll go buy it now.
"Do you want anything, big brother?" Jiang Jingzi replies, "I'll eat anything. Just buy whatever." Qingyi says, "All right, I'll be back soon." He sends Qingyi away from the compartment, and Zhang Meng calms down. He notices that the other 2 are not very talkative. Since they don't speak, he doesn't ask questions. He just smiles at them and lies down on his bed. Jiang Li is already awake. Sitting on Qingyi's bed, she secretly gives her fourth brother a meaningful look. He sees this and blinks in response. They understand each other silently, waiting quietly for Qingyi to bring back lunch. Until night falls, Jiang Li makes her move. She quietly drops some sleeping powder from her sleeve toward the other person. When he falls into a deep sleep, she turns over and gets off the bed, saying, "Fourth brother, wake up." Jiang Jingzi hadn't slept well and sat up when he heard his younger sister's voice. "Did you drug him?" "Yes, I gave him some sleeping medicine. I feel like something's off with his suitcase and him. I just can't relax until I check." Jiang Jingzi smiled. "You're quick-witted. Since he's asleep, go ahead and see what's inside the suitcase."
Jiang minuda.
"All right, you keep an eye on him. I'll go check." She carefully took the suitcase from beside him. Seeing it was locked, she smirked slightly, thinking that her grandmother's safe was much better than this old thing. She used some tool and easily snapped the lock open with a couple of clicks. Because Jiang Jing's back was turned, he didn't see her quick move. Only after Jiang Li finished inspecting the contents did she speak. Fourth brother, this is just bottles and jars of medicine. It doesn't look good. Could it be a virus made by Fuso? When they mentioned viruses, they thought of the crazy experiments from those years in Fuso. Little sister, let me see. Jiang Li carefully handed the suitcase to her brother. Jiang Jingzi used a flashlight to check and quickly realized how serious the situation was. He then looked at the person sleeping nearby and said, Little sister, wake up Xiao Yi and have him tie this person up. Then go find the train conductor. We can't let this person escape, even if we make a mistake. At worst, they could apologize later. Okay, I'll wake Xiao Yi now. Because Qin Yi had also just absorbed a bit of the sleeping medicine, he was soon awakened after Jiang Li fed him the antidote and shook him gently. He blinked sleepily. What's going on? Are we there? Jiang Li rolled her eyes. Get up, catch the bad guys. Hearing bad guys, Qin Yi snapped to attention immediately. Where? Where are they? Quiet, don't wake the person next door, Jiang Li said, speechless. Qin Yi quickly covered his mouth, looking adorable and silly. This almost made Jiang Li laugh out loud. There's something wrong with the person upstairs. Find something to tie him up. I'll go get the train conductor. Take care of fourth brother. Hearing that the man who came in earlier was suspicious, Qin Yi broke out in cold sweat.
What?
He's a bad guy? Yes, I'll tell you more later, Jiang Li said, and left the soft sleeper carriage. After Qin Yi woke up, he didn't hesitate. He quickly pulled the man above down and tied him up with his shoelaces. Worried that the binding was not secure enough, he also wrapped the man with a bedsheet from the bed. Jiang Jingzi sat on the bed, carefully protecting the box beside him. They still didn't know what was inside. If it was a virus, it couldn't be damaged in any way. Otherwise, not only would their fellow countrymen be in trouble, but the three of them wouldn't escape either. Meanwhile, Jiang Li found the train conductor and explained the situation without delay. The conductor then took a security officer and went to check. Jiang Jingzi finally relaxed when he saw his younger sister was safe. He then looked at the person behind her and took out his military ID. Seeing Jiang Jingzi was a soldier, the train conductor saluted him. Hello. After this man got on the train, he behaved strangely. Later, my sister and I knocked him out. We found some unusual medicine in his suitcase, different from what we see in labs. I just checked him, and he is from Fusang. The toes of people from Fusang are quite different from those of Chinese people due to different lifestyles and cultures. Originally, Jiang Jingzi didn't think much of it, but Qin Yi heard that Fusang people's toes are different from theirs, so he curiously took off the man's shoes to check. It turned out he was not Chinese. When the train conductor heard the man was from Fusang, his face also grew serious. First of all, the ID the man carried didn't match him, which was a problem. Plus, he had so many medicines with him, he might be planning something harmful. Comrade Jiang, we will take this person away. You can keep an eye on the box. We only have about an hour to reach the final station. When we arrive, just hand him over to the police. Moving such a thing carelessly could cause it to break, which would be troublesome. What do you think? Jiang Jingzi listened and thought the suggestion made sense. He nodded and said, All right, you can keep the items with me for now. As for the police, you'll need to contact them. His legs were not in good shape, and his younger brother and sister didn't know anyone. So, he could only leave this matter to the others to handle. The train conductor was relieved when Jiang Jingzi agreed. Such a dangerous item, comparable to explosives in power, could be deadly if it was a virus or something similar. Comrade Jiang, don't worry. When we arrive, someone will come to take over quickly. For now, please take care of this. After saying this, the train conductor ordered the security officer to take the man away. He still needed rest, and it wasn't right to make him do everything. Although the other person is a soldier, they haven't yet realized that Jiang Jingzi is injured and limping. Jiang Li waits until they take the person away, then closes the small door to their private compartment. Brother, have you packed everything in the box? Be careful not to break anything, she says. Having just started her new life, she doesn't want it to end so soon. Don't worry, little sister. I've put everything back in its place. There won't be any problems. We still have some time. Do you want to rest a bit more? Jiang Li shakes her head. Once I wake up, you and Xiaoyi can keep sleeping. Sis, what's inside the box? It sounds so mysterious, Qin Yi asks curiously. He's eager to know what could scare both his cousin and sister. Curiosity killed the cat. You want to know everything? Aren't you afraid you'll find out too much and get into trouble?
Jiang.
Qin Yi rolls his eyes. If you too can find out, why can't I? Just tell me what it is already. It's making me so anxious. Jiang Jingza sighs helplessly. We don't know exactly what's inside, but we're afraid it might be a virus. You know how those people from Fusang country are never doing good things. He wouldn't believe this is something life-saving. After all, Fusang country wouldn't walk so calmly with good stuff in their hands. Only bad things would make them so relaxed.
Wow.
From what you're saying, it sounds like something deadly. Qin Yi curses and quickly steps back from the box. Not just because he's timid, but he remembers what elders have said. Virus wars are much scarier than fights. They can wipe out entire cities in one go. Seeing his cousins so scared, Jiang Li laughs. Oh, so you're afraid now? With your courage, I think you should go back to the countryside and farm. Qin Yi pouts. You're going too far, cousin. I don't believe you're not scared of such dangerous things. Even if he gets injured or shot, he can be saved. But this kind of mysterious thing? It's a lie to say he's not afraid. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The box is just sitting here, nothing's wrong. We'll arrive at the station soon, so don't worry, Jiang Li says. If she didn't know the box was well-packed and had shock-absorbing material inside, she might be more anxious than Qin Yi right now. After all, the bottles and jars from this era aren't as sturdy as those from later times. A simple bump could shatter them all. On the way back, Jiang Li and the two others were very careful. Only when the train arrived at the station did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, when they got off, they weren't in a hurry because the police hadn't arrived yet and they couldn't leave now. If it really was virus medicine, fourth brother might even make a contribution this time. The higher they climbed, the smoother their relationships with the brothers would be. She knew very well that Zhang Shuang's father still thought her brother's position was low when he came to dinner last time. Plus, fourth brother's leg injury was still uncertain if it would heal completely, so this mattered. After Qin Yi and the others on the train left, they first took the luggage to the corridor to wait. They were too close to the box, which made him a bit scared. He was proud to have held on this long. It was already good that he didn't faint. Fortunately, it didn't take long before the train conductor, along with police and military personnel, arrived. Originally, a Japanese person wouldn't need military help, but the items inside the box made the police's safety uncertain. Jiang Jingza, sitting in a wheelchair, first saluted the visitors with a military salute, then explained what had happened here. The military officer was named Li Taizhu, a regimental commander. After inspecting the contents of the box, he also felt a bit scared. Comrade Jiang, we will quickly test the ingredients. If these are dangerous items, you've done a great job this time. Older generations knew how dangerous viruses could be, so they were very nervous when they learned Jiang Jingza had intercepted these items. You're welcome, it's also my duty. Since everything here has been taken care of, we'll leave now. Seeing that Jiang Jingza was injured, Li Taizhu said, All right, it's obvious you're going home to rest. We came with several vehicles, so I'll arrange for someone to give you a ride. No need to trouble yourselves anymore. Everyone was military brothers, and since Jiang Jingza had made such a big contribution, it was no problem to give them a ride. Jiang Jingza wanted to refuse, but seeing that his leg was indeed inconvenient, he had no choice but to agree. Then I'll trouble you. Because they still needed to interrogate and investigate the man they caught, Jiang Jingza didn't know the final result and could only wait at home. Li Taizhu also said they would inform him as soon as there was any news, hoping it wasn't a wasted trip. Jiang Li and fourth brother sat in the back of the car, looking at the familiar scenery. Home still has the best air, even though it's not far away. Jiang Jingza smiled and said, You're so young to start loving your family. What if you marry someone far away? Jiang Li chuckled, Then I'll marry later. And who says I can't visit my family after marriage? She's not the type to stay at home doing chores. Trapping her in the backyard to take care of the family is impossible. As the car slowly entered their village, a crowd quickly gathered around. Wow, is that a small car? Whose guest is this? They even have a car. Amazing. Look, is that car heading to the Jiang family? Hearing this, everyone looked and saw the car was indeed headed toward Jiang's house.
Let's go see.
Driver Wang parked the car at Jiang's door. Before Jiang Li and the others got out, Jiang Qinghua, who received the news, hurried back in a rush. Jiang Jingzi saw that his father looked older, and he felt a bit sad. Just then, Qini got out of the car and called out, "Big uncle, we're back." Jiang Qinghua saw his nephew returning and knew his niece had also come back. Then he saw his long-lost son and got excited. Xiaozhe, why are you back too?" Jiang Jingzi smiled. "Dad, I'm here to recover from my injury. These people worked hard for you." Hearing that his son was hurt, Jiang Qinghua was worried and asked, "Where did you get hurt?" "Let me see." Qini took the wheelchair from the car and pushed it over, saying, "Cousin C's leg is broken." "Don't worry, uncle. The doctor said it will heal with some rest." Jiang Qinghua recognized the wheelchair. Seeing his son in this condition, he was envious and said, "How did it get so serious? You've had such a big accident. Why didn't you call us?" Some people nearby, seeing Jiang's fourth son upset, started to mock happily. "Oh my, does this mean Jiang's fourth son can't be in the army anymore? Not sure. Maybe he'll recover after some rest." If Wang Sufin finds out her son is injured, she'll cry herself to death. While everyone was talking, Wang Sufin and Jiang Li's family came back. Hearing others say the fourth son was injured, Wang Sufin's temper flared, and she started scolding, "You bunch of troublemakers, get lost. My son isn't someone you can talk about. Pfft, what kind of people are you? If I say more, I'll tear your family apart." Hearing his mother's voice, Jiang Jingzi, sitting in the wheelchair, called out, "Mom, I'm fine.
Don't argue with them.
I miss you." Wang Sufin saw her son had already spoken, so she could only glare at those people and then turn to look at her own son. "Oh dear, my son. How did you hurt your leg so badly?" Seeing her mother cry, Jiang Jingzi comforted her, saying, "Mom, I'm fine. It takes about 100 days to recover from a muscle or bone injury. Just need some rest. I was also resting in the army, but I wanted to come back and see you all. Now is a good time to stay at home and spend more time with you." Wang Sufin wiped her tears and said, "Okay, Mom won't cry. Let's go home. I'll cook chicken soup for you." Jiang Qinghua and Jiang Shuemai saw their daughter had returned and, after greeting her brother's family, they left first. As for the grandmother, she was worried about her grandson and went to her eldest son's house. After Jiang Li and Qini unloaded their luggage from the car, Wang, who was driving, said goodbye and left. Jiang Shuemai saw her daughter had bought many things and smiled, saying, "Did your trip cost your brother's secret savings?" Jiang Li snorted, "Not at all. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much." "Do you miss me?" Jiang Qinghua chuckled, "Of course we do. My girl has lost weight on this trip. Did you not eat well? How is your older brother taking care of you?" "Dad, I ate well. Don't blame my brother, okay? Oh, and these two are fourth brother's luggage. We'll send it over later. I bought a lot of local specialties and gifts. Mom, you can divide them later." Seeing her daughter safe and sound in front of her, Jiang Shuemai finally felt relieved. "Good girl, let's go inside. Xiao Yi, be careful with the good stuff. Don't let anyone steal it." The women watching nearby, hearing this, all had their mouths twitch and thought, "You're impressive. They can't mess with you. Goodbye." The family entered the yard, and Jiang Shuemai closed her big door, completely blocking the outside view. Jiang Li was busy, taking out gifts for her family while saying, "My older brother is doing well. Mom and Dad can rest assured. My second brother has his own house now, just waiting for his wife to move in. But I think it will happen soon." She didn't know if her second brother liked anyone, but after seeing Ling Shua's look at him last time, she knew good news was coming. They say, a man must cross a mountain to chase a woman, and a woman needs a veil to chase a man. I don't believe that such a beautiful sister-in-law would make a move. Her second brother wouldn't stay indifferent. Jiang Qinghua was holding the new clothes and shoes his daughter bought, and his smile never left his face. Still, my daughter cares for me. Your brothers are all good-for-nothings. It seems I will have to rely on my daughter for my old age. Jiang Xuemei saw her husband's proud look and couldn't bear to watch. She glared at him and said, "My son will only listen to me in the future. You just stay with your daughter." Seeing his wife angry, Jiang Qinghua chuckled and said, "Look at you. I was just joking." He couldn't make his wife angry, or else he'd have to sleep outside tonight. Without his wife in bed, he couldn't sleep. Jiang Li saw his father acting so servile and found it funny. "Dad, even though I bought these things, the money came from your son. You can't say bad things about my brothers, understand?" Okay, I was wrong. Dad apologizes. Jiang Li smiled. "All right, you should go inside and try the clothes to see if they fit. We also have things from my uncle's family here. I'll pack them up and send them next door later." At this moment, the old lady was with the eldest son, talking to his 4-year-old grandson. "Fourth son, do you think your leg can recover? If it can't, you should consider switching careers. Our family doesn't lack your job." Jiang Jingze looked at his leg helplessly and said, "Grandma, I just need some time to recover. I like life in the army. Unless I can't return to how I was, then I'll think about it." He had fought for so many years and didn't want to give up easily. Everyone has ambitions, and he was no different. Wang Sufeng was instructing her daughter-in-law to kill a chicken for the fourth son. The eldest and sixth sons were asking their brothers questions. Originally, the sixth son was supposed to go with Li, but since Qin Yi was there, he didn't go. Travel expenses and food cost a lot, so he chose not to go if he didn't have to. "Fourth brother, is it fun over there? Is the army very hard?" Jiang Jingze asked curiously. "It's okay. It's as hard as farming. We can rest in winter, but the army can't. We train every day, all year round." "Really? Do you have any ideas?" His younger brother had no job after graduation. Could he have some new plans now? "Fourth brother, the army is so tiring, but you still like going." "I can't. I prefer staying at home, sometimes going into the mountains for some wild food. Only you guys don't mind the hard work. Look at you now. You see, it's not only tiring but also dangerous. No wonder Mom and Aunt Second don't want your allowances. You're basically earning money with your life." Jiang Jingze smiled gently. "Someone has to protect our home and country. If everyone is afraid of dying, our nation would have fallen long ago. The peaceful era was earned through the sacrifices of our ancestors, and it is the duty of the younger generation to protect it. Otherwise, those heroes probably wouldn't even be able to rest in peace." All right. The fourth son just got back. Let him rest for a while. Everyone come over here for dinner tonight." Wang Sufeng saw her son looked very tired and felt a little worried. Their family is lucky to have only one son in the army. If more of them had gone, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The old lady glanced at the time and stood up. "You all chat first. I'll go see my granddaughter." She had been busy worrying about her grandson's injury and hadn't paid much attention to her granddaughter. Now that she knew her grandson was okay, she felt relieved. "Mom, don't cook tonight. Come over and eat with us." The old lady waved her hand. "Got it." Elsewhere, at the youth station, Xueqing was excited when she heard Jiang Li and the others had returned. She had been planning this for a long time and finally saw the main character. This time, she was determined to get rid of her, so her man wouldn't be taken away by her. She was starting to feel a little crazy. Her illness was under control, but just thinking about how those people looked at her made her want to hurt everyone, especially those living with her. They used to be so kind to her, but now they stay far away. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she felt the heavens had betrayed her. Since she could be reborn, she believed she was the daughter of heaven. This time, she was determined to succeed. Even if she couldn't have what she wanted, she would destroy him. She was dreaming sweet dreams, unaware that her every move was being watched. The reason no one had acted yet was because they were waiting to give her a big gift. That night, the Jiang family was very lively. Jiang Li, who worked outside, had returned home. Jiang Li told their story like a comedian, recounting everything they saw along the way. With his special expressions, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Jingzhe looked at his warm family and felt his heart soften at that moment. Until the men in the family had drunk enough and were staggering, the dinner finally ended. Meanwhile, Huibeyu had a strange dream tonight after being hurt in the head. In the dream, everything felt like that man was somehow connected to his past life. And the girl he loved was actually his enemy in that world. Only he could see clearly. That man loved her very much. It's just that the two of them have different opinions, which makes love impossible. And the man secretly did everything for her. When he learned she had died, he went mad and killed those people. He even buried himself and Jiang Li's bodies together. Watching everything pass by, Huibeyu knew that the man was him, and the Jiang Li he met now was the woman he loved but could not have in his life. Seeing the final outcome, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Son, you're awake? You scared Mom to death." Jiang Li hurried to the hospital after hearing her son was injured. Fortunately, the injury wasn't serious. Huibeyu looked at the familiar ceiling and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine now. I want some water." Jiang Li responded, "Oh, okay. I'll go get you some water right now." After drinking the water, Huibeyu remembered what happened before the accident. "Where is Lu Jiao?" Hearing this name, Jiang Li got very angry. "Don't mention that woman. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been accidentally hurt. Luckily, you only fainted and had a minor cut. Otherwise, I would have made her pay for it. That woman almost planned to hurt my son. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried about old Lu's reputation, she would have already come with a knife. Her children are her greatest treasure. No one else should think about bullying them. Mom, I will deal with this later. Please find a doctor to check me. If there's no serious problem, I want to leave the hospital." He didn't like the smell of hospitals. Every time he stayed here before, he was close to death. And he also wanted to go home and think carefully about his past dreams. If those dreams were truly his life, then Jiang Li was his destined partner. He needed to marry her as soon as possible. He didn't want such tragedies to happen again. "Son, there's no need to rush leaving the hospital. Wait until your injuries heal. Even minor wounds need attention." Huibeyu looked at the time on his watch and saw it was late. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. You should go home and rest.
I can take care of myself now.
Tell Grandma I'm fine, and don't let her worry." Since he was already hospitalized, his family must have known about it. Now that he's okay, there's no reason for his mother to stay here and suffer. Seeing her son looking more energetic, Jiang Li stood up. "All right, if anything happens, just call the family. I will bring breakfast to you tomorrow morning. By the way, your brother is bringing the 2 kids back tomorrow. They will live at home from now on. The divorce procedures over there have already been completed." When Huibeyu heard that his older brother's matter was finally settled, he smiled and said, "Now that there are children at home, I believe Grandma will be very happy. Let's celebrate properly tomorrow." "Yes, Mom feels the same way. If I had known earlier that that woman was like this, I wouldn't have let him bring her in. These years have really been your brother," she thought, feeling upset about having caused her son's lifelong troubles. In the future, when looking for a daughter-in-law, she would definitely pay close attention to her character. "All right, from now on, we will all be together. Your brother will be fine." Jiang Li nodded. "I'm leaving now. Take good care of yourself." Huibeyu replied, "Got it. Hurry back." After Jiang Li left, Huibeyu closed his eyes. Thinking about what happened in his dreams, he unconsciously felt a change in his aura. At the Jiang family home, because the men in the house had drunk quite a bit the night before, Jiang Li made a lot of hangover soup in the morning. After breakfast, Jiang Li took his luggage and was about to go home for a visit. "Second uncle, I won't be back for a few days. I want to go home and see my parents." He had been away for a while, and it was time to visit. If he didn't go back soon, his mother would probably miss him terribly. "Jiang Hongying, I didn't do anything, I didn't think about it. With my son not at home, I finally have peace and quiet. Just in time, the ox cart is leaving. I'll send you off, and here's some vegetables from our home for your mom to take back.
Chini, all right then.
The grandmother helped her grandson load the things onto the ox cart before turning to work in the fields. As for Jiang Li, after returning home, she resumed her research days. Since she left, sales of radios on the black market have stopped. But looking at her handmade harvesters, they resembled electric saws from the future. The more she looked at them, the more she thought of the movie Saw. Jiang Jingza, with nothing to do at home, went to his second uncle's house and saw his little sister tinkering with a pile of scrap. Curious, he asked Lily, when did you make so much junk? Jiang Li heard the visitor speak and replied, these are my treasures. Look at this one. It's what I prepared for the autumn harvest. It's much better than a sickle. Luckily, I managed to buy some parts from your side. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to assemble this thing. Jiang Jingza looked at what his sister handed over, took it in his hands, and said, does this need to be plugged into work? Yes, that's right. This one is rechargeable, which makes it more convenient to use. Rechargeable? Jiang Jingza asked with confusion. Yes, is there a problem? This is a type of battery I researched. It has less power and can only last 5 hours on standby. If I had better materials, I could make a better one. Their family has limited materials here. Even though the space has everything they need, many people are clever, and she doesn't want to cause herself trouble. So, for now, she can only barely make a usable one. Little sister, you're so impressive. Our country has some battery factories now, but our technology is still a bit behind. If you can develop something better, it will be a national treasure. The country urgently needs talented people. If little sister really has this ability, he would be so happy for her. Brother, I want to try developing some good stuff. Our family has limited materials, and we've scavenged all the scrapyards nearby. There aren't many good things in their small town. It would be great if they could go to the big cities like Kyoto or Haicheng. Big cities have more good stuff and more scrap materials. Maybe she could even assemble a TV. In her past life, she liked to research strange weapons when she had free time, and she tore apart many electrical appliances. Even if she's not an expert now with these skills, others can't catch up. He's just in a situation where he's a talented cook without ingredients. Jiang Jingza looked at his sister's sad expression and thought for a moment, then said, I have some friends. I'll ask them later if they have anything good to buy for you. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Fourth brother, you're so loyal. When I become a big boss, I'll definitely look out for you guys. Jiang Jingza smiled affectionately. All right, fourth brother is just waiting for you to take care of us. At this moment, at the village entrance, Zhang Shuang was carrying a suitcase, asking about Jiang Jingza's home address. If she hadn't been coquettishly begging her father for something hearty, he wouldn't have told her the address. Anyway, she was determined to marry Jiang Jingza. As soon as he left, she immediately asked for leave and chased after him. Girl, are you looking for the fourth of the Jiang family? Zhang Shuang sweetly smiled. Yes, auntie. Do you know how to get to their house? Yes, Jiang Laoxi's father is the village's team leader. Girl, you look so pretty. Could you be Jiang Laoxi's girlfriend? Zhang Shuang blushed, neither admitting nor denying. They haven't established a relationship yet, so she didn't want to say anything careless. Auntie, if you have free time now, could you please take me somewhere? I'll give you 50 cents. Hearing there was money, the auntie immediately became friendly and said, Oh, you're so polite. Come on, I'll take you now. Thank you, auntie. No problem, it's what I should do.